And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session has commenced and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time, we're doing it just about now. So situate yourself and let's commence with the session. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy.
So there it is. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. The dulcet tones from the east. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is the other savior. As guys, I bring you this. We are delaying fuel subsidy removal because of 2023 election. So it is the Buhari regime saying this. They don't even make the effort to hide it or try to cover it up anymore. They just so little regard for the Nigerian person. So this now, how you are being manipulated, being told you frontally, and you are invited to do your worst. We are delaying fuel subsidy removal because of 2023 election, a headline attributed to the Aboki regime. Governor Mohammed Bello to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition in Bauchi State. So if that is not a categorical declaration of an Islamic state, then I don't know what is. So they don't even hide it anymore. It's that, as I said previously, I repeat, almost in the immediate sequence, Governor Mohammed to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition in Bauchi. So there it is right there. Whoever still thinks that Nigeria is a secular state, that person should just be taken to a mental institution and put in a quiet room. It's an Islamic country, whether you like it or not. Private money requires greater accountability than public funds. Governor Obaseki is speaking now, so they are spending money without audit or records or accounts. This, of course, this ties in nicely, by the way, with the previous headline, when somebody can just suddenly dip into the state account and hand it over to some religious space, claiming that he wants them to recite uh, religious verses. 100 million. So this is it. No accountability. Private money requires greater accountability than public funds. Governor Obaseki making that confession. So, like I said, they're just rubbing us in open glare. Essentially, a declaration of where this is what we're doing to you. What can you do about it? Do your worst. They're telling you that there's no accountability for public coffers. This is what they are saying, and they're not hiding it, they're saying it publicly. Private money requires greater accountability than public funds. It staggers and it befuddles the mind. The mind befuddles even more. Nigerian soldier caught extorting money from motorists by superior officers, cries, begs for forgiveness. So I have a clip of this, which somebody sent me. I think it's UK. Yeah, in fact, it was UK that sent me a clip of this. So if I'm able to download that, then I'll play it so you can marvel or alarm or be bewildered by what goes on within the Nigerian space. But there it is. I did not endorse Southeast presidency. Obasanjo quickly distances himself from the Easterners. Just yesterday, we were saying how he endorsed an Easterner, but he now comes to clear up that language, that to be categorical, I did not endorse Southeast for presidency. Baba Yabo speaks. From Baba Yabo, we land finally on the Aboki from Daura. So the Aboki from Daura again, Buhari speaks on ruling All Progressive Congress crisis, insists convention holds on the 26th. So they've gone to meet him in his hospital bed in London, and he is making pronouncements from that space. So all of that to digest, to reminisce, to reflect, and to debate. So come participate. If you want to come participate, like Charlie Boy just did now, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then you'll be held in a studio space. And as soon as I've read out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and I'll sample your opinion. That is just how it works. It's unique and peculiar to this space. This is what we have innovated into the social media space. Nigerians gathering and discussing matters of importance pertaining to their lives and their country. So it's no more complex than that, but the conversation often heated and involved. So there it is right there. Click on the like button, of course. You must do that because that is what propels the channel on the YouTube algorithm. And if you are not already subscribed, then do that, please. Of course, you should do that, and you know to do that. So as you go about doing the clickings, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop to all that clicking. We go to the east and we partake in another Python dance.
Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unapoli Mary Nandi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu mbiro ya. Abakare Mamanda Ora Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two.
Give me the money.
Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, Python that's a three. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, Python that's a three.
So there it is. You heard it here first. Nnamdi wins the war. They insist in the East. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. We are delaying fuel subsidy removal because of 2023 election, a headline attributed to the Aboki regime, Malam Buhari's regime. The Mohammed Buhari regime says it stood down the planned removal of fuel subsidy due to pushback from citizens and to avoid consequences in the 2023 general elections. Finance Minister Zainab Ahmed disclosed this at the second day of a virtual meeting of African finance ministers and the International Monetary Fund on Thursday. We are cleaning up our subsidies. We had a setback. We were to remove fuel subsidy by July this year, but there was a lot of pushback from the polity, Mrs. Ahmed said. We have elections coming, and also because of the hardship that companies and citizens went through during the pandemic, we just felt that the time was not right, so we pulled back on that. Mrs. Ahmed said the federal government has gradually removed electricity subsidy and it is working a budget to phase out fuel subsidy regime. Fuel subsidy is a huge problem for us. It has thrown up our deficits too much higher than we planned, Mrs. Ahmed said. We are currently doing a budget amendment to accommodate incremental subsidy as a result of the reversal of the decision, and we want to cap it at that. Hopefully, the Parliament will agree with us and we are able to continue with our plan for subsidy removal. Otherwise, the way things are going, we will not be able to predict where we will be. In January, the Buhari regime said it would enforce complete fuel subsidy removal in July, promising to provide Nigerians with 5,000 naira transport allowance to cushion the economic after effects. However, with citizens threatening nationwide protest and Nigerian Labour Congress vowing to shut down the country should the fuel subsidy be removed, Abuja chickened out, announcing the postponement of the policy. So the seventh largest oil exporting country in the world, but the price of petrol is worse than you'll find in a country that doesn't have even a barrel. So there it is right there. They are telling you that because of the consequences of this on their electoral fortunes, this is why they have deferred it. So not out of any consideration for you. And besides, the fuel subsidy is not even anything that does exist. So they don't do subsidy fuel in Nigeria. We know that. So what you're essentially going to have is an increment in the price of fuel, not a deletion of a subsidy, which was a scam according to Malam Buhari. But maybe they're going to stop the scam and then increase the price of petrol. Is that a better payoff? We'll find out in the throes of things. And by the way, that heavily subsidized Dangote refinery that we have been subsidizing for the last 10 years, where is it now? Governor Mohammed to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition in Bauchi. The administration of Governor Bala Mohammed has approved 100 million naira to fast track hosting the 36th edition of the 2022 National Quranic Recitation Competition in Bauchi State. Mr. Mohammed stated this at the inauguration of a 57-member local organizing committee for the National Quranic Recitation Competition on Saturday in Bauchi. I wish to say that the Ministry of Religious Affairs, in conjunction with Usman Danfodio University Sokoto and other government agencies, have submitted a budget of 153 million naira for their competition. The state government is providing 100 million for this committee so that the rest will be solicited elsewhere, he said. The national competition is scheduled in Bauchi for the 18th from the 18th of March to the 20th of March. Mr. Mohammed said that this was the third time Bauchi State will host the national competition since its inception in 1986. He promised that the state government will provide the necessary support to the committee to enable it to conduct a hitch-free competition. He, however, said that the government frowned at street begging. Unbelievable. So you frown at street begging and you cannot point 100 million naira to that. So there it is. He, however, said that the government frowned at street begging, adding that the State Ministry of Education was geared towards making the school functional and valuable to all and sundry. Just look at the conflict between those two statements. 100 million naira in a debt poor state, with the school so out of skill, the school so dilapidated and inadequate for the needs of that space that the children are just on the street begging. So the insulation that 100 million can have in that space, you know that. But then, of course, what are they doing? What are they using the 100 million naira for? To do religious indoctrination. He, however, said the government frowned at street begging, adding that the State Ministry of Education was geared towards making the schools functional and valuable to all and sundry. The governor highlighted the terms of reference of the committee to include to make a fair, realistic, and detailed budget for the financial implication of the event and forward it to the government after its inauguration. So 100 million. I'm actually going to let me just quickly check something. Um, okay, I'll check that later. I just wanted to quickly check how much federal allocation Bauchi State actually gets monthly for them to be able to hand over 100 million naira to reciting religious verses. This is the thing. But then this that last story ties in nicely with this next story. Private money requires greater accountability than public funds. Our Governor Obaseki, he being a banker, of course, should know. Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo has charged the State Sports Commission Board to tap into funding from the private sector. Governor Godwin Obaseki has charged the State Sports Commission Board to tap into funding from the private sector to develop infrastructure and drive sporting activities. He called for total reform and transparency in the administration of sport association. This, he said, was only achievable through private capital. Private capital is fundamentally different from the way government capital behaves. There is a high level of transparency because anybody who puts money down wants to see where the money is going and how the money is being spent, he said. He added, this is because if they don't see it, you can't attract more. So we can't run the association the way we used to. The governor also called on the board to develop 10,000 athletes in different fields of sports in the next 5 years. We have to catch them in school and those outside school. Success to me will be when we have more than 10,000 Edo sports people, Mr. Obaseki said, whilst inaugurating the Yusuf Ali led Sports Commission on Saturday in Benin. He admonished the commission to pursue policies that will enable the dominance of the state in the entire country in terms of the development and training of athletes. People need to prepare for the global market. Why can't we start now? We just have to catch them young, whether it is in swimming, tennis, basketball, table tennis, handball, or football. We should be able to say in 5 years' time, we have trained 10,000 to 20,000, and if 1,000 of those become global stars, see what that would do for us, he stated. So there it is right there. So there's two stanzas to that. One, the tapping into the youth as a one, the using of sports as a tool, to bring the youths out from whatever way of life they had previously to a better way of life. So there's that, but more to the assertion that private money needs greater and demands greater accountability than public funds, because public funds, of course, they just sign the check and that it ends there. Nigerian soldier caught extorting money from motorist by superior officer, cries, begs for forgiveness. So we have a little clip of this, but let me just read it out to you first. A soldier has been caught extorting money from motorists alongside the popular Maiduguri Damaturu Highway by a superior officer. While a soldier has been caught extorting money from motorists along the popular Maiduguri Damaturu Highway by a superior officer. While the time the video was shot was unknown, the soldier was seen crying, prostrating, and pleading with a senior officer who caught him extorting a motorist. The soldier was asked by the superior officer to surrender all the money extorted from motorists, whilst the armed soldier was heard saying he has worked for many years for the Nigerian army amidst tears. The unknown superior officer responded by telling the erring personnel that he has been behaving like a low-level soldier. Commenting on the video, a soldier said, "He is not a young soldier at all. He is a staff sergeant. It is so sad. He is really an embarrassment to the military." So there you have it now, the extortion and the... let me just give you a feel of it because we've got a video of this. So watch this.
Give me the money. I said, give me the money. Give me the money. What is this you are doing? Give me the money. Don't worry, give me the money. Give me the money.
I don't vote for Ami, make a letter for you.
That's so that I'm here.
I don't vote for Ami.
Yes, after you are behaving like a lance corporal, a private soldier. Don't worry, give me the money. That's the only thing I need from you. Give me the money.
Just give her my face now. Give her.
This is not the money. It's give me the one you collected from that trailer. See, give me the one you collected from that trailer.
So there you saw it, the spectacle of it all. I don't hold for army, I don't suffer for army. Well, you don't hold for army, that means you've been extorting people for all of the duration of that hold for army. And you don't suffer for army is to say that people have suffered excessively from you. So there it is right there. But what is the consequence of that? Will the senior officer even keep the money? This is the Nigerian space, and that is the goings on there. So I don't hold for army. I did not endorse Southeast for presidency. Obasanjo clears the air. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has said that he did not endorse the southeast region of the country for the 2023 presidency. Obasanjo said this in reaction to report of him saying the southeasterner can bring a lot to the table if elected, whilst receiving Mao Ohuabunwa, a presidential aspirant in Abeokuta. Let me take that again, actually. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has said he did not endorse the southeast region of the country for the 2023 presidency. Obasanjo said this in reaction to report of him saying the southeasterner can bring a lot to the table if elected, whilst receiving Mao Ohuabunwa, a presidential aspirant in Abeokuta. Speaking via his media aide, Kehinde Akinyemi, the former president accused Ohuabunwa of being the brain behind the report, adding that he, the aspirant, put words in his mouth. Obasanjo said in the statement, if that was the way the presidential aspirant wanted to approach his ambition, such was a wrong way. He came here and the former president received him as a gentleman and in the spirit of his 85th birthday celebration, only for him to go and put out words that the general did not say. Baba is not that sort of man. And if that is the way he wants to fulfill his ambition, that is a wrong way. So there you are, categorical and absolute. So Obasanjo did not say so. He has not endorsed anybody from the East. It's just a good luck to all of you is essentially what he would say and what he should say. But then, of course, they just go for that photo opportunity with him and then they spin their own yarn off the back of that photo opportunity. Buhari speaks on ruling All Progressive Congress crisis. It insists convention holds on March the 26th. President Mohammed Buhari has broken the silence over the crisis rocking the All Progressive Congress. The simmering leadership crisis rocking the party had taken a different dimension on Monday in Abuja when Governor of Niger State Abubakar Bello stormed the party's national secretariat to assume chairmanship of the caretaker Convention Planning Committee. Bello, who arrived amidst heightened security presence, comprising about 70 security personnel with no less than 15 patrol vehicles, which barricaded access roads to the premises, said he had the blessing of the president. However, the APC Senate caucus on Wednesday in an emergency meeting insisted that Buni was still the CEC PC chairman. Senators at the meeting include Senate President Ahmed Lawan, his deputy Ovie Omagege, Chief Whip Ojikalu, and other principal officers. Reacting in a statement by his senior special assistant on media, Garba Shehu, on Saturday, Buhari warned leaders and members of APC to desist from name calling and backstabbing. He reiterated that the party's national convention will hold on the 26th of March. The statement also quoted Buhari as asking members of the party to look at the once powerful main opposition People's Democratic Party, now enfeebled and adrift, and learn lessons in disunity, mismanagement, and corruption. He said, the PDP failed in 16 years in power and a failure as opposition. Yes, we are entitled to our own share of dissent and intra-party discord. These are common in all parties, left and right, all over the world. But parties splintered by competing egos destined themselves to the worst possible fate. As the country prepares for the long run-up to the 2023 presidential election, we all expect a robust debate on issues that matter, and what is going in the APC should be a reflection of this, not the infighting we are seeing. There must be no more distractions ahead of the convention to choose new leaders. So there you have it right there. There must be no more distractions ahead of the convention to choose new leaders. So that is how Buhari stands. But what does that actually tell us? Prof, we say you. Ovie Whiskey, we say you. The mighty Sam O, we see you, and Charlie the boy, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me come quickly to you then. Let's actually go quickly first to Sam O. So Sam, are you there?
Yeah, good evening.
Good to have you, Sam. Yeah, good evening. Good to have you. So let me take you actually to that space first. I'm sure you would have even seen that viral video before I played it. The army officer now in the Maiduguri road collecting money from people. His superior officer sees him, catches him in the act, and then suddenly the Dobale begins. I have a family, sir, and I've been in service for a long time. Well, the people you were extorting money from, they have families too, and they've been in business for a long time. They are trying to earn a living, and you are robbing them. So, what are you making then of that clip and the excuses of this soldier ban?
Good evening, everyone. It goes to say that's the reality of what our forces, military, paramilitary, police officers, all of our security forces in general. That's essentially what's been happening over the years. I remember the last time I was on the program, I was privileged to be here. I spoke to the fact the police officer the other day where I can't remember the scenario, but I remember where trying to lay out what can be done to, to help our forces and to make them mentally be in shape and to help them carry out their duties effectively and efficiently. This soldier that's gone out extorting money from people on the street out there, like you said, everybody's got family, everybody's got challenges, everybody's got problems, but that doesn't give you access to, because you're a soldier, because you're carrying a gun, and you can go on the street and start harassing people and
Oh no, but
oppressing them.
let's give it its proper name, Samo. That this is armed robbery. You know, because no, but is it not armed robbery? He's extorting money via the force of a barrel of a gun from
That's it.
people. You know, it's not fining them now. It's not an official fine.
It's a sort of armed robbery, but I don't fully. It's a sort of robbery. It may not be fully classified as armed robbery because armed robbery you have to make use of gun by force.
Is he not carrying a gun?
I know, but I don't think he may have used it forcefully that much. But the truth of the matter,
is he not taking that money under the threat of that gun?
Yeah, it's in a way. Sorry to interject, though. Go on speaking. Thank you.
Yeah. Are you a soldier man? Look at this guy. Are you a soldier?
No, I'm not a soldier man. I'm not supporting him. He did bad. The only thing, I will not fully classify it as armed robbery because he did not with all zeal use that gun. That's why I would fully. One day we will give a classification to this.
Don't worry, because I consider it to be armed robbery, and it's a space that we must explore. All these policemen on the streets. Do you know that when the SARS, when they come across a car in Lagos, they'll just swat around it, SWAT style, jump out of their vehicle, and two or three of them are pointing guns at that person, yanking him out of the car, and essentially to extricate himself from that, he has to part with money. They match them to. That's armed robbery now. What else can it be? But we'll discuss that. Samo, you don't agree it's armed robbery too?
I don't agree with that. It's armed robbery, at least to that extent. But I'll call it. It was been an extortionist using of course, everyone that sees a gun on a Nigerian security personnel, definitely you'll be under duress to put down anything they ask you. We've had instances where people are being killed just because of 20 naira change or 15 naira change. The Okada man just gone down, I mean, when people say this guy should be psychologically tested, I agree 100%, because why should you keep extorting people? And It's very sad. I mean, everything ties back to the fact that these people are not being looked after. If do you know the honest truth is, even if they are being looked after, the way I see these people is a way of life for them. They will still keep doing these things on the street. Because I tell you, what these guys make on the street is far more than what they get as salaries or
But
as their.
that's exactly my point. I agree with you on that, Sam, because a
Mm,
lot of people say their pays and conditions are this. Their pay
it's
and
very,
conditions is very poor. So we
it's
agree
very, very
that,
poor.
but it's
Yeah,
nothing to do with their extortion because, like you said, they will extort. These people they make
mm,
their salary in a day, every single day. So I
that's
don't
it.
think you pay them enough for them never
That,
to do this.
it's unfortunate. It is what it is. We need to start changing the narrative, and how do we start doing that? It's just by keep talking, and we cannot get tired of talking about it, and calling the attention of those who are in charge of our forces, the Ministry of Interior, the Police Service Commission, all their leaders in that regards. I mean, I don't know with the level of unemployment we've got in Nigeria, police force should be it should be what's it called, an occupation that should people should be looking forward to securing their nation. If you know how much security personnel Egypt, some African nations have got, I mean, people are really going into it like I mean that passion to secure their country on their own. I mean, when we finished university in Nigeria, most of us went for NYS as paramilitary, and we came back again. We saw how they dealt with us at the NYC camp. I did my Atisha somewhere in Oyo State. So, I mean, you will not be enticed, or you will not be like glad to join them, because when you see the way they treat you and the way they handle you, the way they disrespect you as well, and then you think to yourself, is this, even if I have the mind to do it, is this what I want to go to do in my
You
life? And then
see, the training for security personnel in Nigeria is archaic and is not fit for purpose. It's not
but
even
but
something of the 80s or 90s. It's
but I
something. It's still the colonial system. They're still
mm,
doing press ups. It's just press ups and apes obeys. This is the training. Press ups and apes obeys.
I read somewhere the other day. There's somewhere in the UK here called Sandhurst. I don't know if you know
Yes.
about Sandhurst.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's where
the
the
military men.
officers go to. Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
Nigerians train
yeah,
there. Yeah.
yeah. In the 80s, in the early 90s, they bring these guys
Mm.
down to train them. That's why you see at the top echelon, you see some disciplined officers. It's just that the ones that are coming through the ranks now, they're so indisciplined, and that's why we are seeing all of this. We are seeing. There was this day I was traveling with my dad to our hometown. We usually go every New Year, crossing over into the New Year every year before I left Nigeria. So one of our that
Yeah, I want to about
hello,
that. I was thinking that too, Omo Daddy. Look at that.
uh,
Too many Omo Daddies on the platform. Eh?
so anyway,
Carry
back
on.
to my
Yeah,
story.
yeah,
Back
go
to
on.
my story. One of our family friends was coming down as well. And unfortunately for this police, this guy was a senior police guy. Okay, but because he wasn't carrying a police car, he wasn't in his apparel, he was just dressed down. So he had some bread in his boot. So this police stopped us somewhere as a toy king. I don't know if you know toy king. A toy king after Korodu. If you are going towards Ijebode side, that's where I'm from. So he stopped them. I mean, this man narrated the story to us when we got to our hometown during those festive period. Like, can you imagine? I just dismissed one of our officers. He didn't know this guy was like the one in charge of that zone because he had powers over that area. So he stopped them. He asked them for money. This guy said, "I don't have money." He didn't know he was talking to their senior boss in the police force. He said, "I don't have anything to give you." So he was threatening that I was going to kill him. He said, "Why will you kill him? Because I don't have anything to give you." Okay, if I genuinely want to give you something for Christmas or New Year, I will give you. But as it is now, you see, my fuel is even going down. I need to get somewhere to top up my gas. So the guy went straight into the booth. The policeman went straight to the booth, and he started ransacking this senior police booth, and he saw some bread in there. I brought out the bread and started eating it. And I was like, "What? I didn't even tell you I was going to give you this thing. You just went straight there and started, you know." I mean, that consciousness of you just, and with the stories we have had many times, when police start harassing you, it might lead to death. So they think they can just do that to everyone, not knowing he was doing that to his senior boss. And that one took down his name and revealed it person he was to this guy. He started begging, kneeling down on the street and prostrating down like, "Oh God, please, I didn't know you are my." See, this is how you guys embarrass
Look at that.
the police force. He said, "If I put poison in this bread, that's how you'll have eaten this poison and died, just like that." I mean, it's just that they are so indisciplined. That's what I'm going to narrow it down to. The Nigerian police force, and us, they are so
You
indisciplined.
see, the biggest problem is that they don't have a pride in the uniform, because if they have a pride in the uniform, then they would respect the uniform and thus conduct themselves in the way
I,
that
I'm
the
not.
uniform,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm not. I'm not even sure they are being vetted before getting into the police force.
The
You have
whole
so many,
system is rotten,
so
yeah.
many criminals in the police force. So many criminals, people that have been to jail and out. Some of them are part. I mean, it's man. Oh man.
It's just, but these are the people that the general public interact with. You know, these people that you are saying they are criminals who just go through, bribe their way into a uniform, and then use that uniform to continue their criminality. Oh, like
I
the
don't.
story, like, yeah, go on.
I don't know how true this one is. Someone told me like the police force, as soon as you join them, you buy your uniform, you pay for the gun that you were given on your
Yes,
patrol,
we've
you
heard
buy
it
your
here
bullets.
that you buy your
I
bullets.
mean, it's very strange, these things that are coming out from the police force. I mean, it's not even something that will endear anyone that's got passion to secure a state. I mean, to be
Mm.
proud of the country they come from. Nobody wants to go into a system like this. Nobody wants. If you see the standard of
There has to be
living.
a root and branch orientation,
Hmm,
retraining, re everything of that.
yeah, yeah,
They need to
definitely, I
spend
agree
at
with
least
you.
$1 billion on that space. Everybody retrained, everybody, and then their salary doubled immediately. You go through training, if you come out on the other side, your salary is tripled, because
Hmm.
even if it's tripled, they're still underpaid. They're just not paid anything. The
Yeah,
bullets are accounted for. Yeah, yeah.
I'm an advocate for that. Like I said the other day, their salaries needs to be upped for them. It needs to be augmented for them. They need to
Mm,
live a better life. In the
mm.
36 states in Nigeria, we need to have, I mean, they need to have like a low income estate where they can have like mortgages for this. Let them start living like a normal
Yes,
human being.
this is the
Like they do
thing.
abroad. Like I don't know if these
This is
people.
the pride in the uniform, isn't it? They have to
Oh
be,
Jesus Christ!
and then if they are taken care of, then they feel proud to be
Of
police.
course.
These ones, they're just, they're just look at him now. Look, did you see the guy? That one is not
The,
proud in the uniform.
the,
He just wants to rob, and
I tell you something now. If the Ministry of Interior and the Police Service Commission and the guys in charge of the police system in Nigeria, if they can take clue from what we are saying tonight, better their lives. I'm telling you, the number of unemployment in Nigeria will go down. I'm telling you, millions of Nigerian youths who think they can't get a white collar job will go and join the force because there will be pride in the uniform. Children will be looking up to them. It's only abroad here I hear children telling me, I want to be a policeman because my granddad was a policeman. Nobody will say that in Nigeria. Who will say that? Are you crazy? You want to be a policeman in Nigeria, walking around the street
mm.
aimlessly like a mental hobo?
Internationally, that used to be a family line profession. So their
That's
grandfather
it.
was a police officer, then their father was a police officer, and as soon as the boy is enough, he's already wearing his father's hat, looking
That's it.
forward to when he joins the force.
It's
But
pride
this
in
one,
it.
they are just armed robbers essentially. But
So my
God,
question now is the senior policeman that's taking the money from this one, now, where is he taking it to? Is
well,
he
there
an
it is.
Olegba system or what?
This is it now. He has to buy suya on the way now, so that is his own suya money, isn't it? So this is it.
It's the six of one and a half a dozen of the
It's
other, man.
unbelievable. So what's the follow through? We want to know what the other half is. So of that narrative. So let me take you to the real politics now. Governor Mohammed Bello to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition. So I was asking what the annual what is stipend that of that state is, and Alexander has gone to dig that up. He says the federal allocation for Bauchi State is about 3.8 billion naira. So that's their stipend. I'm not sure if that is annually or monthly. That sounds almost like a monthly. And the population of that state is about 7.5 million people. So to facilitate for 7.5 million people, you have less than 4 billion naira. And out of that, you already have sufficient enough space to gift 100 million to Quranic recitation. So what about reciting the Bible? Where is there 100 million? Is this now state religion? Is this the beginnings or even a full declaration of an Islamic state?
You see, our governors sometimes the way they handle funds and the way they just mess around in the name of religion, in the name of their own corporate social responsibility, which doesn't really make sense to the public. I mean, the Nigerian state, there's suffering in the land. I really detest this fact that our governors will be sponsoring people to Hajj, sponsoring people to Jerusalem, sponsoring them to become JP, sponsoring them to become an Alhaji when you go and come from Saudi Arabia. Some of them, at the end of the day, carry drugs abroad to Saudi Arabia. Some of them go to Hajj and never return again. And you ask yourself, to what end is all of this nonsense? Why should the governor in a state sponsor 1,000 people to Hajj? What are you turning the state into? Nigeria is a secular state, for Christ's sake. Are you telling us now? Because I'm hearing some things which sound absurd to me now, that there are some churches that are being closed down in some states in Nigeria in the north, that you can't practice your religion. What kind of intolerance is that? Is it turning Bauchi State to...
Is that catching you unawares? Does that catch you by surprise? Are you surprised to hear that?
No, I'm not surprised. It's just I'm baffled about it. Like, why are these things going on? What's wrong with these people, for Christ's sake? So he's paying 100 and something million when people are suffering in that state. First of all, ask yourself this question: how much is Bauchi State generating to the federal coffers? They are taking 3 point something billion. I'm sure that's monthly for their own allocation.
Yes.
They are so lazy. They are not thinking out of the box. It's because Abuja is sending stipends to them every month. That's why they are so relaxed. They are not thinking with their head. They are just so relaxed because they know at the end of the
day. This is one of the narratives that annoys Ajale Koko especially the most. They just lazily, there's resources in Bauchi State. Every state has resources. And their greatest resources is their land mass and their spartanly occupied land mass, because they don't have people and they have land. So why don't you just... I don't know, man.
It's terrible, you see, because Bauchi State, for one, I know, there may be, I mean, the larger population may be the Muslim population, but still, is he going to do that for the Christians in that state? I don't even agree with
it should not be doing that at all, because it signals to that narrative then where we can have discussions that is declaring an Islamic state. You shouldn't be doing that. If you want to do that, don't do it off the state coffers. You can go to a fundraising and pretend to be fundraising, and even if you use backdoor to give them money, but don't publicly declare state money 100 million for a satellite religion. Religion is your private affair. It's not. It's a secular state. Bauchi, if they're even 99.9% Muslim, is still a secular state, because that is the Nigerian position. You cannot do that.
It's Sam. You see what Muhammad says. The one that Muhammad is kind of told is very scary not to be a Christian. You still take Nigeria out from the Christian country list. That's a sign that they want to change.
When did that happen, Charles?
It actually did happen. I'm not lying to you.
No, I'm asking you when. Yeah, I didn't ask you if it did. When did that happen?
I don't know, and it happened. I don't know it happened, but what you just said, woman, is a scale begin in Nigeria. A gun could just change the religion just like that. Nigeria heading to a scary state. I don't know why they want to change Nigeria by force. Well, why can't they spend Nigeria have Muslim kids together? They want all be one religion. Why do we want to do that? And no one's talking about that. That's a sad truth. No government or staff not talking about that. This actually isn't happening.
Because TikTok, by 10, 15 years time, you probably struggle to find a Christian in any of these core northern states, because they would have burnt down the churches, they would intimidate them, they will promote their own religion and make it clear to you that you're not wanted there. So if you want to carry the cross, you'll carry it very swiftly to your death. This is what we're saying in the north.
And I want this part of small, I think, go to the north upon disappear. They're scared. If you're small, I think, go to the north, you have no chance. You can't do anything about it. They'll just make you force to be, force you to be a house of Fulani. That's what basically do in the north.
All right. All right.
Uh,
Thank you, Charles.
uh, I think
Yeah, back
lastly
to,
on that point,
yeah.
lastly on that point, we just have to jettison all of these largesse from the governors because they are stealing money indirectly. If you don't know, now it's to the public is 160 something million, but do you know what they're going to invoice? Up to billions,
Mm.
and nobody's auditing them. Nobody's auditing them. And if you get auditors, they are still the same one. The Commissioner for Finance will wrap these people around. Who are they going to report them to? They are the lord of the manor in their state. They are just so powerful, for Christ's sake, these governors. And it's not limited to Bauchi State alone, even in River State, in Lagos State, all of our states. Even those people you think they're so educated enough, they shouldn't be doing this. They are the ones doing that. And everything is just political. It's politics for them. Politics, they see everything through the optics of politics.
You know, anyway, it's a funny thing, but it should not be accepted, and somebody should be challenging it, but nobody challenges it. Therefore, it subsists. And if it happens and it happens, and then it becomes established, then it becomes almost like a position. You cannot. Well, how can you
Samo.
do that now? You cannot give state coffers to. Yeah.
Say Samo, you use the wrong phrase. Say on our politics instead.
All right. Oh no, politics. Okay,
Look at.
okay. One man.
Yeah.
For example, our president is in the UK now.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I've been listening to the news for the past 1 week. Our president has traveled now. Some people are even coming here to pay homage to him. Nobody's angry about that fact. It's already become a norm. We are used to it now. For our president to be flying abroad, living in the UK for almost 2 weeks,
You know his children.
practically,
You know that lady that from the NSAS, the DJ that escaped to Canada,
yeah, yeah,
Switch or something like, yeah, DJ
yeah,
Switch,
DJ
I think her
switch.
name is. She posted something interesting on Twitter just the other day. She was saying, okay, Buhari is in London, the wife lives in Dubai, but
My
these are
God.
the foremost citizens of Nigeria. So the wife goes to Dubai for the pretty boys and the medication and whatever it is that she's enjoying there, and he goes to London for his booster. And by the way, you know that his children live in the UK. You know that, you know. So Nigeria is just a place of business to go and milk
And
money
and
and
and the governance is in abeyance.
mm,
Governance have to be, I mean, to be put on hold for him to come back. Because forget the fact that he transferred or transmitted power to the vice president. Now he's just a sitting duck. He can't do
yeah,
anything. We have to
yes,
wait for the president to come back, or they need to fly some files. Some people were doing it when he first came in fresh. People were
yes.
taking their files down to London for it to be signed by them. I'm like, what kind of and
And by the way, you know when they were doing that, he formally transferred power to
to Obasanjo.
Oshibajo in when they were flying those. So those things that he signed, they should not be legally binding because he wasn't president for that moment because he transferred power. So, but a
Who's
lot of things just go
who's
unchallenged
gonna
in Nigeria.
who's gonna challenge that? Now it's flown here now. The plane is parked at the airport. Do you know how much they're going to be paying for that
A
parking space
hundred
every
k
day?
a day, 100K a day.
And that's the public fund, taxpayers' money from Nigeria. Man, they
It's
have
not
taken us for a
believable.
ride for too long, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate,
Is
man.
but something has to give. But what will give is the thing because we've been here for too long,
It's
and
gonna
they've
be
been
hard,
doing
though.
it for too long, and we've
It's
not
gonna
been
be
able to do anything
hard,
about
man.
it for so long.
To move away from this paradigm is gonna be very, very hard, and
No,
it's
no,
high
no,
time we
no, no,
started.
Mama, we're going to get there. We're going to get there very soon.
All right. Okay. Hopefully. But no, it's just there's nothing like a good news from the Nigerian state. But still coming off the back of that, private money requires greater accountability than public funds. So this just ties in with what we were discussing previously, Sam O, and this is Governor Obaseki saying this. So he's saying now that if they want to run sports properly within Edo State, they have to source the money from private enterprise. Because if private enterprise gives them the money, then private enterprise wants to see the result from that money. and they will supervise and they will follow through. But he's saying that the government coffers, there's no accountability. Once the check is signed, that is just the end of it. Do what you like with the money. So this again is that narrative, no accountability, no supervision, no follow through.
I agree with him to some extent, as much as I really do not like his style of governance, but it really made a sense in what he said. We all know if you have a private company and you're sponsoring an organization, you're sponsoring an event, everybody, a good private investor or a CEO of an organization will always put his money where his mouth is. Everybody wants to be seen. Okay. For example, Chelsea Football Club now, they can't sign players, they can't bring in players. The stores have been closed down. Where they sell their merchandise and all of that. Okay, and they've put a cap on their finances for £20,000. They can't do more than that. The government is refusing Abramovich to sell in this club. Even the club is owing him up to £1 billion, which he says he wants to write off. A businessman. He's put his money where his mouth is. He has auditors, he has financial secretaries, he has all of these people set up to look into the funds, how money we are putting into this organization, how far are we getting back, how much of our how will I describe it? How much are we out there in people's face? For example, everybody's got a motive. There's a football club in Nigeria that just sprung up now. It's called Remo FC. It's from Remo in Ogun State. They have a facility of their own. For the first time, a private organization comes up, sets up this beautiful, beautiful stadium. They play good football on a lustrous green pitch. I've seen the video online, and they're doing very well. I think they are third on the table.
What is this? Is this homeboy talk? Are you Remo?
No, no, no.
Is that not your hometown club?
No, I'm from Ijebu. I'm not from Remo. I'm
It's,
just saying. I'm
it's
just
still the
saying.
locality, isn't it?
Yeah, I understand. But if this is being
Don't
done
worry about
elsewhere,
that. It's
no, if it's
upshooting. Upshooting.
I know you're
Yeah,
from Oyo
but
State.
okay,
if it's
carry
if
on.
if it's been done elsewhere, now for you. If it's been done elsewhere,
Upshooting.
definitely I'll mention it. But I'm just saying,
You don't
investors investors to put their money where their mouth is. I agree with Obaseki for that. That shows to tell you, see, when all of the government, all the football clubs, for example, Enugu Rangers, you've got Abia Warriors, Eyimba, and that's the baby of Ojius Okalu when he was the governor in Abia State. And many of them like that. All these football clubs are run by the government. Government has no business in business.
Oh,
You
okay.
don't have
So we had a conversation around that the last time. Who was it? Was it? And I was explaining that government has no business in business because government does not. If the business does not turn a profit, the government does not care one way or the other because it's public purse. But private enterprise, if you don't turn a profit, you quickly close down. So government has no business in business.
straight up. That's it. Because in the public sector, when they say, oh, okay, for example, our girls or our athletes that went to the Olympics, was it the last Olympics or the previous one that happened every 4 years? Some of them protested even at the Olympics ground, like Nigeria. Trying to embarrass the country. I think Sunday Dare, the Minister of Sport, was embarrassed by that. And they came back, they addressed it. That's the way Nigeria is. When they say money has been released, it's different from money has been given to those different sectors. The football, whatever, the Ministry of whatever, maybe football, basketball team, or those playing judo, or those weightlifters. There are differences. When the money is released, money can be released and you don't get it until after a year. So you find out these guys go sourcing for money. Amaju Pinnick is best to tell you the story, how he's been running the NFF, though I don't agree with the style of leadership as well. These people source for money themselves. At the end of the day, of course, they know definitely the money from the government will be released. The money has been released, quite all right. But somebody in the Ministry of Sport has sat on this money, put the money in the bank to yield interest. Until they are satisfied, they will hand over the money to people. I'll tell you a funny story. This is real life. I used to work with Intercontinental Bank in Nigeria before I came abroad on Ozumba Mbadiwe. I think it's been demolished now, just beside Civic Center. That was where my branch was then. I had a colleague of mine, Taiwo. just beside Intercontinental Bank head office on Idejo Road in VI. People will know those places. So this flat, our uncle owns this flat. The uncle lives abroad in UK with his 3 girls and the wife. He is paying over $1 million. I'm talking about 2008 now. He pays over ₦1 million for this flat. So anytime I use the bus from Alakpore, where I was living, down to VI, because we get to VI very early in the morning, so I just go to her house to chill. She will be in the bedroom making up and doing all of that. So once it's like 7:30, we'll go to our branch together from just 5 minutes drive, because she drives. So I sat in our sitting room one day. I've been going down there for like 3 months. Every time I get to the VI very early. So our uncle came from abroad. I didn't know, because she was always the one I was always meeting at home. She will have opened the door for me because she knows I'll pop in around 6:30 thereabout. So when the door was open, I was inside, sat down there. I was still drinking there, so I just opened the fridge because we're so close. I was drinking my beer, and the uncle came out and it was like, "Who is this strange person?"
Hold on. You were drinking your beer
Yeah, I
before
was.
you go
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
work. Before you go to work.
Definitely.
What is this? What is this?
It just,
You're a banker.
You see,
Look at you see this.
you'll be
Is this
blaming
not the problem right
Buhari
there?
for the inconsistency.
Look, and he said
Actually,
it
it
was
so
just
casually as if it was. I was expecting coffee. I was drinking my coffee or tea.
no,
Look at
no,
this guy.
no. It was early in
you,
the morning just to clear the brain. You see. So
Look
then
at
there'll
that.
be,
the,
there'll be, there'll
let,
be,
let, let me finish. Let me finish the story. People on the line waiting to add their own voices. Let me just quickly finish. So the guy came out like, "Hello, who are you?" I said, "I'm Taiwo's colleague." I was so afraid, like, "What's going on here? How did you come in?" Like, she's always opening the door because we are colleagues. All right. Very, very free man. He now brought his own style too. We started talking. You won't believe what this guy was telling me. This guy said he has taken contract for Tafawa Balewa Square for that place to be turned to a mall. You know Tafawa Balewa Square where the BRT buses are, where the Nigerian
Yeah.
government changed guards and changed. He said he has gotten he told me live himself. He has gotten a contract for this place for 3 times, and he's not going to stop taking the contract until the 7th time they allocate the money to him, until and that's when they will start the work proper. That place was
Look
meant
at
to be
that.
demolished, and they have to build like a massive mall, something that looks like the Trafford Park in Manchester, something massive like that to that place. But he was the one that told me this live himself. He said, "I've gotten a contract for until because we have many people we are sorting, and I'm still not satisfied." He told me himself. I didn't force him. So that's the way Nigeria is. Public money is unaccounted for. But which private man, which private sector will give you that kind of money and won't come to inspect what you've been doing? Amechi went out the other day supervising, I think, some railway in South South. I knew that was politics as well. So his people won't tell him, like, you have been a minister for this and that. You've not done anything, but you can construct a rail line to Nigeria Republic for Christ's sake. He was saying, like, I'm so unhappy. This work is going slow. It's just because it's a public fund. It's public money. That's the way it is even in the UK here. The public sector is just so bureaucratic and red tape, and it's not like the private sector. So as much as I dislike Obaseki's style of governance or kind of person he is and the kind of politics,
Why do you dislike his politics and his
is
person?
a very treacherous man. Is a very treacherous man. At the end of the day, fine, you've won the battle, or you have defeated Ochiomole, you have dragged him on the ground. You know, you've won it. You left APC and you decamped to PDP. For Christ's sake, those constituents that voted for you, they have representatives for the past 3 years or for the past 2 years now, or more than that. These guys have not been able to come together to sit. There will always be differences in politics. Everybody's not going to agree with you.
You mean he's punishing Oshomole's constituency or
No,
what
no,
what
Shiomole's constituency. I'm talking about the assembly members. Only 8 out of 24 people are sitting till today.
okay, he's kicked them out. He's not
That's not
allowing them.
fair, for Christ's sake now. Why are you shutting out the voices of the people those guys are representing?
I
Now they
understand
have
what
cases.
you're
Now they have
Samo.
cases at the court. Let me finish. Now they have cases at the court. I'm sorry. They have cases at the court. If you ask Obaseki now, he said he's still in the court still.
Is he allowed to do that?
He's not allowed to do that. That's what I'm saying. I don't like his style of politics. You've become the governor even under PDP. Now he's fighting PDP again. Have you not known that? Have you not seen that on Channels TV?
No, he's a
He's,
prickly sort of a guy, isn't he?
he's threatening them to go to another party. I don't know where he's going to go to again now. Maybe he's going to come back to APC again. And this point needs to be made as well. Having a chairman of a political party, where in that state as well you have a sitting governor, I think is a very, very bad idea. I learned that error in the APC about Oshiomhole and Obaseki, because there will be contention. We all know, like unwritten rule, there are local balance in politics. The governor is the how do they describe them? They are the head of the political, they are the head of the political party in that state. In that same state, you have the APC chairman. Definitely, there will be friction.
But
There will be
surely,
friction.
the chairman of the party must deliver his own state. How can you be a chairman and the governor is not of your own party?
No, what I'm saying is Obaseki was in APC while
Mm.
Oshiomhole was the APC chairman. So definitely there will be clash of interest. Because naturally the governors in every state, they are the all and all in that state. Everybody needs to bow to them. Whatever they say goes. In that same instance, you have the APC chairman. That will be clash of interest. That was what happened. And I'm sure Wike exploited that part as well when I'm sure they spot it may be beer parlor gist or whatever. But we heard how they sponsor people, even in Oshiomhole as well, to just they got him out of the way, and everything ties down back to Bola Tinubu, all of his own people in the party, just to
It's amazing how everything always ties to. What has this guy
that's
done to you, this Tinubu guy, these people, eh?
no, I don't have any problem with Bola Tinubu. I have problem with bad politicking people are doing. When Buhari needed Bola Tinubu, he won the election. Did you notice while the third year or fourth year, Bola Tinubu was alienated from the party? Buhari wasn't even speaking
Yes.
to him.
Hmm.
Now, when he needed it for the next election again in 2019, he drew him close again. It's not as if Bola Tinubu is stupid. He understands the game. Well, you won't see him outside crying like our brothers from that state I won't mention. Like one of them killed last night, and I really wish I came on board yesterday.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
what did you
what he
make
did.
of that guy?
You know they share the Eastern
No,
quarters.
I don't want to mention that. To be honest, I don't care. This is a public platform. I respect him for the fact that at least he came out, he spoke his mind. It's an open microphone. Let's speak our mind. Yeah, I don't begrudge him for what he did, but then I just thought, like, instead of him abusing you, calling people's names and telling your followers and your subscribers and your guests stupid, it's not necessary. You don't have
No,
to do that. And when these
it was
people,
quite a
you need to
thing.
start to change the narrative by stopping this aggression towards Nigeria. Now you say you want
It's
Biafra,
a
yet
failed technique, and they continue to. It's
you need
like
to stop this
they're a
aggression.
one-trick pony. I don't think they know any other way. That's
I think
I said
sometimes,
once that they should be more like Euro. I said once jocularly that if only they were Yorubas, but really they should learn something from the way we are, and wish from them as well. But certainly we cannot live together and not learn from one another. All this
yeah.
it's never earned them,
No,
and they've not moved 1 inch forward since they've been doing
let
it.
me tell you something, sir, and those who are listening. I'm not begrudging anyone. I don't hate anyone, but I'll always tell you the truth. I don't care whose ox is God. The Easterners need to learn how to play politics, man. It's not say you want to do you see the level of distrust between Hausa and Igbo, between Igbo and Yoruba. We are just doing politics of convenience now. Igbo will never become Nigeria's president until and unless maybe a political party makes them a vice president, and by providence, like what happened to Yaradua when he died and somebody stepped in there. That's the only way.
You see, Sam.
Stop playing politics like this. Politics of aggression, politics of calling.
That mistake again. It not go happen.
See, they need to, like one man said the other day, these people, you need to define what you want. Do you still want to become a part of Nigeria? That's the first question we need to answer. And we need to begin to change the mentality, this orientation, this victim, like somebody's always against you, like playing victim. You need to stop all of these things.
But Samuel,
what are they
you
called?
see,
Yeah, more Odua. You have to caution that space too. But the same narrative that they push.
Let me tell you the truth. I'm not for Odudua. I'm not for Odudua. I'm not for Biafra or whatever. I'm for one Nigeria. Nigeria must work. We must make it work. That's just the truth. We must make it work together. Where are they going to? Where's Odua going to? Have you even thought who's going to write your constitution?
You
Do you think that's just how to bet a country? No,
Sam,
man. We need to
you see,
stay together, and Nigeria must work.
you see, Sam,
So
you're lying
now
to
we cannot
yourself.
start to.
You see, Sam,
If I was the
I said
president,
this
if I was
now.
the president in Nigeria, Kanu is going to be there for a long time, man.
you see, Sam.
Okay, well, I'm just telling
You
you
know,
that.
if I
That's
was the
it.
president, if I was the president in Nigeria, Kano would not be what he is today, because I would have just ignored him, and that is what
No,
they should have
no,
just done.
you
It
can't
was
ignore
because
that
they
guy.
went. No, you could have ignored him and used covert operations to somewhat silence his voice rather than going after him aggressively. It's the way they went after him. He's been agitating for a long time now. It was when they started to launch at him militarily that
You
then
see,
propelled him in people's
you,
consciousness. It
you
was
see,
just
See
Sam.
another
what
noisemaker.
see
Sam,
what happened in Rwanda?
Mm.
The genocide in Rwanda. Everything started over the radio. For Christ's sake, see what Kanu was preaching before he was taken. I used to watch this YouTube page, and the aggression, the tone. Somebody called in the other day. I think they have some code they use in talking to themselves. No, you can't do that. You can't mention that. Are you one of our soldiers? That was how he was talking to that guy. Go to Anambra, that road. He was giving them direction. Go on, any police you see, they cut off their neck. And I'm thinking like, what kind of
Unbelievable.
nonsense is this? What is this guy
Unbelievable.
sponsoring? You are sponsoring
And
violence.
people are querying why the government went after him. What
If I
choice did
if
the
I
government
if
have?
I was Nigeria's president,
What
Kanu is
choice
not gonna
was
is not gonna come out, man. He's gonna be there for a long time. Do you know how many lives they have destroyed? How many police officers have been killed?
yes,
Every Monday,
you see,
thank
people
you because
every
I say
Monday.
this and then they call me Igbo hater.
you
You know,
see, Sam. This Sam. This is why you say a hypocrite. Don't you? I'm gonna say you stay hypocrite. You want one Nigeria, but can't get you president. One is my foot. One Nigeria, my foot.
all right.
You want one Nigeria, but get you president.
No,
See,
no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
that,
no,
no.
no.
But
No,
did
Why?
you hear?
that,
Hold on, Charles. Did you hear what Sam said?
What Sam is saying is hypocrite. What he's
No,
saying.
or did you hear what he said? Do you want me
I know
to
what he
repeat it?
said.
No, you don't, because your response doesn't suggest that you do.
Yes, I
What
do
he
know what he
say?
said.
No. What he's saying is that the East they have to come and play the politics rather than ask for people to give them the presidency. Do you not agree with that? That they have to play the politics?
This is the reason why this is the reason why the Igbos and trust
No, no.
other Nigerian. This is the reason why what Sam just said. Why should they trust them?
Answer the question, Charles.
You see, you guys, this is why the Nigerian Delta East are angry at all the tribe. This is the reason why they're angry. And what just Sam just said, this is the reason why they want to leave Nigeria
All right.
immediately. What's the point?
Okay, I think you just made the point that Sam was making. You know, but you're not typical of the space though, because you.
No,
Yeah, but
it's hypocrite. Why you keep saying one Nigeria, but Nigeria don't be fair? What was it? Come on, man.
what would you like to see, Charles? What would you like to see?
Because I would like to see fairness in Nigeria. I keep saying, if
And
people
what is the coloration of that fairness? Describe that fairness.
fairness to me mean that a fair Nigeria means that one tribe cannot be president every time. That's not fair.
Yeah, but one tribe is not president every time now.
Yes, it is.
No. Hold on. The fourth republic president was a Yoruba man, replaced by Fulani man, who was replaced by South man to be replaced by another Northerner. So
Woman,
that's already three tribes just in the last
no, you
20,
see,
25 years.
you're lying to yourself. Do you know why?
Is Obasanjo not a Yoruba man?
Mom, did I just
Is
say
Diadua not a Fulani man? Is Goodluck Jonathan not a South man? Are those not three different tribes?
woman?
Goodluck is an German man.
Yes, but South still.
Before Celebi will
You
come
see,
and fight.
you guys are stupid.
So how have I lied?
No, I think it's hypocrite what you're saying. You know why it's hypocrite?
Why?
The Yorubas and outside be president for, they'll be president for how many times? But no South, no from the Nigeria one time.
Goodluck Jonathan is a Hausa man.
They kicked him out. Do you know why?
He was president for 6
No,
years.
they kicked him out for a reason.
He was president for 6 years.
But they kicked him out. That shows
They
you
voted
something.
him in 2011 above Buhari. Buhari was his opponent in 2011. They voted him in.
But they kicked him out. That shows you something.
No. But they voted him in. Did you not? Are you
but-
missing that one?
But see, Nigeria missed the point. Why did they not kick him out? There's a reason why they did that.
No. Why did they not vote him in? They not voted him in. Do you know that, or are you just choosing to
They
ignore?
voted for political. Never want to vote a guy from the Niger Delta East. They don't
They
want to vote
voted him in 2011. Are you
just
aware
to
of
kick him
that?
out. That's the plan, just to vote in one
Okay,
term.
so
kick him out. That's the
when
plan.
they voted him in, that was okay. But when they voted against him, that's tribalism. Yeah, is that what you're
When
saying?
they voted, see, I keep saying this. I keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it until Nigeria hear, because Nigeria not listening.
Charlie boy,
One Nigeria is pointless. It's fairness.
all right.
No northern want an eastern South to put. That's a fact.
How about it's not a fact though, because as I've just told you, they voted for Goodluck Jonathan against Buhari in 2011. You know that, and if you don't know, I'm telling you now.
You know that the
Charles,
Northern
Charles,
kick
you're
Jonathan
funny.
for
You
one
know
type
that,
of
right?
reason to kick him out. That's a fact.
They did what?
Charles,
Sorry.
The Northern vote. The Northern Jonathan would pay for one time. They want George to just out quickly. But they didn't do that to Obaseki.
They wanted him out quickly. He was already president for about 2.5 years. And then they voted him again for another 4 years.
Yeah, but they didn't
he wanted an additional 4 years to become like about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Does he want to be president for life?
Yeah, but that's what the plan. They didn't do that to when Obaseki was. They didn't do that to Obaseki. They know why he didn't do that? Because he's a Yoruba guy. That's why they didn't do that. See, I keep saying this.
Charles, where do you belong? Tomorrow you'll be making case for an Igbo man to be Nigerian president.
It's kind of hypocrite.
You'll be making case for Biafra. Where do you belong?
All right.
Even a Niger Delta Igbo guy will say what I'm saying. They understand.
All
but you guys don't listen. One Nigeria, no fairness to one Nigeria. It's hypocrite.
Let me just finish.
All right. Let's get back to Sam. Thank you, Charles.
Let me just finish on that. Where we digress to. I know it's a digression. It's not part of this thing. Whether APC cut off his neck or not, the Igbos will not vote for them. That's a taking. Is a given. Take it or leave it. They will not vote for them. So what's always their problem with like Bola Tinubu harassing and calling this guy? I know, fine, you're a politician. If you put yourself in the public space, expect whatever you get. This guy has not taken contract ever in the East. He has never built anything. He doesn't have businesses over there. I don't know, maybe he has. Somebody should enlighten us or myself. The hatred for this guy is just so deep. He's not dabbling into your politics, telling you vote for this person, I support this person in the East. So why is that so much animosity towards this guy in the West? You guys have been allowed. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
I want to ask you a question in that space. Are you saying that the East will rather vote for an Aboki than to vote for Bala?
But they've said that on this platform.
Let me tell you the truth. For example, there was this bill at the Senate and the House of Reps 2 weeks ago that was shut down about the independent candidacy, about having a referendum. Do you know Abaribe, that is from Abia State, that stood shorty for Nnamdi Kanu, that should be at prison or that should be in prison now because Kanu absconded, ran away from Nigeria, is roaming around the street. Do you know this guy is being seen with Atiku now? Yeah, these ones are the ones fronting for Biafra. They are just playing.
Governor now.
What?
You want to become governor?
See, all of this. Let me tell our people here. They are taking you for a ride. It's an industry. Kanu and his Ikes are making money from it. If you don't know, forget all of this Biafra. It won't happen in Nigeria.
We've explained it so many times
Forget
to them,
it, man.
but they don't
it.
Want to.
How many Yoruba people have lands in the East? How many of them have businesses in the East? Do you know how many Igbos are traveling in Lagos? Is that the same case for every other person in the East? When Bola Tinubu was governor in Lagos State, I know Akabo is a redeemed member. I know that one for sure. But Akabo was part of this thing.
One of my friends has a business in Enugu and he's from Moyo. He's from Ibadan.
No, those are satellite incidents. A good 20%, if not, and that is even conservative, of businesses in Lagos, Igbo. In fact, they control so much space that even a Yoruba person cannot come into where they have their markets and It's not that they can't come in, but he won't thrive because they've already they command so much of the space. You know,
Why are you giving what you can't take? For Christ's sake, you are giving what you can't take.
To
You are
make case for
expanding
them.
and flourishing in Lagos. Joe Igbekwe has been in APC
Wait,
for a
to
long
make
time.
case
He's
for them
a
again.
special advisor now in Lagos.
To
Igbo
make
people have
case for them again. There are more Igbo men doing business outside the Igbo land, so they don't have businesses that you want to go there and strive. So that's all.
no.
in
So
Kaduna.
what is even the meaning of the
Okay,
Biafra? Look at that. I
No,
mean,
it's
it's
big
just
meaning. It's big
in
meaning. They
Kaduna
just even
State,
get the presidency. That's a big meaning.
El-Rufai made an Igbo person uncommissioned. I think in his first time or something, I can't remember, or one of his
That's
special
political move
advisors.
now.
Yet,
That's
so much
political move.
hatred have been channeled towards El-Rufai. People that are doing things the right way. You just hate them for no reason, for Christ's sake. Yet, you want no one Nigeria. Yet, you are chanting you are not being included. How
Yeah,
can you be included?
you're
When
shouting for
all your
one
votes
Nigeria when
goes
Igbo
towards
can never
PDP,
be
PDP,
president. Come on, man.
they have turned that side to a regional. They have turned PDP to a regional party. That's not the way to win the general election.
You are making
Come on.
some
The
valid,
truth will
valid point,
set you
though.
free.
It's
you,
hard
you
to
know
The
argue.
truth will set you free.
the Nigerian space is a very curious space. The Igbos, they viscerally hate the Yorubas. The Northerners, they to the core of their being, they hate the Igbos. The Igbos, they would rather the Northerners than the Yoruba man, and the Northerners, they would rather a Yoruba man than an Igbo man. And there it
I
is
don't.
right there.
I won't say the Hausa man yet Igbo man. If not, they won't
You don't
allow
think
them
so?
to occupy their space now. You know
No,
the do
no,
you
no,
know the
no,
presence
no.
of Igbo man in
They
Lagos?
tolerate them. They tolerate them.
Yeah.
You know what do you
No,
mean?
yeah, man. If you
All
think they
right.
are in
Okay.
Lagos,
No,
go
no,
north. Every
they love
nook
them.
and
All right.
cranny.
They love them now. They love them.
No,
Do,
not
They
that
do
love
you
they,
them
know?
I
in the
mean,
north.
I love that. No, I won't use the word love and hate. You
Mhm.
understand?
Do you know? Do you
The
know?
Northerners, the average Northern, they
It is
hate the
Igbo
Igbos.
man that
They
does
hate
not
them.
tolerate people in their own space. I agree with
The,
that because if you
no,
go
no,
east,
we're not talking about.
hardly
We're just talking about the mentality in broad strokes. We're not saying somebody cannot live anywhere. We know that
Do,
the
do,
Igbos,
you- do,
you
do,
know, the
do,
Igbos
do
they
you
would live even in an inferno. They will live in a volcano. They have endurance. They will live anywhere so long as there's a dollar there. They will go.
do you know? Do you know the monster that Nnamdi Kanu has been feeding is becoming a wildfire in the east now? I'm not sure you picked this story that happened like 2 or 3 weeks ago, where some girls in the girls' school in Abia State or one of these eastern states. These guys, these Biafran guys, were all, I don't know if they're IPOP because you were trying to make a distinction between the two yesterday, but I just think it's a six of one and a half, a dozen of the other. There's no difference. Because if I'm fronting for a cause, yeah, I mean, it's just the same thing. They went to this school and they raped all the girls in that dormitory. And these are Igbo to Igbo. And these are the ones shouting. I think they call themselves Eastern Security Network. I can't remember the true call of that gist. But these are these guys that went there killing police
My brother,
officers
watch your man, watch your
randomly.
language. One man say, "Look, they call that. Would they say the knock, They went to knock their guy first,
Okay,
okay?
okay,
I
sorry about
told
that. They
me.
went in there. They went in there.
They
I'm
knock.
man. We need to start changing the orientation, man. If you continue going like this, like the guy that came last night shouting here, you will not get anything.
But
The
Sam,
only reason you're playing second fiddle is because of your attitude. There's so much distrust.
you don't
There's
know
so
the
much
truth.
distrust.
Hold on, Charles.
If you put an Hausa man down to pick either Yoruba or Igbo, someone to work with, he will easily pick Yoruba person. Why? There's
Because
so
they don't
much
want to vote for
distrust.
Igbo. I keep saying that, and you say I'm lying.
Backstabbing.
Sam, just hold on a second, just to buttress that little anecdote that you just gave about what happened in some dormitory. This was one of the headlines that I abandoned. Our residents flee as Ebubuagu operatives invade Imo community, kill many, raise market down. Residents of Amankwo in Osu local government area of Imo State have fled the community after an attack by members of Ebu Biagu security outfit who killed a yet to be ascertained number of people. Governors of the Southeast region had in April 2021 unveiled Ebu Biagu to aid the fight against insecurity. So on and on it goes, but that's essentially what it is. Just to add on to that narrative that you just gave about what happened in some hostels. So this is just what happens there.
See, they are just playing you, my Igbo brothers and sisters. These politicians are playing you. Abaribe is a senior ranking member in the Senate, I think in the minority side. He voted down this referendum thing because he knew where, of course, they knew where it's going to. You think he doesn't have an ambition? He wants to become governor in Abia State, for Christ's sake now. So why would he let Nigeria break up? So if Biafra stand alone, do you think he's going to achieve his own ambition? They are playing us. They are playing you as well.
No,
So
they're
forget all of
playing
this
you.
Biafra thing. They are just milking money. If you see how much these people are raising online, when I hear about it, I'm like, So these people have money like this from all over the world, raising funds, send them back home. See the ammunition, see what Nnamdi Kanu is controlling from UK. Yet you want me as a president, for Christ's sake, to sit down in Nigeria and keep watching that? I'm going to lock him up for a long time, man.
Sam, I'm sorry for you. I'm crying for you every day. Do you know why? I'm sorry for you. You're the reason why the evil government is still doing bad things in Nigeria. You support them. What you're just saying. I would say the truth will set you free. You can't speak the truth. You can't answer the truth. Naturally, Nigeria can never work. That's the truth.
Okay, wait. Is Nnamdi Kanu not a British citizen? Why hasn't Prime Minister here gone to his rescue in Nigeria?
I keep saying this hypocrite. I keep saying it. Every day until Nigeria share the truth. I keep saying this. That can never work. How can you say one Nigeria, but you don't feel it in government? You don't feel it.
One man, let's go to the next topic, sir.
All right. So it's a difficult space to enter because anytime you enter that space, just the push.
I'm happy to debate. I'm happy to debate this with anyone. They're just playing you. That's the truth.
Yeah, well, I think we all know that, but sadly, hopefully the penny will drop at some point. Buhari speaks on ruling All Progressive Congress crisis, insists convention holds on March the 26th. So Buhari finally breaks ranks, he breaks cover to speak to that space, and he is warning that what is going on in APC at the moment mirrors what led to the implosion of PDP all those years ago. He's insisting now that the convention holds on the 26th, but notedly, he's not spoken to exactly the crisis around the chairmanship, which is to tell us that the chairman still subsists. Senators at a meeting held to support Mia Malabuni, Ahmed Lawan, the Senate President, Ovie Omagege Ojikalu, and other senior people. So there it is right there. Hold stations, and as you were, this is what Buhari is saying. What are you then making of this pronouncement from the Daura man?
Very quickly on that front, I think Buhari has been a major problem as a party man and as our president. But I'll leave the presidency aside and face the party. If there's any president that we've had, even Goodluck Jonathan was not this slow, for Christ's sake. Buhari is a slow president. He's too slow in taking decisions, slow in taking actions. When Saraki became the Senate president, against the grains of the party, he was just there sitting like a lame duck, doing nothing. Do you think Obasanjo will have allowed that, for Christ's sake? If they had their anointed candidates? Do you not think Sarabi will be in prison now? How Saraki played all the Senate and they were going to the court with him, at the Code of Conduct Bureau, turning the Senate to a joke. Just see how they removed Oshiomhole as the chairman. Buhari, see, as much as I like him, that I don't know, maybe he's stealing money or not, but he looks like a good man to me. I hate when people are just too slow. Your body language as a president, you don't know how much power this. See, the most powerful president in the world is Nigerian's president, according to that constitution, the way Nigeria has been structured. You can do and undo. You can do anything. Use your power rightly, for Christ's sake. Use it rightly. As a president and as a chairman of that, not the chairman of that party, but the one that has the highest say in your party, you use your power positively. Sometimes I see Buhari's body language, and I sometimes it tends towards like he's against some people in the party. It's like he doesn't want some. I don't know. It's not because
Buhari is the worst president that we could have had for this period in time. Forgetting the corruption and the ethnic whatever, like it's just too sluggish. It's too old in age and idea.
I prefer him to Jonathan, but then that part of him that is just too slow is killing me, for Christ's sake. See how the party they are just name dropping your name everywhere. At every instance, they are dropping name. This is what Buhari said, so everybody will fall in line. For Christ's sake, I think the party members, the governors, those ones have become a demigod on their own. Other party members They need to start challenging Buhari's authority now. It's not coming back again, for Christ's sake. You see where
why do you
the way
prefer him to Jonathan?
Jonathan was the worst president we had in history. It was a worst president. It was a.
Because
Let's not go into that. We will not
no,
go
no,
into
no.
that.
Just give me a little feel of why you feel that. Because I
Oh
think he was one
man.
of the best.
No. We saw the fleas. We saw the. I mean the stealings. Stealing is not corruption, for Christ's sake. Who says that as a president? We saw how people were empowered and emboldened. I mean, Fani Kayode, for Christ's sake, a political jobber, doing your coupe. This guy at Arise TV. Do you know how many millionaires that were made illegally under Jonathan? What about the money that was found at that Ikoyi residence? Those minted dollars stored in the cabinet. We have not had the last of that. Events have overtaken everything in Nigeria. I mean, it pains me where Nigeria, I mean, is like a movie, like in Nollywood. Before you finish this one, another one happens again, and you just
You
lose track
know,
of what is happening. Those dollars that were found in that place, they said it was from the NIA. It was for a covert operation, for Christ's sake. I beg. No, Jonathan was not in charge of that country. I don't believe he was in charge of that country. To some extent, I believe Buhari. I mean, as a president, you need to be in charge. Fine, there may have been some northern power brokers that have been remoting him and telling him what to do. But sometimes you need to be able to take a stand. Nobody would try that with Obasanjo now. Even Yaradua, nobody would try that. See, under Yaradua, I believe there was some sanity under Yaradua. It's just unfortunate that guy died very, very early. There was sanity. A court will pronounce it.
Yaradua's death is really thrown the country out of skill, because
I'm telling
if we
you.
had had him, because when he came in and he said the circumstances of his presidency, that they were not clean and above board, and he promised to address that, that already put him on a good footing for me. And the way he handled the Niger Delta, a lot of people applauded him for that. So he sounded like a man with a brain, you know. But then
Yes.
he's dead now. He gave us Good Luck Jonathan, which has now given us Buhari. You know, if he had not died, we would have just had the Yoruba slot, and maybe we'll be back in the north by now. But we would
That's
have
it.
weeded out all this Buhari and all these people, because there would have been no room for them.
Under Jonathan, they had this confab where they were sponsoring this bill or sponsoring one of their thingy. The president should have a one term of 6 years. Jonathan was already propping himself for that as well. Have you forgotten?
Is that a bad idea?
No, it shouldn't start with Jonathan.
Yes,
Why should it start with him?
It should not have started with him. Yes.
Okay, if Jonathan really meant well, why didn't he sign that confab this thing? Why did he hand it over to Buhari? You see, this politician.
Because he did not know that he would not get a second term.
Oh, so Jonathan thought he was going to win the election? Joker.
Well, he had the confidence, but he did not do the rigging.
Okay, with all of those governors that left the convention, and of course, he should have seen the handwriting on the wall. I mean, the die is cast now. No, if he thought that way, then I know he's not a politician. You will know now when the chips are down. Now, for Christ's sake, no, he shouldn't have thought that way. Maybe people were lying to him anyway. You know, politicians can believe anything. Anyway, so back to what we are saying. I think Buhari is a major problem in that APC. As a party leader that you are, you should be able to command. You should be able to command some power, even without you talking at all. This governor is flocking around you, coming to meet you at every instance and making you change your mind at every point in time they approach you. It doesn't make sense. As much as I don't like Boni, the way he handled, they only give him 6 months. 6 months has turned to 2 years. What's the president waiting for? Couldn't the president have called him like, this guy, what are you actually doing? You want convention in a month's time, yet you set up a subcommittee for convention for over 1,800 people. That's a recipe for confusion, for Christ's sake. What's wrong with that guy? That should make you understand that he was not interested in conducting this convention. Maybe he had some people he's dancing to their tune. Maybe he wanted more money as a de facto APC chairman, telling us who will be the chairman, who will be the president.
You see, the one thing that we can say with some certainty, even though you cannot say too much with certainty in Nigerian politics, is that convention will hold on the 26th. Because a lot of people have now circled around that space now. They've told us that this guy has an injunction that he wants to use to truncate it, so he cannot do that anymore. Buhari has come out to say, hold that convention on the 26th. So he will hold that position for an additional 2 weeks. and then we'll see how it plays out. But if they have the convention but don't have primaries alongside it, then that plays out their politics. So the next person to come in now, what is his politics is the thing. So a lot riding on that 26th date.
To be honest, I want to be cautiously optimistic, but I don't trust it's going to happen. If it happens, then good luck to them. Because as we are speaking right now, we have over 208 cases at the court in APC. And if Buhari comes, I'm sure he's going to tell every one of them to go and withdraw their cases. Do you think every one of them will listen to him? Do you know the funny thing? PDP should just be happy with what's going on. They need to put their house in order. As much as I don't like all of them, they are the ones that, and those in APC, that have gotten us where we are today, especially that PDP. They are those ones, they are looters. They are looters. They should be rejoicing by now, seeing all of this is happening to APC. Because if APC doesn't get what they are doing right, if they don't get their acts together, the PDP shouldn't see anything. Just wait for the election to come and go. Where APC wins, just take them to court. Take them to court. Whatever happened in Zamfara, River State, and all those states will happen to APC presidency. They will just lose out because the court will just pronounce that you never had any presidential candidate, you never had any because whatever happens at the neck, that I think they've convened a meeting. They are going to convene a meeting on the 17th of March on Thursday. So let's see what comes out from there. But they should be very, very careful. The court in Nigeria now, Buhari is not going to come back as president. So those ones will just be declaring anything. And the judiciary as well needs to be looked at. They are one of our problems in the country. Giving conflicting judges judgments every time. They are one of our problems as well.
All right, Sam. When you go to the eastern space, you expect some backlash, and the backlash coming thick and fast. This guy has written a thesis just to explain to us that you are an Igbo hater. You editor. He's written a thesis. Look how long it's taking this guy to write this just to call you an Igbo hater. Sam, you are anti-Igbo. Talk what you know. Obasanjo, your brother looted Nigeria dry, etc., etc. So even the elegant celibate, she's coming at you with no holds barred. It says this is celibate coming at you. You are simply a false. You are simply false because you are tribalistic. So it's a difficult space to go to. Anytime you go to that space, you don't get a nuanced and a detailed discussion. All you get is just this visceral pushback with aggression and accusations of racism and tribalism and whatnot. So welcome to the space. I knew as we were talking about the East, I knew they would come for you, and very quickly they
I wish them all the best. To be honest, I don't hate them. I'm just saying. Say it's an open mic. I don't believe. See, in families, when a husband and a wife are fighting, to the core of the matter, if you ask them, there's lack in communication. We need to start communicating things, either big or small. In the political space, whatever is happening around us, most of our problems come from lack of communication. Let people express themselves. The guy that came last night, he spoke his mind and he went away. We know where he is. Everybody know my stand. I'm not here to grab the microphone or to stay long on the mic or whatever to be popular. I'm just saying my mind. That's the way I feel. I've studied that scene. I've studied that environment a lot, and I know what's happening. I was in Oyo State doing my.
Go on. Okay, Charles. We know what you have to say, Charles.
That guy yesterday went too far. Attacking one man.
Yeah, it did go too far, but it's not the first, and almost certainly will not be the last because of the sort of conversations that we have here.
Let me just drop this one. While I was in Oyo State in my NYSC, okay, I was privileged to be the CLO. Like I was the deputy to our I've forgotten what the whatever it's called from the local government that is looking after us. But I was the second in charge in my local government, Ujungbodu, Oyo State. We had Igbos, we had Yoruba, plenty Igbos in my local. We're up to 150 in my batch. Those that give me problem, they were the Igbo people. And I'm not saying these things I'm telling you based on experiences, based on what I've seen, my feelings as well. Everybody's got, it's an open microphone. Say what you know. We had the Hausa people there. They were so friendly. You will even think some of them are dons. They are so smart and intelligent. They know this politics that we think we are discussing. They know politics than us.
You're not the first person to say that. This is what Black League is always trying to explain to us, that the lack of sophistication that we assume about the North is the biggest failing that we have, because these people, they are so sophisticated. But what you also said now, your experience with them in camp, it tallies with how I view them globally. They are very civilized people, very polite and very friendly on a one-on-one basis. I don't know what happens to them in their mix, but the usual experience with an educated, you want an educated northerner more than anybody else, because you know that he will conduct himself like a gentleman. I think more than any other tribe, if they are educated, then they're very civilized to be around. What was that the experience? Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go on. I'm just saying, let us just write those guys off. They are very, very savvy. They know what's going on in Nigeria, man. They know their local government chairman. They know what is going on. They know. Two of them are in House of Reps now. They were in my batch. They told me, Sam, forget it. Nobody is giving us job. I don't have any parent, but that politics, we are going to go into it. And then they found
But
their
it's
way.
easier for them to enter politics though in the North, because they don't have a mass of educated people. So it's only from a handful of educated people that will control political spaces. So it's easier for you to be a rep member in the North. In your own street, even in your own state, I'm sure everybody is PhD. So how can you chance them? You can't chance them.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Go on, but is it consistent with the conversation though?
Oh yes, exactly, because of because the level of education you purported the Northerners to be having. So why are they not leading us well?
Well, I didn't say they're educated though. I said the educated ones, they are delightful to be around. And
yes, and then they are in the political.
Hold on, this was what Sam was narrating as a direct experience.
Yes, but then you also hold on. You also stress that those few educated ones are the ones going into politics.
Regardless of anything.
And so why are they not leading us well then? Why are they not making Nigeria look so good?
Don't worry, you have to ask them. So that's a question for you, Jafar. So
they are still one of the best Nigerians, regardless of whatever.
That is ego.
I agree with one man. If he says they are educated, they will lead us well. The Northerners are welcoming people. They are straightforward people.
Because they are giving some money. They are giving some money.
Is it because you have one?
Yes.
Is it because you have one friend from Kaduna now?
No. We've these things this has been debated during the 90s. All these things were said, not because of one friend from Kaduna. Nigeria today, if you want to pick within the Igbo, the Yoruba, as they name it, Wazobia, who will be the best of all? People will go for the North because they are more welcoming. They are more everything in terms of whatever. That's just the fact. Nigerians know this that I'm saying. It's not a matter of you come here and do this or do that.
See this guy. See this guy.
This is ego now.
Or you want to compare an Igbo man with an Hausa man in terms of character. You want to compare Yoruba man with an Hausa man. Tell me. Say it.
No.
So this is the position.
Obviously, you know that my position is that the Yoruba man is superior to the North.
The Yorubas are always superior. You know, when their brains are there, things always work. Their brains has been in this country for the last 60 years, and nothing has gone forward for us. Yoruba brain.
Nigeria worked under Obasanjo. And that was the only time he ever worked.
This platform.
The only time Nigeria ever worked was under Obasanjo.
We agree. We agree because he ran a balanced government. Everybody knows that. We give you kudos for that.
So there you are.
Yeah, agreed. That one is not taken away from me. I want to put the question before this platform. Do we agree that? Do we agree with the language of what do you call him, Akeredolu, that some Yahoo governors are backing him? Do we agree? How many of us agree here?
No, I don't agree with that statement because I think the governors need to, especially Erifai and Akeredolu, they need to tone down their voices now.
But when you say tone down, is it true that they are Yahoo governors or not?
No, that's not what he meant directly, like Yahoo Yahoo. It's just describing
Yahoo
them.
Yahoo is what he meant directly, because they tell you that we build road, they will not build. They will tell you that we do this, they will not build.
What about the Akededoli himself? Has he paid salary since January?
He might be part of the Yahoo Yahoo governors, but if he
So
said that there are
he's
Yahoo Yahoo
indicting
governors,
he's
I want
indicting himself
Nigerians
too,
to
because I
agree
know
that yes, there are lots of Yahoo Yahoo governors who just come
because
to
I know
deceive the Nigerian youth and the Nigerian populace in the name of politics.
I know in Ondo State he
Samu,
has not paid salary since
Samu,
January. Yet he's coming out
Samu,
and be saying this.
Only January. Only
Samu,
January.
But
Samu. You know,
Only
you're very
January.
wrong. You are very wrong in that Edo space.
Okay.
You understand? What you are forgetting is that within that Edo space, apart from Oshomole, will be national chairman then of the APC, there's the Dan Obe, Chief Dan Obe, who is also pretty much a deputy chairman, Southwest of PDP in that state too. And that's where the contention come in. You understand? So now you say they accuse Obasanjo or Obaseki for not swearing those 70 governors. If to say he swear them at the initial stage, you think saying go see be governor by today?
Of course, I knew it was politics. I knew it was politics he was playing. But now that he has become governor for over close to 2 years now, why is he still waiting?
Not time. It's not. I'm sure you think it's not. They are going
That's
to
not
stay in the
fair. That's
PDP.
not
They are
fair.
not going to stay in
That's not fair.
PDP now. They are never in PDP in the first place. Even though we can finish Philip Shaibu today, if we can bastard the guy, I don't think man. So, but I understand where they come from. You cannot just come like that just because you are the governor. Come with man will
You
be
see,
being a king already. Crash must
you see,
stay in the first place.
you see what we are
But
facing in Nigeria now. This is
no,
reality we are facing.
that's the game. We go. We
It's
might want to just pay
unfortunate.
attention and learn so that we not go repeat the same mistake. Trust me.
All
If you
right.
don't pay attention now, you go repeat the same mistake. Wait, you go repeat the same thing because now power.
All right. Thank you, Sam. So that was a good opener. So let's go on from Sam to engineer. Hopefully, engineer is with us. Engineer is not like you to be quiet, so I imagine you are not with us. Okay, let's go. Let's go to Charlie Boy. So Charlie Boy, let's come to you. Are you there, Charles? Okay. Okay, Ovie is there, so let's go to Ovie. So Ovie, to you. Pardon me. So Buhari speaks on the APC space, the goings on within that space. He insists that the convention must hold on the 26th, which is just 2 weeks away. So
One man, I have a question for you. Sorry.
yeah, go on.
This issue of Dave Umahi, who they take out of office and is still sitting in the office, how can you describe such a governor?
No, I think it's gone back to that same judge to ask for a stay of execution. So I think he has
That
gone.
same judge or another judge, another court?
Well, I think it might well be the same judge, but he
No,
has gone.
no, he went to appeal the case. So while the case is still going on in appeal, he will remain the governor until he runs down his time. I'm sure he will have left the position as a governor before he gets to the Supreme Court. It's still politics.
Yes, exactly. He only has 1 year left, so he's just kicking the can down the road. But I hope that judgment subsists, even if it's just 1 day left and they kick him out, so that we have it now as a standard.
They should kick him out. They should kick him out.
Why should
So
they
that
kick him out?
those that are running from winning with APC and running to PDP, or winning with PDP and running to APC, will learn a lesson from this judgment. This judgment will stand in this country. For those that are making us look stupid in this country, to understand that our votes cannot just be toyed with. The judgment should be seriously followed up with, and those that have defected with other people's vote, with other parties' vote, must be removed from power in this country.
All right, but I don't think they can apply laws retrospectively. But
I think as much as I agree with the judgment, I really want it to be enforced at the end of the day, that the Supreme Court should give us a final verdict that will become a law on that. However, the PDP has acted too fast. when INEC said they should present a candidate. So that was why the governor, I'm not in his mind, I don't know what he's thinking, but as an outsider, I'm thinking he was thinking like, why is INEC all of a sudden quickly talking, and the PDP has submitted 2 names. These names they need to go through DSS. They need to be vetted. You can't just give us a fraud or something as the governor in your state. So quickly throwing up the names and INEC talking at the same time, that was what made Umahi say, okay, so you get, because there was a case similar like that at the federal level that Umahi has won. This, or at the state level, which the governor has won. Something similar to it now went to the federal level, which was against him. So he's thinking in his mind, okay, so you guys think you can play the politics of money? Because the way it is, like I said earlier while I was talking, the judges in Nigeria, the judiciary, they need to be looked into. If APC is not careful, they will finish APC the way these things are going.
All right. So that's that. So thank you for that. So let's go to Ovie then. So Ovie, to that space, the Buhari space, he comes out to speak to say that the convention will hold on the 26th and is asking that the backstabbing and name calling stop within the party. But he did not address the elephant in the room to tell us if he indeed supported the removal of Buni or if Buni remains removed or not. So that space still in contention, but he says carry on as you are. So we read into that Buni has not been removed and the convention to hold on the 26th. So if the convention holds on the 26th, it doesn't really matter if Buni is there or not, although he plays a hand in that. But Buhari has already indicated that it's one Abdullahi that he wants to be the chairman of the party at the convention. So a little bit just is no clearer from an already muddy situation. So what are you then making of Buhari's insertion into the narrative over here?
I think he spoke like a king, like a father. You know, as his father should speak to. That's what I'm seeing there. You know, you guys should make sure you guys should put your house in order. You know, mind your utterances and other kind of. I say that statement will speak. So I don't see anything that will change the the fire that is already, you know, high in flame already. I don't see how this will help. I still stand that I don't see the convention holding. But if you hold, as you likely said, he has his eyes fixed on the former governor of Nasarawa, if I'm not mistaken. Right, that's the man they are drafting as a consensus a candidate. Am I right, one man?
No, yeah, some guy called Abdullahi is the person that they are saying he favors. I don't think he's especially favored by the governors because I think the governors recalled from that name, but that's the name he favors.
Yeah, Black League, are you there? I think he was a former senator too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
right?
Okay. But
he's a current senator.
Current senator, yes.
Former governor of Nasarawa State.
Well, I'm trying to be sure because I know it was him and Ovi Omagege that were actually very vocal at the point. The fire Bukola Saraki and the rest. So Ovi Omagege ended up being the deputy senate president, as it is. So if they reward the other man, there's another man who going to be hard for the governors to manipulate because of his own position too. That's a good reward. I think that's where all the everybody is pointing finger to why is.
So was the move by Bello and his cohorts, was it essentially a move against this Abdullahi and not necessarily a move against Buni? Because if the convention holds, as we have no reason to believe that it would, because they are telling us it will hold, and there's nothing to tell us that it would not. So if the convention holds, then Buni comes out of play on the 26th. So if they know that, then their move, their mini coup, would essentially be the coup towards the 26th, and not a coup against Buni. If you get that convoluted thing that I'm presenting.
Yeah, I understand. That means indirectly, right? I understand what you are saying. Yeah, but will I say well, I think they moved because they actually believe that Buni will not hold the convention. So, but they don't, regardless of what, since they have a reason, and the reason is killing much treacherous, if you ask me, to the party and to the commander in chief, you kind of betrayed loyalty. If that's actually all they accuse him of is what it is, they have every reason to take him out even before the convention. Either he wants to hold it or not, they should not spend a day or a night on that seat. If their discovery is if they are to go by their discovery.
How is Boni able to hold that convention when just a good in excess of 50% of the party have indicated they have no confidence in him? Because whatever it is, however it plays out, what is categorical is a vote of no confidence. So that demonstration was a vote of no confidence. So how can he hold the convention when over half the party have no confidence in him at the topmost echelon?
Yeah, I don't think his intention was to hold the convention. He has no intention of holding the convention.
Right.
I mean, that's the excuse the current guys who are in charge are using. That they suspected by his aunties and everything he's doing, he's not going to hold the convention. So we
No,
have to.
no, no. I'm talking about. No, I'm talking about the situation as it obtains now, because the situation as it obtains now is looking like Buni continues to hold that chairmanship, but that attempted coup by the governors, it indicates to us that the governors, a good majority of them, have no confidence in him. But he subsists because Buhari did not say in his statement that Buni was not the chairman, which indicates to us that he considers him to still be the chairman. So, how is it? And he insists also, Buhari, that the convention will hold on the 26th. So he has the confidence because you have to remember that Buni, Abubakar Malami, and Emefiele, they've been to London to go and discuss with Buhari. And it's off the back of that discussion that he has made this public statement. So if he's telling us that the convention holds, then that is perhaps the most credible of all the information that it should hold. But we have the backdrop of this coup. So how does the two permutate when there's a vote of no confidence and you are insisting that you're going to run a convention? How does the two fit
When
into
you
each other?
when you say coup, are you including Buhari or you are excluding him?
How do you mean?
Because you can't exclude him. They would not do what they did in his absence without his knowledge. They will not
Well,
try it.
with or without Buhari, if Buhari was part of the coup, people say that the last person to speak with Buhari is who he goes with. And that seems to somewhat demonstrate in this little cameo that just played out. Rufai told us categorically that Buhari had the backing. He
Yeah,
backed it. He
and
told
I
us
think that
that.
is a
But
fact.
but
I
then,
think that is a real fact.
but then Buni and Malami went to see him, and he's changed somewhat his position now. But irrespective, still the question though. Okay, abandon it. If you don't understand it, then
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
yes.
I'm,
So that's the question. A good over 50% of the country the party by action demonstrates they have got no confidence in Buni. The situation as subsists now tells us that Buni continues to be the chairman of the party. The leader of the party assures us that the convention will hold in 2 weeks' time on the 26th. So how does that play out?
I think at this point, Boni is not in town up to now. He's not back from his medical trip, and from now till middle of the week, if he's not back, I think we should, forget about him as the chairman of the caretaker committee. Even though from my own end, he's already gone, because I will credit the they were able to sell to the general public and indeed the majority of the party that they want to hold the party. There's nothing that suggests that they are actually intend to hold the party. That's the Boni-led caretaker committee now. For them to actually let everybody to believe that yes, you're going to hold it down, later on, about 50% of the whole, party now discovered that, okay, this guy, he's not going to do it. I'll still give them credit on that. But as I said, I can't seem to see beyond the fact that it's the end of the road for him.
Oh, for Bonnie?
Yes.
All right. We see how it plays out, because it's still, it's just a lack of clarity. And this mirrors how this administration has been all the way through. Just some scattergun, just rattle along, just jibber jabber all the way through. It's just a jibber jabber administration.
I don't think they would, no matter how they would disrespect or disregard the Buhari at this point, they will not carry out a coup without his knowledge or without his approval.
But in his language, which Garba Shehu told us, he's telling us the convention holds on the 26th and the party should settle down. So he did not speak to the leadership crisis.
I will hold them to that, but at the same time, I want to see if Guni will be back before the week runs out. That is the week we are heading into.
Okay. If it comes up and then it turns up at that secretariat, I'm sure there'll be a plethora of cameras there to welcome him. So
that will be okay.
All right, thank you, V. So, too, Governor Mohammed spending 100 million naira on Quranic recitation in Bauchi State. So, essentially, this is a declaration of Bauchi State as an Islamic state. There's no equivocation there. There's no ambiguity in that. It's stating frontally that his state is an Islamic state. So, Islamic states then nested within the Nigerian secular state. How does that work?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't. That shouldn't be something. Let's say that is what they actually mean or what it stands for. I mean, it's not.
What else does it mean? What else does it mean? When a poor state with 4 billion income to take care of the totality of they put 100 million of that into Islamic Quranic recitation.
That's a national. It's a national competition. No?
What national competition? Is that not a declaration of an Islamic state? Is a national competition? Is it not organized privately by their religion? What is the government got to do with it?
Yeah, but they invited the religion is spread across the nation. Now we have Eastern people who are Muslim, who are.
Yeah, no, they have competitions in Christianity too, and in Ifa worship and whatnot, whatever.
No.
But that's a matter for that religion.
People from the Eastern Quarter that will take part in that. That's what I mean. Real Igbo Muslim.
What are you talking about? We Muslim from Eastern Quarters. Have you ever what? Okay, you are laughing too. What Muslim from Eastern Quarters? Is it Utena that they're asking to come to Bauchi?
One man, I have a question for the audience.
That's a national competition. Go ahead, Igbo.
When Omoyele Sowore said that this Ilomo Odua, Yoruba Nation and the Igbo, Biafra, blah, blah, they should stop that nonsense. How many of us agree with him?
Well, I agree with him. I
also do agree.
Because I feel the Yoruba's interest is better served within the Nigerian state. Because
this issue of Biafra, Yoruba, or Modua is really all nonsense.
And by the way, you know the Yoruba nation. You know the Yoruba nation narrative is half-hearted. I don't think there are that many Yoruba people that are interested in that.
Let me make one thing clear, one man. You see, there is no part of this country that will disembark or go away on their own today that will ever have peace. Even if the Igbo go away, they will kill themselves to their death. The same thing as the Yoruba. Yes.
The Yorubas will be peaceful because we're peaceful.
And they might be, but come on, that narrative, I stand with Sowore. Forget it, but let's build a one Nigeria. If you cannot build one Nigeria, you cannot build in a Yoruba nation. If you cannot build one Nigeria, you cannot build anything like Biafra. These people must get this thing clear, whether like it or not. We should keep it up and see. What?
Igbo, you see the narrative you are playing.
I agree with Sowore. This is my position, sir. I'm not playing a narrative. I said, and I quote Sowore. I said I agree with the position.
You keep quiet and focus on Nigeria, so we can make it work.
You are playing.
Of course, they should keep quiet and focus in Nigeria and stop disturbing our peace in this country.
I'm telling you, we're talking about election. We are talking about election. Yeah,
keep quiet, this group of people, and focus on Nigeria. People who are rebel, like the Sheikh Gobara, they didn't make any decision to come and separate their country. They fought for one country. If you call yourself a hero, come and challenge the criminals and the Yahoo governors and make a difference. And stop telling us that we want to rebut.
We are trying to have an important election. Not elect our leader here, but they are just.
I agree with you.
They should shut up.
You see,
okay.
They should shut up.
Shut up and watch. They are not interested.
You see, Igbo.
To shut up and tell us about Nigeria, please.
Okay, can we talk? Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Can I talk now? Okay.
Igbo, you should stop saying those type of things. Stop saying that these people should shut up. There's a cause for that agitation. There's a cause for Yoruba nation and Igbo nation. You shouldn't say we should shut up. And if you live in one Nigeria, what has the one Nigeria done for you? What credible has it done?
Professor Dakao, you know that Igbo has somebody from Hausa land that helped him with money, that bought him a jeep.
I am quoting Sowore. I didn't say
no matter what, but Sowore or no Sowore, anybody, his cause, his statement, I don't support it. You guys can go and speak.
I support it.
Let me.
I support it. 100%.
Let me correct this wrong narrative that Igbo is playing here. You are playing a very wrong narrative. What you are playing here is not actually what Sowore said. You are saying it the other way around, so that you can say your nonsense against Biafra and Yoruba agitation. Okay. What Sowore actually said is that they should come and let them do it together, that Yoruba nation and Biafra nation should come and let them do it together. That what they are fighting for is what he is fighting for. What they are fighting for, as per restructuring, as per good governance, as per good country, they should let them do it together. That when they come and let them eliminate all these corrupt politicians. When they eliminate them, he will, if people voted him or voted him as the president of the country, he will restructure that country. He will sit down. He will make sure to write a new constitution. He will make sure that we have a new constitution that will work well for all of us, that will give each region their own resources, the resource control that they are asking for. Let them come and let them do it together. It didn't say rubbish to them. The way you are narrating it didn't say rubbish Yoruba nation or rubbish. It didn't say so.
You see,
what is wrong? What is wrong with why you come to international platform? Why did you come to international platform and you are lying here? Why do you want to come and lie here on this international platform?
I'm not lying.
If this place is not good for you, go to Agbero platform and go and do your Agbero there. All those your Yahoo statements, go and do it somewhere. Don't bring it here and be lying.
What kind
of
lie?
International audience. You have people listening to us around the world, and you just want to come and lie to people. What is wrong with you? This is the lie that you people carry in Nigeria every day, and the country never work well. People like you lie, and you support liar, and you honor lie, and that is what you do all the time.
Because your reference to fight for one Nigeria.
You don't provoke Ajale go. I was wondering
who's going to reference to fight for one Nigeria.
Ajale go one of the.
Because he said you should forget the battle and no more do and Biafra and stand with one Nigeria.
Ajani Koko, please ask Igbo about Babiche when he said we could come back so that we'll be travel for Lagos. So that security. Afghan said Nigeria is very secure.
But setting the language aside that Igbo used, and I don't think Sowore quite said shut up, and that is not Sowore's language, but the broader narrative that Nigeria is better together, stronger together. If it works for everybody. It's only because it does not work. That is where we are seeing all the secession agitations. So if Nigeria works, I don't think anybody... Yeah.
Why are Nigeria lying to us? I'm tired of nonsense. Nigeria lying to us. That's what Nigeria said.
Every minute, every time you come to the public and defend Nigeria, Aja and Lekoko would like to carry Mark 4, pump action and face you. When you come and say Nigeria is this, Aja and Lekoko will rise up from there.
How come you know all this
free job and free education and come and be telling us what we don't know? Listen, Aja and Lekoko. You might be enjoying anything you are enjoying where you are. If that place is not built, you will not be privileged to be there. Come and build your country and be ashamed of yourself. Stop telling us what we know. If they don't build America, you cannot stay there and be claiming who you are.
I think I don't tell
and stop using those kind of language. When we argue, talk to the public space. Don't direct your word to me. Hey, Agbero this, Agbero that, blah blah blah.
Am I settle down, ego.
Am I
I'll tell you what you are.
Am I the one who told you
you are a disruptor. This is what you are.
Why are you using this kind of language?
Anytime you hold on now, ego. Anytime you come here, we never have peace. You're a disruptor.
No, I'm not, because I bring facts. You say Nigerians from we know they don't allow any guy with the truth. That is what is going on in the farmer. When you come up with the truth, you have too much of enemy.
Yes.
Because I'm telling you, that America was built by his forefather, his slave father, to go and enjoy him. You should come and build Nigeria and his enemy.
Settle down. I'm first thinking that it's a private beef between Ajan Lekoko and Ego. Hey, I think they just think the opposite of what each other thinks. This is just
Yahoo Ego.
Let me sincere.
Yahoo Ego. Yahoo Ego.
No problem.
Yahoo Ego. I'm sure I mean, the problem with you is that when Nigeria was good, when Nigeria was a good country, you didn't know about that time. And that is why you are championing this dead and non-functioning Nigeria. You didn't know. You were not born when Nigeria was good. That is why you are championing failure.
Nigeria, tell us.
Were you around? Were you around when Nigeria was good?
Man, go and drink enough water. Igbo, take it easy there. Take it easy.
You were not around.
All right.
Let us just talk to this.
You know Igbo now. He comes here
he can't be talking nasty like this, and we just let him talk and go like that. We have to let him know that he doesn't know Nigeria when Nigeria was a good country. He was not around. He grew up in non-functioning Nigeria, and that's why he's championing this non-functioning entity.
Agree with me because you find free food in America.
Free food. There's no free food in America. There's no free. Even in Freetown. There's no free lunch. Even in Freetown. Don't worry about that.
The car you are riding around in Nigeria is a used car from America. It's the car that we have already used here. The cell phone you are using here is a used car, used phone that we already use. Everything, the clothes you are wearing here is a used clothes you already use in America, and you are bragging.
Oh no, hold on.
Nigerian man, be proud of Nigeria. Don't be proud of America.
All right. Settle down, Ajan Lekoko. You know, Igbo will not let you have the final word, so just allow it. So there it is. There's no free food in America, do Igbo? Even in Freetown, no free lunch. But Ovie, rescue us, please.
Oh my God! I don't understand. So.
This is our
header statement on the platform. They are our header.
No, you know Igbo now. And it's not an Ibadan man, no, because it is usually Ibadan people that go around and just cause trouble just for the sake of it.
Now, Ovie man, let Ovie talk to that. Now, Ovie man, make Ovie talk to that. Talk to that guy. Tell him say that Nigeria not the truth.
Ovie, you get the power to talk to Igbo. You get the power.
And I mean later.
I take side. I have to support my Nigerian cause. One Nigeria, Igbo, correct. I'm with you. Solidly.
All right.
Nigeria must win.
You say I don't
I
object.
know I have a lot of fans here that I am defeating. Ajahn Koko, I will win him now in the vote in this place. Because his problem is that I'm telling him the truth.
If you want me to put that to the test, if I put hold on, Ego, I'm muting you because you would not let me anybody speak. You know, if I put off a poll, it will be 100-0 you versus Ajanle Koko. But let's leave it there and go back to Ovie and let's bring it back on stream. So Ovie, back to you. You were speaking about Buhari's intentions towards the party as we huddle towards their convention.
What do you mean? Well, you know, maybe I allow the Baba rest. I don't understand. Man is tired.
Nobody invited him for first place. Now he forced himself onto us. So why are we letting him rest?
No. I disagree. He forced himself 3 times. When I reject him, he go back to Daura, go start a small farm. When I go back and come, this man won't do Ramadan is coming. He's trying to make sure he's fit to carry on Ramadan. When I say they disturb him. But what's the usefulness of the vice president, who is also the leader of the party at this point? Everybody that went down. You see?
All right. The vice president is always an appendage in most democracies. But I think you were even speaking on the Islamification of the declaration of BAUCHI state as an Islamic state. And by the way, this Bala Mohammed is always been an Islamist.
Well, I mean, are you going to say to? I think Wike said declare Rivers as Christian state now, boldly. I mean,
are you going with Jafar's argument? This is what Jafar was.
I'm not even seeing it from that angle. I'm not particular about the money way that they spend. All these are just political moves. This one declare Christian Muslim. It's just about how they will continue to remain in the party, nothing more. But that man, they dish out 100 million. If I want to make a case for that, it's a national competition. Because now that's how they tag it. That is what is going to happen. But because of the season that we are in, it's beyond what they announced that is going to take place. You need to pay attention to the dignitaries that will troop in, the camp people that will come there, because the side meetings and the side talk, that's what that is for, not necessarily the competition. Yes, I understand. It's also a way to drive a narrative that they are strong in their faith and all that. But for the fact that it's a national competition, I don't see anything wrong with that.
You know, 100 million will easily fix Nigeria with that type of money, but they don't want to do it.
100 million naira would not fix Nigeria.
Because I am more, I'm more in support of adjusting our constitution to a point whereby every state have its own autonomy. If you can run your state the way you want, however you want it, with your citizens there.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean autonomy? You still have to function within a federal constitution.
Yeah, but not on everything. You should be able to practice the.
Yeah, but on the broad spaces, you cannot have each state having their individual religions.
But you don't have to have that doesn't. When I say each state, I'm not just only into the citizen, the indigene of that state. Anybody who live there should be able to follow the rules and regulations of that law. If if that place no good, move to another state now.
No. But then we might as well break the country up now. Every Nigerian should be able to live in any part of Nigeria of Nigeria.
Why are we seeing each religion as evil? You can go. We know they go Dubai. We know they go Qatar.
No, please. Nobody. Firstly, let's correct that thing that you just said. Nobody is seeing any religion as evil. In fact, the Islamic faith it actually means peace, and that is what it promotes. It's probably in practice, at least in doctrinally. Is probably the most peaceful religion there is doctrinally, but in practice, some people will argue otherwise. So nobody is saying that. But what we are saying is that Nigeria is a secular state, and this guy is declaring BAUCHI as an Islamic state. So he cannot do that.
My argument here is, in as far they are not forcing you while you are there to practice it, I don't see anything wrong.
They are not forcing you. when the state adopts a religion.
If I may interject, please.
Yeah, come in now.
One man.
Yes,
I
good evening, my
don't need
brother.
for Borno State.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, what's the percentage of Christians in Bauchi?
You said what?
And if you don't know, I'm sure Black League might know. What's the percentage of Christians in Bauchi?
I don't know.
We're predominantly Muslim. We can assume that.
No, but one man, there is a significant population of Christians in Bauchi.
But there you are.
Yeah,
so
that's
Black League. Is Black League on?
Yeah, you may not know. Black League is not the fount. It's not the fount of every.
Yes, Izon is actually right. Bauchi has a significant Christian.
I think it's 50-50. 45.
It's not 50-50. The Muslim population is higher, but they do have 45, a significant Christian population.
So why is that?
States like Gombe.
Yeah.
One man, he never declared the state an Islamic state.
He has.
I mean, what did he in what you read? I think he had said like expressly, this is an Islamic state, or we are declaring Bauchi an Islamic state.
Governor Mohammed Bello to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition in Bauchi.
That means he's spending 100 million on Quranic education in Bauchi. That does not mean Bauchi is now an Islamic state.
This
Ebonyi governor built a Christian international center with hundreds of billions.
One man.
Yes,
are you surprised that?
Can you leave
are you surprised that Bauchi is spending 100 million? What of Nigeria spending billions on Hajj every year?
But this is the thing. I'm saying
do you know that when they go into Hajj, do you know when they go into Hajj, they give them a different exchange rate? Do you know that?
Yes, of course.
So
yes. I think
you shouldn't be surprised about this. But did you read it in that report that the governor declared the state as a Islamic state?
The undertone is there, even if
no, you can't conclude. I mean, that's the practice in Nigeria. It is wrong. I'm not supporting it.
Yeah, is it because
I'm not supporting
it? Ego is asking you to disagree.
How do you? Okay, one man. What I'm asking you: do you see Nigeria as an Islamic state country?
Yes, I do. Nigeria is a member of the Organization of Islamic Countries.
Okay. So if it is allowed by the other religion, I mean, why should we be shouting? Why should we be shouting about Bauchi state? Why should we be shouting about Bauchi state that is predominantly Muslim state? It's a senseless. I mean, what is happening in that country is all over abnormality, all over. That is what is happening there. So,
and Ajan Likoko is right. The government spends a lot to take people on pilgrimage to Hajj, but it's not just to Hajj, also to Jerusalem. The government is also involved, sponsoring the pilgrims.
Yes, all over the Christianity, the Islam, all this nonsense everywhere.
And that runs into hundreds of millions.
What does not generate any result for the country.
So I think the problem should be government should not be that involved with. There should be a distinction, as the Constitution states, that Nigeria is a secular state. So anything religion, let the religious leaders handle it. Anything government, let the elected officials handle.
All right, thank you. So, Ovie, let me move you to another, hopefully less controversial talking point, and let me provide a little bit of a video backdrop to this. So, the Nigerian army, of course, at their best, this is what they do best. I'm sure you followed the narrative. This is Officer XYZ extorting money from people on the Damaturu Maiduguri Road. Anybody that passes has to pay a toll. What that toll is for, I'm not sure. Certainly not official, though. So you see him now lying prostrate. He's not lying prostrate in worship to any god. but in plea to his superior, who caught him in the act and subsequently asked him to surrender the monies that he has been collecting. I have been an officer for many years, he said. I have been long in this space. I have suffered for the army, but he has suffered from the army, and the Nigerian population have suffered as a result of him being a military man. So what are you then making of then, officer, waiting you carry? Open your boots.
Man, the video is funny at the same time. I kind of feel sorry for the man.
You feel sorry for him?
No, wait now, let me finish. When I hear the man, they say, "Oh, I don't take for this job." But underneath that tone, I see they hear a motorist saying, "Oga, I beg now only this I get to, I don't get fuel," all those kind of things. So if you don't have sympathy for the person that you are exploiting, it's hard for anybody to watch that video and feel sympathy for you, regardless of how many years you say. So it's a sad thing. I mean, this is happening Damaturu, which is more of a, not as busy as compared to some of it, like Kaduna, Kanu Road, and all that kind of stuff. So you can imagine this thing goes around every nook and cranny of the nation. They don't have sympathy for the citizen. They beat some, shoot some, just to export 20 naira to millions at times. They will not feel their sympathy, but now they don't catch them for the act that they are not supposed to be doing. They cry and they expect the other person to feel sorry for him. So it's a kind of I feel sorry at the same time, but I look on the other side and say, man, maybe he deserves it. But is it going to change? That's the whole thing. It's very easy to expose. I'm pretty sure this is not the first.
And more importantly, why the pretense by a superior officer as though he's caught him in the act for something he should not be doing? Why is the superior officer pretending like he was doing? Is this not what they all do? And do they not report back to headquarters, to base, with takings? Why is he pretending like?
And I think that plays out with the way the officer is begging, pleading, crying, falling on ground. Because in a way, the time is, "Oga, you're supposed to understand. You're supposed to understand. You were once in my shoe. You must have done this before. You see they do it, or they do it on a higher scale than me." So that's what is playing out there too. That's why, if not, if you are sure that you are 100% gain against the law, this one say there's no the person that is superior to you, the straightforward person. You're not going to beg. You ought to say, you know what, fuck it. Because there's no two way out of it. But but what you know, say the person where the form saying the God on you, it's not as clean as as a even why ain't go they even put them for camera in the first place.
Everybody wants to be a social media sort of thing now. And that social media is causing, even look at the Ukraine, when the president wants to be more like a YouTube, Instagram hit than anything else. He wants to pop and trend. Human lives. Everybody, you catch him, you don't arrest him on the spot. The only thing you think to do is to put him on Twitter.
Yeah. But why I even point that out, because that is very close. It's a close shot. Is that the officer's audio or somebody or the officer himself that is actually making the video? I don't think that's a pass by or somebody from afar. It's a close shot. So what are they trying to play out there in the? So what is going to be in part of this? Are they going to change? Are they going to look? I mean.
There will be no consequences. It's just a moment in time on social media, just for us to shake our head and say, "Oh, this Nigeria, that's the end of it."
One man, do you think paying the officers more will make them act differently?
No, it will not, because these guys, they are making their salary on the road every single day. So if you triple their salary, make it 4 times, there's a reorientation that is needed. To find a way to let them have pride in the uniform. If you don't find a way to let them have pride in the uniform, they'll continue to use the uniform as a tool in the way we've just said.
You know why
do you think stuff like body cameras would help?
They will circumvent it now,
but not to the point
they
that
wanted to introduce that in Lagos. They want to introduce that in Lagos State, don't they?
Well, Edo State don't introduce camera for street and everywhere now. So We are getting there. And the only thing we don't like for that man be that, other than that. But camera will help, but not to the point, not to like 100%, maybe 10, 20% of most of
but at least it will be better off that.
Case that will favor them or case that will upload their profile, we surely be brought to public.
Okay, so you answer your own question, Black League. Do you think improved pay will stop this for the policeman, the soldier?
But
I think it's going to reduce it. It's not going to eliminate it.
You're not Black League now, or Igbo. Let it sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yes, it's going to improve the situation. It's definitely not going to eliminate it. I think just the welfare in general, their living standards are extremely poor in all the barracks, be it police or military. They're just barely livable conditions. So I think anybody under such conditions, it will be difficult to keep them accountable. So I think starting by, making sure their kids, their families well taken care of, they have benefits such as free education up until university level for their children, free housing in the barracks that's livable. The incentives like that would at least make them, respect the job, take it more seriously, and treat it with the integrity required.
That's all part of the pride in the uniform. And what you just
I
said,
think that will boost their morale, and also the cameras will do too. Now, you cannot weed out everyone, but when you have body cameras, at least those one-on-one instances where they just abuse people and extort people to the extent of taking them to ATM machines. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, that's reality over there right now. So things like body cameras, I think, would help check that. That's if the management,
your American
the human resource or public relations department, that's if they're really interested.
All right, all these American ideas. When Rational League was, I thought we had escaped with my Rational League. I think it's an American thing, All you Americans, you seem to have a way of looking at it.
Are you talking about rational mind? You're saying Rational League.
Oh, well, there you see, that's a Freudian slip right there. That's a Freudian slip. The two of you one and the same.
All the Americans are the same.
They are all the same. All you black people, you see. All right, but I do agree. I think yes, the welfare. I'm not sure if the cameras would work in Nigeria, but then of course it's what they try. But essentially, their welfare. Because Sam O, who was the first to speak, he spoke pretty much along the same lines as what you've just described, the Black League, that they should have some sort of a housing system where they're able to get onto the housing ladder, some educational system to package for their children, and some after service package that makes their life, just corseted and cocooned and cotton wooled. So if the package is decent, then that gives them that pride in that uniform. So if they know that that is what they are defending, then they would recoil a little bit from
just focusing on them, just picking them among the society and focus on them and improve their standard of living, it not going to change anything. You need to see a policeman who is actually earning more money from either being in the border at the airport and all that. What they do, they invest their money in that business. You don't see business where policemen get before. That's another trouble entirely. So you are empowering them to be more, because not the only road, not the only road which is a community, they use empower the inflate. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't better their immediate environment too, that is their immediate neighbor, their immediate society life, nothing will change.
No. You see, well, not totally, because the police uniform, the army uniform, as it stands now, is not actually worth defending by the people wearing it. Their pay is patent. Their living conditions worse than a piggery. They are brutalized and traumatized. They are overworked as well, because they are meant to work to a certain shift pattern, about 4 to 6 hours a shift. But these guys, they can go 12 hours. So all of the conditions, it doesn't give them any pride to defend that uniform. So they see that uniform then as a tool for them to create that better life for themselves. But if that uniform already creates a better life for them, then they are defending that better life rather than seeking it outside. When people see them and respect them, and the package is decent enough to give them the promise of the life that they should live, then of course there'll still be corrupt ones, but I think or maybe that's wishful thinking.
No, it's not. I think okay. If they always call America, I think one thing I see.
John Lekoko didn't call America. John Lekoko.
I won't use America as an example now. As in, one thing I noticed about the uniform men in America is that it's not just the pay. Just this, it's like a culture. They were able to look at those people with kind of the pride. You have more. There's a pride that comes with, especially if you're a military guy, a veteran. Even though the poorest of the poor one, the dejected one, but when he's talking about his job with the pride. So I think that is cultural, and it comes with a lot of benefit to outside than their pay. When you are, anywhere you go, they give you that first class treatment first. Either on the line, you are applying for job, the job people make it, they recognize you first. If you apply with it as a veteran, as a military guy.
But does all of that not give you pride in the uniform?
No, that's come from the society, though. That's why I said the culture. If you go buy something from supermarket, there's something for you as a veteran. If you go, this respect we are giving our politician. If we give them 50% of that within our community, they will respect it more rather. Because I'm not saying the money will not help, but that money will go. It has to be everyone around you, not only them, to just get the money.
Is that you beeping? Who's beeping?
No, it's not. Nobody is beeping. Well, someone is accusing Ajah Lekoko of lying to the Buhari administration.
Leave Ajah Lekoko alone now.
For the last 7 years, Buhari has not spent
we'll give you an Ajah Lekoko special session with gloves. Mona settle. Ajah Lekoko has been quiet. You say that's why Ajah Lekoko. We'll take the conversation to somewhere. You still bring it to Ajah Lekoko.
All right. It'll be like say Ajah Lekoko, he don't collect Rebecca from you back in the day or something.
Ajah Lekoko is there with his Guinness Stout now. They relax with this earphone for ear.
But I was going to talk to Ovi about the what he was talking about. Yeah, I hear that beep. I don't know.
It's coming. Is it from you? Yeah, it's from you.
I thought it was from here. I was looking around. Yeah, what Ovi was saying regarding the military, saying the society that makes it that the military or the officers here have pride in their job. I think the government has a lot to do with it. Like he gave an instance saying they would hire a veteran first before any other person. Yes, that's because the government is involved. Although it's a private company doing the hiring, any private company that has a veteran gets a tax credit as high as about $10,000 a year for free for each one that they hire. So that's really what motivates them to hire veterans, is because the government gives them free money. So the government is still involved.
And it's part of the package that we were talking about. But let me use there's a bit of a skirmish building up in the comment section. It looks as though hearing Ghana, Alexander Gomez is now fed up with there in Ghana. So Alexander Gomez fed up with there in Ghana, and he super tasked to say, Vin, as an ex-Nigerian soldier, I must admit your utterances and /statements flabbergast me. You come across extremely anti-Nigeria, and I shudder slightly. So that is Alexander Gomez just expressing his disquiet in a manner that only he can. So here in Nigeria, here in Ghana, you stay there. In Ghana, if Nigeria offends you so much, stay there in Ghana. It's essentially what Alexander Gomez is saying to Vin. So that's the little skirmish going on in the comment section. So Ovie, let me just okay, that noise has gone, because I was going to move from you because that noise was a bit disconcerting. But let me move you instead to
My lazy people are
Was
here.
there Amber Alert?
They are using microwave to mix pando yam.
Look at that. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
My God.
I should them, so
unbelievable. You've gone from pounding it pistol and mortar to so then you do it in powder. So now to even do the powder now it's not a difficulty. You are now oh God.
Where
does it stop? Where does it stop now? Kilo day.
Now you go America. America.
Microwave poundo yam, and you will say you had
pounded. It will not happen in Nigeria.
You have to be careful.
No, it's my last day today.
Is your last day of what?
I'll be in Atlanta.
Of microwave poundo yam, man.
Go to Indiana tomorrow.
All right.
So I'll go stay for hotel tomorrow again.
All right. Okay. Ovie, man on the move. So let me take you to the Obaseki space. Ovie, private money requires greater accountability than public funds. So it's the governor of Edo State saying this, and is speaking to the sports sector. He's asking them to use sports to empower the youth in the space, and is tasking them to try and get at least 10,000 achievers within the first within a 5-year space. So and that's not too high a task, because we know they are athletically gifted in Edo State, but really the two takeouts really, the tasking of the space to try and get 10,000 achievers, because it's saying out of that 10,000, if 1,000 can be global, the impact on the community is something that everybody knows. But to the greater space, he was saying that the private sector, they should source the funds to do this via the private sector, because the private sector will interrogate those funds to make sure that it delivers. But if it was public funds, it would not serve any purpose. He's essentially saying, and he did say, that there's greater accountability in the private sector because they know the value of their money. So what are you then making of this wolf confession by the Edo State governor?
Yeah, I'm 100% with him. Not because he gave 2 commissioner to my village people, but even at the national level, I think that's why my own candidate lost the election to the Athletic Federation of Nigeria. We promote the idea of autonomy. It's that time we should be in charge of the federation. If not 100%, but the finance and the day-to-day activity should be totally handled by the man in charge. So Obaseki, seeing it from that angle, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a businessman. It's a private. Those that was it GO that was making argument for private people to come into governance and policies. Obaseki is one of them. He's coming from the public sector. So seeing from that angle, and I think he made that revelation when he was sworn in the new sport commission led by Yusuf Ali, who I think is a better man for the job, if you ask me. So the guy who is experienced as an athlete, as a manager, as a coach, and is leading one of the biggest marathon right now in the world. Besides Lagos City Marathon as one of the biggest in the world as it stands, and he's the guy spearheading it for the past 4 years. I mean, that is 100% private sector driven. Okpekpe Haley was in charge. He's still in charge of the Okpekpe. So now having that portfolio to him as the chairman of the commission is a good move for the state. And as Obaseki coming from a private sector, I think he will.
But to the greater point that the private sector, they just by being they demand and expect greater accountability for monies that they invest either in a philanthropic space or in business. So this is what he's saying, that for that thing to work, they have to source the money from the private enterprise, not because the government cannot fund it, but as soon as the government signs the check, that is where it ends. But is that accountability that he's speaking to that
if I may,
particularly?
No, because he understand that the only reason the sports sector in Nigeria is not being funded as it should by private sector are actually running away from there, is because of that accountability. I will give you £1 million to say you want to sponsor a competition for one weekend, and will not hear anything about it. Rather, athletes will be complaining that they've not been paid, but we're giving you guys this money. So especially that of MTN. I remember vividly that of the MTN. The only reason why MTN did not get involved with Nigerian track and field is that they want to be in charge directly, know how their money is being spent, know who is getting what, be another. And the federation say no, he has to come through them. So he does for Obaseki to be sounding that first, that accountability will actually make you even strive at the private sector. Can't come to my office with with the questionable character because you are coming from government. I would deny that. So
all right, you wanted to come in? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, Ovie makes a lot of valid points. If I may add to what he's saying already, I think what Obaseki is doing is a commendable approach to sustainability of sports in Edo State, specifically from a private sports business angle. But here are the challenges that suggestion he has, or what he's trying to do. The challenges he has to face is, one, does the state have the professionals, the sports business professionals that can implement that kind of arrangement? That's the first thing, because if he's going to rely on the same people that have been club chairman, or it's going to be a disaster. The second thing is,
okay, go ahead. Sir.
Yeah, the second thing is he has to also be able to facilitate that space. So yes, government shouldn't be involved in business, but government can create an oversight and create the environment for sports business to be successful in Edo State. So he has to be able to facilitate that space to the point where what Ovie just said about giving £1 million to run a competition for a weekend and then it just goes to waste and the athletes don't get paid. If he facilitates the oversight, then if a company sponsors a competition for 10 million naira, then the 10 million, you have proper accountability for that money going into the competition or into the grassroots, and those things will then generate the kind of results that he wants to see in the state. But maybe that's the new role that he can put forward for the Commissioner of Sports and that parastatal to oversee. But it will need guidance from his office. And then the third point is, sponsors already have the stereotype of not wanting to give money. So if he's going to go in this direction, his office has to now also make sure that they can create an environment for sponsors to give money. Who are the wealthy people in Edo State? Which corporations are doing business in Edo State? Are they making money? What is the situation with them? What kind of incentive, tax or otherwise, would you give them if they sponsor sports? So yes, he's saying it's a good idea, but on the surface, the idea is not enough. He has to do a little bit more to make sure that it comes into fruition. Yeah.
To make case for him, I think these 3 points you pointed out, I think he has made all of them. One, the person he appointed as the chairman of the commission, as I said, Yusuf Ali. Yusuf Ali, over the year, for the past 10 years.
Is it indigenous, by the way? That's Yusuf
yes,
Ali?
Yes. It's from Edo State. So for over the past years, he has able to establish himself as one of the top, not just the top technician in that environment, but the best sport organizer and manager you can find in this part of Africa in terms of when it comes to track and field. So I say he's in charge of a Lagos marathon, and these are IAF World Athletics Certified event, and they've been growing bigger and bigger and bigger and every year. So he has able to. He's been with the AFN for over 10 years too, as a manager, as a technical director. So the guy is well equipped in that position they gave him. Again, Obasanjo Obaseki is as we all agree that he's coming from the private sector. He has some of his friends are still very much invested in Edo State, the Dangote of today, and the rest of them. So him able to connect them with those people, I think it's going to be very smooth. And him having that background of the private sector and being in the government for the past 7 years, I think he will seal that. He will be able to manage from the office without necessarily being overbearing of the office on them. But I think in that aspect, Philip Shaibu, who is still very much active as a footballer, even though age is not on his side, I think he's driving that initiative. Then ability for them to, kill that trust or establish that trust. Yes. Lagos City Marathon has grown from the beginning to, it has grown each year. That alone will give you we erase any doubt that we have in President Yusuf Ali as time goes on. I think it's a good thing. If there's any sector that I believe Obaseki get right at this point of his admission, is that sports sector. It's able to, it's 100% they're in charge now. They have everything on their side. They have the business.
And that is the real asset of that Edo State, because they are very good at sports. They used to have good footballers. They even produce
one man.
Yeah.
One man, you're wrong. They don't. It's only
on the contrary, Delta State has won consecutive national sports games consecutively, and the longest, the highest amount of medals.
Hold on.
I'm just pointing it out.
Hold on.
I think Delta invests
I'm just
more.
pointing it out.
Hold on now. Are you making a distinction between Delta State and Edo State? Are they not?
Yes.
We used to be Bendel.
Thank you very much, Waman. Yeah. Thank you very much, Waman.
We used to be Bendel, but is Osun and Ogun State, are they the same thing?
No,
Yes.
That's different.
It's just the boundary.
Kwara and Kogi are the same thing.
No. But mentally, I've not really made
then separate us now.
Mentally, I've not made this split.
Let me tell you what Delta State control in terms of sport in Nigeria and why they should never carry last. They are in charge of Athletic Federation of Nigeria. They are in charge of NFF, that is Nigeria Football Federation. They are in charge of what's it called?
I thought it's from Delta. NFF president. That's not Edo. That's not Edo.
No, I said I'm counting for a Delta now. I said this is
why
they keep winning and they should stay winning. They hold that sports sector for over 10 years now. And Buhari get their year like tomorrow, no day. I don't know how. So they are spending so much money. During National Festival alone, they pay each athlete $1 million. Every other state they pay like 350, 500. They are ready to pay for all the athletes in America. In fact, they pay that name, they will fly you. Even though now your friend be married to Nigeria, they are ready to fly you in. So that is why they are.
My brother, but we get the athletes now. We get the athletes now.
The athlete did there, and they invested. So pretty much every village for Delta State gets stadium with tight.
Not true.
That's so they've invested a lot. So I'll give them that.
Not true.
Not
true. And I said Emi.
So and they beat even at the national level too. Now then they carry Nigeria. Track and field.
When I go begin translate for this show, when I go begin translate.
Yeah, this is the thing. Are you noticing this Creek? The Creeks, they are trying to use. Are they trying to sell us into slavery? They are using Creek language to.
One man. My sister greet me. They greet them back.
And I know now. The only person that SLB delights in is you. I think this is a bias.
No, and by the way, one man. And by the way, it's a shame Sam left, because I had some questions for him about his thoughts on Goodluck Jonathan. But
this is it. Nobody criticizes Goodluck Jonathan.
So those 3 points that you highlight, we owe them to that space. They should be able to perform. They don't get choice for that space.
No,
I see the same new guy. Now this is pretty much organized the last National Sports Festival too.
No, I actually pray that he's successful in doing this, because if he succeeds, he will set a model for the whole country to follow. Because right now, in some other places, what's going on with sports is just it's a travesty. The government, they use the professional clubs, they do politics. They put their cousin as chairman of the club. All kinds of nonsense they happen. I tell you, so
the guy, now they give the guy. In get lost in be a dog guy. If not, I don't they protest too.
Bongs my RY agenda.
Look at that. What is going on here?
I'm also replying my sister now.
Look at that.
I'm also replying my own sister.
This is not a Tinder. Celibate is posting is toasting at his own.
No,
Now,
one
Baltimore
man,
is
you always
toasting.
give your own interpretation. One man.
Look at that. This is not. I'll start chasing that fees, but well done.
I knew you were going there.
I couldn't help it now. But sorry,
But Ovie, all this money being spent on sports, where's the return on investment? Like all these huge millions being spent by all these state governments.
It's because
on
sports.
sports.
Now because in a government money, they reach where it's supposed to. So we just
Black League.
We the artists as more as curious as you are, where the money they go.
No, but Black League, that is a fantastic question, right? What you just asked is what are the results? And that question starts from the beginning. What is the strategy and what are you trying to achieve through sports in that country? That's the question.
The money doesn't trickle down.
Hold on, Ovie, because Aizon is just saying now you start from what are you trying to achieve. But Governor Obaseki, he's already listed what the targets are. He wants at least 10 to 20,000 athletes of note or of real quality produced within 5 years. And out of that 10 to 20,000, he wants at least 1,000 of them to be of a global presence. So those are the targets.
Yeah, one man, I think,
Wait, hold on, Ovie.
Go ahead. No, I think, in that regard, he's looking at it from a perspective of he wants to create professionals that can earn income and change their local government. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, no, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
Well, it's not a bad thing, but you're talking, the odds of that is like maybe 1 in 1,000, right? So I think he's looking at it from one angle, which is good. But let's be honest, look at Ovie sitting here today. Ovie was able to, Ovie, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at everything, he was able to earn a scholarship in the US through his sports, and he has been able to do things for himself. And now he's giving back to the community he came from because of his exposure.
So to me, that makes the point. So that's the example that makes the point, isn't it?
No, but to me, that is a richer. I think Obaseki was talking about athletes actually going pro and making money. I'm looking at like what Ovie is doing. To me is actually has a larger domino effect than just the money aspect. I think the money is important, but the odds of that are very high.
I know. What he's saying is, he wants 1,000.
But they said that guy is a tyrant in Edo State now, Obaseki, that he has cut about 19 local government out of Edo State. They said the guy is a tyrant.
Who's not a tyrant in Nigeria?
In Edo State, Obaseki, they say in Edo State there.
Even your local government chairman is a
local
tyrant.
Government that are cut out of Edo State. He doesn't listen to anybody. He dictates for the state.
But woman, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, but what you're saying does not sweep up the bigger intentions of the governor, which I know. I concur with, because it's not just the money. The money will come in, and then money will, because people in Edo State, they are essentially their homeboys. They have a real strong attachment to their communities. No matter where they go in the world, they always have that attachment. So all the fortunes that they earn, they bring back to that community. But more importantly, all of the knowledge and all of the expertise and everything that they have acquired diasporically, they bring back to that community. So this is what he wants to just create that production, that domino effect. So I think it's a good idea.
I think both of you.
Well, let me ask you this question. What if, and by the way, his goal is not a bad idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, so please don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a larger implications of what he's doing here. For instance, if he's able to show that through his programs he has higher university graduation rates, higher youths going into university compared to maybe 3 years before the program started, that to me will have the kind of effect that Awolowo had by giving free primary schools in Southwest.
No, but that's what I'm saying. No, but that, hold on, that is as well as, not instead of now. So that is
yes. But what I'm saying is,
you can be doing that and also do this.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, if you have solid sports programs all across the state in every local government, and you have coaches that are trained and certified working with those athletes, you are going to get the exceptional ones that will go pro, undoubtedly. But at the same time, majority of them will not go pro. Majority of them, male and female, by the way, will not go pro. And what I'm saying is, if the ones that don't go pro, if through that platform they're able to achieve higher academic excellence, then he would have won in 2 areas, not just one. And we're not even counting the prevention of crime. So that's not the point that they make.
All right. So
you
agree with him then, is what you are saying. Really.
I agree with him. Yes, I agree with him. I think I'm just saying he can go further. That's all.
Yes.
That's a very bogus political statement he made. What he's trying to achieve, I don't see how he's going to be able to produce either world-class athletes or people that will roster any for themselves within 5 years. It's not possible. That's let's not deceive ourselves. If he actually really want to do something, because he's a politician, he has just 3 years ago. If you actually want to do something, you have to go back to the schools. You have to implement, make sure. If you don't want to include all the secondary schools in Edo State, but at least 70 to 80% of the schools should adopt a sports program with a facility and a department of that. Not just track and field, all sports. So they start from there. From there, within that 5 years, you will see 70 to 80% of them will get a scholarship to go study anywhere abroad. But right now, even as we speak, I'm saying that even as we speak today, we have about 30 Nigerians within Edo, Delta, and Lagos area that are in America today who are actually competing this weekend. Why? Because of what Delta State and Ondo State, Lagos State did at that secondary level. These kids are some of the best schools in America. They are in Duke, they are in Stanford, what is it called? Michigan, everywhere. These guys, this is what I'm talking about, and they are using various courses. So if Obaseki actually want to do something, go back to it, all the secondary school and those things, put some money there, start building that culture within there. That's where you can get the next people who did better than me and people who are doing professional. Why I say you guys are making the same point that the ISO, those who go straight, who are still competing professional and making more money, it's just a matter of time before they come back and do the same thing that either I'm doing or just the way one man is putting it. It just time period, but it just still the same thing. But this whatever initiative is putting up ground is a good one, but he's talking about 5 years. He has 3 years to live. And we know about continuity for Nigeria.
All right. It's not. Hold on. It doesn't necessarily have to be within its administration. It's just because government, of course, is a continuum. But thank you, Vie. Let's go to our engineer who's falling asleep on us. But you know that for good reason. Engineer is in charge of the Ukrainians coming to his section of the country. So he has to prepare just how to insulate them. So he's been very busy in recent times. So for him to even, so that's why he's tired. Have you read the spaces for the Ukrainians, engineer?
Yeah. I think I've put so many stuff in the rooms, I just make it a bit comfortable for them. Yeah, so because
and the heating is on and everything.
Yeah, the heating is on. I've checked all the sprinklers and the rest. Everything is up to date.
All right. So you are doing God's work, engineer. You are doing God's work.
Engineer, kudos to you.
Thank you, my brother.
But you are doing God's work. But is this person doing God's work? Governor Mohammed to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitations in Bauchi State. So people are suggesting, and by people, probably you narrate to myself, that this is essentially a declaration of an Islamic state within what is meant to be a secular country, Nigeria. So what are you then making then of this, dirt poor state showing this largesse towards one religion?
Yeah, but one thing we need to understand here, woman, is the money, is it the state allocation or what else?
Well, it's state money, so
well, he's in charge. He should do whatever he wants to do. It's a challenge for other religions for them to wake up. It's a wake-up call for them as well. Because if someone who values religion and is trying to do something for his religion, let it be. Then the other ones is a challenge to them, because I think few of them are doing in Christianity as well. Some of them are doing it, but like I said, it's a wake-up call. There are money in every Nigerian state, and what this man did is like he's technically exposing most of the governors in the Nigerian state. That's how I see it.
All right.
There's money.
What numbers are you expecting in Birmingham? Do you have a number that you're working with? How many people are you expecting?
We're expecting about 20 to 30 families.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, that's good
Engineer,
work. Yeah.
I heard you're only helping women. You're not helping men. Is that true?
Well, go and ask that question back again. That person will respond very well.
No. I heard that rumor too. That you are only helping female between the ages of 23 and 32. And
yeah, all those medical students.
Everything is possible.
Look at this guy. Engineer, this your
confirm or deny, engineer. Confirm or deny.
One man.
No. Anything from 34, 35 down to 20. My hand is not there.
You look at that.
One man.
Yeah. Yes. Eyes on.
I have a question for you and engineer. I beg you. You Jandon boys, sons of the Commonwealth.
Well, we're not Jandon. You know, I'm Kent. He's Birmingham, but we take the brother.
All na Jandon. All na Jandon. I beg.
Yeah.
How the British people confuse me. First of all, they voted in favor of Brexit to kick all the Polish and all these Eastern Europeans out. Now there's this situation. Now they want to invite them back in. Do they know what they want? And then what happens a couple of years from now? They'll start complaining that Ukrainians are taking their jobs.
You'll be surprised that they will take a small number. This is what the UK always does. They will rather throw money to them in their own country, but they will only ever take a small number. You know, the rest of them will go to Germany.
Yeah, if you check the map, it's a bit kind of far from Ukraine to UK. So what they do is UK, they're very smart. Initially they said they would take 50.
50, yes.
Can you imagine?
Wait, total
a whole 50.
Yes, that was the only. You know, our Home Secretary is an Indian woman, so she knows all this. You know. Yeah.
So, and it's just kind of a little bit kind of UK don't want to take much, but they just want to help them supply the weapon. That's it.
Yes, and then give them money. Yeah, that's but
you know what? This thing is very sad. They are talking these people into a war.
You know, they talked them into it, and then they abandoned them.
Yeah, they go to. I'm telling you, one man. Look, the next news cycle that comes ahead, they will leave these people, and they will move away. And next thing you know, we're going to stop hearing about the Ukraine war on the news. I promise you. Just watch this space.
Within the next 2 weeks.
I'm telling you, we'll start asking ourselves whether Russia is still bombing them. I'm telling you, just watch.
Within the next week or so, I'm expecting Russia to complete military operation. You know, because this guy, the president of Ukraine, he's now in talks with Russia. And what is willing to cede is what Russia asked him to cede pre the war and more. He's now saying the country will be non-aligned. He's now saying that they would not act as a pathway to Russia for the NATO countries, which is what they said to him before. But now his country has been destroyed, and he certainly is going to be removed, and is no further forward from where he was before, because he wants to pop on Instagram and he wants to be friends with British people. This is it.
Can you imagine?
Maybe we should see that guy as an inexperienced leader. Can we put it that way? Because he's just a comedian who rose up to become a president. At the end, the problem is has to do with experience.
He's a comedian.
They don't learn their lesson.
Leadership has to do with experience.
This was how. Hold on. This was how they used Afghanistan. Remember Afghanistan? This was exactly the emboldened. Hold on, Igbo. God Almighty, Igbo, please now. Okay, go first. Igbo, yeah. Explain. Yeah.
If you come to power either via vote or whatever democratically, you should care about your people. Now the people are dying like this. You must understand that Him himself must be held accountable. Because as a leader, when you see that people are too big, this man is too mighty for you, you find a way to just withdraw and save your people first. But now Ukrainians are dying, and those who talk him to the wall, like the Americans and so on, none of them are there. It's only the Ukraine citizens that are suffering everything. They've captured one of their mayor. One day they will come and capture this president, and those who say
No,
we'll do this.
but within the next 2 to 3 days, I'm expecting to hear that he has been evacuated from that country. And it's such it's the level of naivety. It staggers me. If he's any sort of politician, he should know that NATO will under no circumstances go against Russia militarily, because they know the consequences of that. And if he knows that they are not going to go up against Russia militarily, certainly not over some country called Ukraine, then he knows then that he's a sitting dog. He doesn't have even a 1% capacity against Russia. So he should have negotiated himself out of that position rather than saber rattling and handing guns to armed robbers and old age pensioners, that people from the age of 16 to 18. It's leading them to slaughter now. It's just so naive.
Yeah. If anyone has sense and you look through the history of the US, you understand that you can't take their word for this sort of things. You have to act in the best interest of your nation. It's crazy because now his people, look at the price. Who's paying the price? Ukrainians, no one else. And he should have been smarter than that. But he took the bait. He forced his country into this kind of conflict that he didn't need. They are paying the price. End of the day, he's going to be removed and he will be held responsible. Make no mistake about it.
And by the way, at the first window, they will remove all the sanctions against Russia because their economy cannot carry the weight of a sanction against Russia. So at the very first window, they will just remove the sanctions. So that would have happened. Ukraine would have been destroyed. They would very quickly find pathways to normalize relationships with Russia, because it doesn't play well for them internationally as well. When people are seeing the way they are using their power, using the SWIFT system to try and attack as a weapon of war. So all the countries that are now in that system, they will now start to think that, okay, if these people go against me, they can use this thing against me. So that opens a window for another. I think China will feel in. It's not a mess. Too many schoolboy errors. Too many schoolboy errors.
That's a good point, one man.
Yeah.
Very good point.
The president is doing what they put him there to do, what the Americans put him there to do. Have you seen the allegation, the accusation that is coming towards him? But they've discovered about 1.6 billion in his offshore accounts, and he has about 30 million mansion in LA. So now they put down there is doing what they ask them to do. I should put that one man at the expense of his own people. But I should they will kill.
Already, France president is making a U-turn now.
The French president is saying that their company should not leave Russia. That they should continue. What are you? France now. Because they will very quickly they will hold the friendship, so that at the other end they'll say to Russia, look, we were always your friends. So give us the oil, give us the oil, give us the oil. And look at this, God.
I just feel bad for my guy MJ. We run from his village because of refugees where they can't take over. Now you really go to school another refugee for where you run go.
There you are. So engineer is doing God's work. He's doing God's work. He's doing God's work.
Engineer, may you ask them why they know they let Nigerians enter train, come out their country. When you get chance, I beg. Ask them why their people were stopping Nigerians from leaving.
There's a refugees camp in BAUCHI. If they want you, they go
you need to understand, if then denying Nigerians jumping into that plane is something that they own Africans apology, and but at this kind of situation now, what they're trying to say is maybe they're rescuing kids, parents with kids, blah blah blah. You understand? Those are the excuses they will end up coming out saying it. Well, it's quite unfortunate that it happens, it happens. That's just the truth. And it's a lesson. It's a lesson to learn. I must be honest.
All right. So, engineer, the person that does not seem to be learning the lesson, Buhari speaking on ruling or progressive Congress crisis, insists convention to hold on the 26th. So, Buhari now, he's been quiet all the way through, but he now breaks cover to speak, not spoken to the actual crisis itself, but rather speaking to people to stop backstabbing and name calling and insisting that the convention holds. So no clearer than we were before. In fact, a lot more confused. Because what we were led to believe, of course, was that the sacking of Buni was with the approval of Buhari, but he was silent. He was loud in his silence about speaking to that space. So what are you then gleaning from Buhari's pronouncements regarding the crisis in his party, engineer?
Oh man, Buhari is almost gone. So anything about Buhari is just talk and do. That's it. It's just to listen and and focus and be thinking of what is happening the next day. The man has already gave up Nigeria, so it's up to this sucking blood for them to be running up and down looking for who to start sucking the blood from. Buhari has nothing to say again. Right now, he's just there he's like a peacemaker. That's what is happening. Everybody will go and, according to your language, do ballet to him. So if they do that, he will say, okay, don't worry, everything will be fine. Buhari has nothing to say again because he's done. He's absolutely done. He settled his people, he settled his family. And that is it. That's who Buhari is. He has nothing to say again. I must be honest to you.
All right. I'm going to take you next to the army officer that was caught taking bribe by his superiors and then adopting the Dowale position and asking the superior to consider his position. But before I do that, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. There's a skirmish brewing in the comment section, and surprisingly, the two antagonists are names you don't expect. The mighty Vin from Ghana and the Lord, that is Alexander Gomez, from the upper echelons of the Nigerian society. So this is the beef. He says, Vin, a Nigerian sniper under Abacha, working directly from Aso Rock, comes to this platform to talk ill about Nigeria. That is a joke and laughable. Shake my head. So there it is right there, the beef brewing between Alexander Gomez and Vin from Ghana. So there it is. It looks as though Alexander is miffed. Did you expect that, engineer?
No, the thing is, Vin, wow. Vin is a lovely guy. If you talk good about Nigerian army, he will talk good. If you talk crap about them, that's where he said he's Ghanaian. He's not Nigerian.
Oh, okay. So are you talking good or crap then about the soldier man that is extorting money on the road between Damatru, what something or the other, Damatru and Maiduguri? Do they not have enough problems there without having to contend with the soldier man extorting them as well? He's caught and then he's saying, consider my family. What are you making of that, engineer?
Yeah, they're not gonna sack him. What will happen is they will call him back to barrack to stay there for a month or two, because they have to take him back to barrack. That's what they will do. So in terms of sacking him, they're not gonna sack him. And what you need to understand, one man, the country, there's too many problems in that country. People are suffering. People are suffering because the way this man is crying, he's crying like a baby. It's something that if there be,
you're sounding like you feel sorry for him, engineer.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him, man. I must be honest to you.
You feel sorry for him?
Yes.
He's extorting money from.
I can justify by me saying I feel sorry.
Okay.
You understand? Because if a soldier handle you, just be happy compared to police. Because police will smack you and they may end up using that gun to hit your head. But hardly you see a soldier who take gun and start hitting your head, or soldier will just tell you to do frog jump or roll on the ground. That's how he is being trained. But police of these days, those ones, I don't know whether they are criminals in uniform or whatever, they will do anything to hit you and take that money away from you. One man, Nigerian uniform men, they are not being treated well. We all know it's something that we have to be talking till the day God may touch their hearts. Because these people, I must be honest to you, the officer who recorded his junior officer, well, if you think he's doing a good job, fair enough. But he was once in that position. You understand? Let's look at what happened to Abakari, the most godly Nigerian top uniform man. Look at the way they caught him doing all those things. So imagine, this is just a junior rank officer army that is finding some little change. You understand? Because
engineer, sorry, are you listening to what you are saying? Are you listening to what you are saying?
Of course, one man, of course.
Okay, it's just a junior officer trying to earn some little change. But then that's Okada rider that is on that road from Damatru to Maiduguri. Yeah. He's worse off than that officer, but that officer extorts him. He has not done nothing wrong. He's trying to earn a living, and he's been extorted at gunpoint by a soldier man.
One man, were you there when he pointed the gun at him?
He's carrying a gun now.
Yeah, but that does not mean he's pointing at him.
Are you justifying this guy? Sorry, no, engineer, just let me be. Are you justifying this guy taking money from?
Listen, one man. Something lead to something for this man to start extorting money from people, right? And remember, the money they are taking from people, he has to go and give his commander.
He also needs some at home. So
you understand? He has to bring return. This is how it works. Commander who said, before I put you on the street, I need this amount of money for you to come as return. So tomorrow I'll put you in that position. My elder brother is in uniform. He's in uniform in Nigeria. They tried to make him to do all these things. He said he's not doing it. They sent him back to base because he vowed that he wouldn't take any bribe from nobody.
Engineer, I don't think commander sent him. If to say commander sent him, he won't be crying like that.
One man, I say one man. Ajale Koko, this is how it works.
I'm sure that he was doing it in group of others on their own.
No,
they went to mount roadblock to extort money and just make some illegal.
Ajale Koko, this senior officer who interrogated him, I'm telling you, by age, he didn't senior this guy on the floor. By age. Maybe he's one of the NDA officers that just graduated from NDA and become a senior officer. You understand? But this is what is happening in Nigerian uniform these days. Before they put you in that Oshodi road, they know that money, everything is flowing. They will trust you. They will say, go and bring this target. I need 20,000 naira. I'm sending you there. Make sure you give me that 20,000 naira. Anything you have above that 20,000 is your own cut. That's how it works in Nigerian uniform. I'm telling you, because this is what they do. So this guy is unlucky. A senior officer maybe traveling to or running the road caught him, and because he can't tell him that he's being sent by his own senior boss. That he won't say that. But
engineer, you stand alone. No, even you. Only Ajale Koko is more popular than you in the comment section, but nobody agrees with you.
No, yeah, people won't agree. But I'm telling you, my brother is in Nigerian uniform. He served in that country. Right now, they relocate him back to barrack. This is what happened to him 4 to 5 days ago. I was on phone with him. They send him for him to go and do all this thing and to take bribe. He said he's not taking it. What happened? They send him back to barrack. I'm telling you based on what is happening, because it happens to my own blood brother. So if the army, whatever is happening, don't blame those guys on the floor. They know what they're passing through. They're passing through challenges from their own senior officers. If this guy, I bet you, if this guy didn't return nothing to them, to the senior officer, they won't put him there. That's how they work.
Oh, wow. So the problem is big.
It's quite unfortunate, honestly. It's very, very unfortunate.
It is. But I struggle to accept it. I'm more aligned with your brother who takes a conscientious stance and says no. That is what I want. I don't want people that will say yes. I want like your brother that says no. That's the sort of
no. My brother, he knows our dad.
Yeah,
our
that
dad
guy have that option to refuse, but he chooses to go so that he can make some money too, and this is the consequences of it. So
exactly, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he's being caught on the wrong time. But what let me tell you what will happen to him now. They will send him back to barrack to go and stay there for 1 month or 2 or 3 months. Then they will send him to another area again to go and continue what he's doing. Because if in uniform people in Nigeria, we have the ones they call they do loyalty. It's just like the way Nigerian politicians they are. Buhari is here, all of them, they keep flying to come and visit him. When Tinubu was ill too, the same thing, they do come to London to visit him. So those are the loyalty people that we call. It's a game. It's a game. Honestly, they know what they're doing. So that's how it works, one man. I really don't blame the guy. They should blame the senior officers who are posting those guys to go on that road to go and be taking money from people.
All right, engineer. I'm surprised, but that's your view. But what's your view on this? The Obaseki narrative. He's saying private money requires greater accountability than public funds, and this is saying to the sports space that they should not come to him to seek money because the government money is unaccounted for, and if what they are going to do is to achieve any purpose, then they have to go to private enterprise. What are you then making of this confession by the Edo man?
Well, Obaseki is doing his best, I must be honest to you. The guy he's trying to see how he can manage that state, and he's trying to reserve.
Do you have a cold, engineer?
Yeah.
I can hear it in your voice. Carry on.
Yeah, he's just trying his best to see how he can, manage that state. And it's just, after all what happened to him, I think it's a lesson for him to learn. And he really don't want to fail his people. And his people are good in sport, in terms of sport. So that's why he will do anything to make sure that no any money that will be diverting to anywhere. The guy is very smart. He's doing well. He's really doing well.
Yes, I agree too. I agree that if he really wants anything of meaning to happen in the sports sector, which it sounds as though he does, then he should point them as he points them in the direction of a private enterprise, because you're not going to go to Mr. Successful and take money from him, and then he will not come and see what you have done, though. He will come and see it now because he wants his name known to that successful project. He's not giving you money so you can go and chop it like government money. So that is it. But the lack of accountability in the government sector, continuing, one of the biggest problems we have, really, we've always said that is the lack of due process, lack of accountability, lack of supervision. This is really where the problem is in Nigeria. But to a bigger problem, we are delaying fuel subsidy removal because of 2023 election. The Buhari administration makes this confession, so essentially then telling us that rather than do a policy that is for the people, they are willing to. Well, this is essentially bribery, isn't it? So they are bribing people with petroleum in order to hold a political space. Because if the subsidy, the country cannot afford it anymore, then they should remove it at the first opportunity, not for their own political expediency, because that political expediency now is a $3-4 billion expense in the Nigerian coffers. What are you then making of the politicking of the fuel subsidy, engineer?
Yeah, one man, if you look at Nigerian, you'll be like, what's going on? We have oil in our country. The oil will be moved to America or somewhere else, then they will refine it, then they will bring it back and sell it expensive for us. So we need to start asking questions. When will Nigeria wake up? Because we have so many refineries. What is happening there? Why can't we develop things by ourselves? How long can we be moving all those oil to go and refine it and come back? What are the equipment there that Nigeria can afford to buy? There are things that sometimes if you look at it, you'll be asking, how long will this thing continue? Because moving that crude oil, sending it abroad, those people refining it, are they having 2 heads or 3 heads? They have the same head like us. So what is happening with us? And anything that comes to fuel scarcity in Nigeria, Lagos is even better. If you go to Port Harcourt, that one is calamity, is worse. So the way in terms of fuel scarcity in that country and the corruption, one man, is sad. It's really, really sad. It's really, really sad. Look how the same issue happening in Ukraine. They still have oil. They still serve oil. All the problems happening there, they still have electricity. All the
it's all about stockpiling, isn't it, engineer? They should have in reserve in Nigeria oil that will last the country for 2 solid years at any point in time, so that they can control the price. That under any circumstance why should there ever be oil scarcity in Nigeria? We've been talking about oil scarcity since Shagari days now, and we're still talking about oil scarcity now. How can that be?
One man, if you go now, you see, let me give you an example with Asari Dokubo. He has his own pipe. He has his own pipe. So if there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria, he will personally be supplying to some other petrol station. That's how it works. There are bunkry everywhere in that south.
Hey, make I interject real quick, I beg. Engineer, now where you reach Asari Dokubo getting your own pipe?
He doesn't have. He must have now. Is he not the big boy in the?
So
No. One man, this is not a must-have matter. He said he has his own pipe. I want to know where the man gets his own pipe from. I beg.
You want to know where he gets his own pipe?
Engineer, know this man.
Because I can tell.
Engineers, I be this man.
Yeah, you have to remember that engineer is a Port Harcourt boy. You have to understand. He's from that side.
One man, my mama
Port Harcourt pro and pro.
Yes, now.
One man, my mama na Calabari, which is Rivers too, and Asari Dokubo na Calabari man. So if he has a pipeline, I want to hear where you get that information, because I don't think he does. To be honest with you.
What makes you think he didn't have it?
Asari Dokubo, first of all, is in Benin Republic. Gets pipeline now from Benin Republic. They manage pipeline for
Asari
for Degema.
Hold on, Asari
for Degema or Abonima.
Okay, let's interrogate. Let's interrogate it. Do you know he has about 2 or 3 hotels in Benin Republic, full 3-star, 4-star hotels?
I think he also has a university.
And where does he get him? Is it from his Harvard degree? That is. What are you talking? The guy has oil.
But you see, Yeah, but you see, that one is not in
One
debate.
man, really, I thought the Kuba has a university more than 15 years ago, 15 years ago. It's a very best, one of the
Now
best.
he has been oil bunkering since his
No, but
teenager.
one
Now.
man, you're making a mistake. You're forgetting that. You think, okay, keep in mind when he was oil bunkering, that was at the time when MEND was in full effect. All right, you understand? And then
So he's
Jonathan
oil
came in,
bunkering,
and then
but he doesn't
wait,
have pipeline.
wait now, and then
Okay.
Jonathan came in, and then
It's
they
very
had
bad. It's
the
very bad for the job people because they also have a refinery in South Africa. They don't develop our area. They are fighting our people.
Tony, wait now,
They fight Urobo, they fight
and then
Edo, they
he
fight all
came
the
in.
people. Yes.
Yeah, he came in, and then they had the amnesty program, which, by the way, Asari go don't make money through that thing already as well. So there were other areas that he got his money from. I'm just stepping in because I don't think he has a pipeline that he's using to supply people with petroleum. That's not accurate.
He has.
Yeah, he doesn't have, my brother.
Okay, no
he
problem.
No get. Trust me.
If you say so, no
I know. Say he no get. No get. Trust me, my brother. I get family for the
individual no get pipeline for Nigeria now. I'm waiting to talk, engineer.
No, he was very close to the Northerners now. He's a Muslim. He converted to Muslim. He has a pipeline. He has
Tony,
oil well.
stop, I beg. Tony, I beg. No, he no get.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Aizon. Do people have pipelines in the creek areas? Do they have pipelines?
Individuals?
Yes.
No.
Do you understand what they mean when they say somebody has a pipeline?
No, let me tell you what happened. The illegal refineries you see, they bunker the oil, they steal it from pipelines, and then they go into the special areas in the creek to refine. But they don't have their own pipelines. You understand what I mean?
It's not registered with the government. This is what is. Are you saying that he has a pipeline registered with the government?
No. You're saying that they built their own pipelines under the ground.
No. You see, that means you don't understand. And correct me if I'm misquoting you, engineer. But when you're saying somebody has a pipeline, they control an area where pipelines go through, and they cut into that pipeline to funnel the oil. So so that's the pipeline he has.
Well, I can tell you one man categorically that he doesn't have that kind of pipeline. When they do those things, it's illegally done. And as a matter of fact, for a couple of years now, they've stopped the sabotage. When was the last time you heard about these guys actively sabotaging any oil pipeline that's creating spills? They stopped it now because even the people there have been telling them, listen, you're destroying our environment. So a lot of times they stopped it. So that stuff is not happening. What I'm telling you is the money he made back then. That's why he's trying to enter this Biafra space now. Because they try chop the money when they're inside this Biafra space. The money he made during Jonathan's time, and he made during the time of MEND. Since then, that's why he went to Benin Republic to build the school now. Build school for Nigeria.
I'm with the engineer, or me too. I believe he has pipeline. Or how can he not have pipeline? Somebody of his state.
Let's just forget about that chapter. Let's just forget about that.
No, I just want to correct that space because trust me, I have intimate information. It doesn't.
All right. Carry on, engineer.
Yeah. So
one man, please. Can I say something?
Okay, go on.
Because you always say that you wonder why our area is not like Dubai. Why they did not develop our area? You always ask us. You know why? Because there is internal disunity. You see, we are not united people. We are not united people. That is why. Because the Kubo has everything. It even has another well. Because we're very close to the Northerners, and then converted to Islam, and then that is why so you are very. So he has everything. The money that is made for poor people, he will take them and keep for himself. That's like Akpabio is doing, like the Obaseki is doing, like the Tony Kabaka, all of them that belong to this man or whatever, all those organizations in Nigeria. That's what they are. That's what they do. That's why we are very backward.
All right, thank you. So back to your engineer.
Yeah, well done, my brother Tony. So when you come to reality like this, in terms of oil subsidy in that country, we have everything, one man. There's everything. Nigeria has everything to. Nigeria can refine oil in their own country, but we don't know what is happening. You know, we need to start, making things real. You understand? Because if Nigeria today want to do things on their own, and the good thing is, one man, Nigeria, they are one of the most brainy people on earth. Anywhere you go, you heard about Nigerian people. They are doing well. They are really, really doing well. So in terms of this kind of issue of Nigeria fuel, we're not supposed to be crying with these people over here. Because in the Europe here, they are the ones that's supposed to be crying.
I wonder why the Dangote refinery is never part of the conversation of this oil subsidy. We've not really heard a progress report on that space, the country looking in that direction. So where exactly is that refinery, and when is it going to come on stream, and and what impact will it have on this problem that we have? So what about the Dangote refinery now? What's going on there?
I think he had I think they said he had one in Lekki, innit? A petrol station where you go and kind of modernize one that you go, you serve yourself.
Look at that.
So things are happening. Nigeria is picking up, but it's just gonna take a while. That's just the truth. It's gonna take a while. But Dangote, that guy, I don't know how he's doing his own thing, honestly. But look.
Because we shouldn't be talking about, you say we are not able to refine our oil. We have the top 3 largest refinery just down the road now. So what even is the meaning of our oil subsidy when Dangote is there?
After all, our president said it clearly that anyone who come out and talk about subsidy is a what? Is a thief.
Is a thief.
So if anyone coming out today talking about Nigerian subsidy, blah blah blah, that means they are thief then now. So it's only God can intervene that country, honestly, one man.
Oh, all right, thank you, engineer. Let me also acknowledge engineer Buy Coffee. He usually does that instead of the super chat, which he has done again today. So thank you, engineer. Go drink some fluid, and you sound like you need your bed. You've had a grueling day, and the weather.
I walked straight 7 days, so because what happened is we are not expecting these people to come quickly. So they just said they're coming, which is today, Sunday. Most of them are coming in today. So that's why I was so busy at work.
And engineer,
please allow
do you mind narrating to us how the Nigerians in Ukraine got in touch with you, or is there an organization in the UK?
No, hold on. Two voices. So sorry. Repeat what you just said, Black League.
Yes, I was just wondering on what you're doing with the Nigerians in Ukraine fleeing to the UK. Is it that there's a Nigerian organization in the UK that is organizing for that, or you're doing it in your personal capacity?
It's not for the Nigerians, so it's for the Ukrainians. It's not doing it for the Nigerians.
Oh, the Ukrainians themselves.
Yes, and it's a government space. But you can explain, engineer.
They abandoned the Nigerians.
No. What happened is I have two friends which they quickly moved to Germany because I was trying to see how I can make things easy for them as well. Because if they're picking people from there to bring them here, I do my best, but unfortunately, due to the stress they passed through there, their phone wasn't going through. If not, I would have said they should, if anything, UK send any plane for them to pick them over there, they should jump on the UK plane to and arrive to UK. But unfortunately, their phone went off, and some of them went to Germany. So hopefully, but what happened is about 20 to 30 candidates, Ukrainians, they're coming, and mainly old women and their kids and wives, because their husbands, they said they want to stay there and fight the war. So what happened, we have a contract with UK government, because I manage four different companies. what we do is to go there to make sure we check the building and to make that place secure for them to come and live there for temporary at the moment. So that's what we're doing now.
All right, so it's for the Ukrainian. So thank you, engineer. So go get yourself some lamb soup or something, and have a good night's sleep. You deserve it. So that's engineer. So thank you, engineer.
Thank you.
So we go on from engineer and we go to Igbo, who joins us from Nigeria. So we don't hear enough from Igbo, and I'm always mindful of the fact that he's tuning in from Nigeria, which is no mean feat. The technology and the spend. So we come to you, Igbo, then, although they spend, the Igbo, I don't think that's a real concern because Igbo, of course, a central bank person.
Talk to me.
So Igbo then, Buhari speaks on ruling All Progressive Congress crisis, insists convention to hold on the 26th. So the crisis hemorrhaging the ruling party, the president was deafening with his silence and is deafens even more with his pronouncements. He's not at all spoken to the crisis. He's just asking people to hold stations till the 26th. So what are you then making of Buhari's pronouncement and the general goings on in APC? Igbo.
Does Buhari pronouncement has weight on convention or whether it will hold or you know? You look at those governors like Uso and Buhari can control. I don't think there will be any convention on that 26th, but let's just wait.
Well, why do you not think so? Yeah.
Yeah, because how many times? Is this the third time or the first time? So let's just see what happens. I don't think the convention will hold because these people, they are fighting themselves. They don't know their position right now. So for that convention to take place, let us all be watching and see if the possibility is there. But I believe that 26th, they will still shift it forward.
All right. Well, I don't think they will, but a lot of people think they will. But it's only 2 weeks away, so God keep us all till then. But God keep this soldier ban as well. I'm sure you have seen the clip, Igbo. Nigerian soldier caught extorting money from motorists by superior officer. So he was pleading with the officer to consider his time in service and him being a family man. But then, of course, the people that he was extorting from, they were family men too. So what are you then making then of this video that is going viral?
Very, very embarrassing and a disgrace to the Nigerian military. If you are in this space, if you are in the road managing the people that are passing, you don't need to extort them. And if you got caught, you just silently follow your superior and obey him, then bringing yourself to this viral space. And I was wondering why Ejina is telling me that he pitied the soldier man, that is crying that they should give him space to blah, blah. They don't give them salary. You want to tell me they are not paid? They are paid. If they continue in this manner in which that guy is on the road, which they are doing anyway across the country, and then it's the highest level of corruption. Corruption will never die.
How many times have we even been told that they have been ordered not to mount roadblocks anymore?
Okay.
They tell us that all the time.
Uncountable time. Uncountable time. Today they will tell you, tomorrow go to the road, you will see them. Today they will tell you that tomorrow go to the road, you will see them. So such an officer should not be pitied. I think at this junction, I think the military should have called him to caution and then maybe one way or the other send him to the barrack for this kind of exposure. I wonder why engineer is telling us that his superior sent him there. He pitied that. He called the superior and I will tell you he never sent him there.
He will say that, but we know he does. Do
you not deny it straight? That's the fact. So it's quite very, very unfair for any military man to put his uniform in that kind of position. Disappointing.
All right. Thank you, Igbo. So, Igbo, to the oil subsidy space, this is something I think it actually started under the Abacha administration when they ran down the refineries in Nigeria and used it as a fraud space to extort money and milk the federal coffers. I think during Abacha they were actually going as far as Brazil to go and refine this. Can you imagine the journey? They will take oil out of Nigerian ground, take it all the way to Brazil to go and refine it,
That
only
was
to
what
bring it back.
Abacha was doing.
Yeah, only to bring it back to Nigeria. In fact, they said even Abacha owned some of the refineries in Brazil. So there's
Just
that
imagine.
space. What will even happen to those refineries if Nigeria ever gets it going? This is why they frustrate that space. But the oil subsidy now, they're saying they're going to remove it by July. Now they've changed their mind and they're giving the reasons now that it's to do with the politics of 2023. So if the oil subsidy should be removed in July, and they are saying that for reasons of politics, they are holding it steady, then they are essentially bribing the Nigerian space with about $2 billion that is not necessary to spend, all because they want to hold on to a position that they fraudulently got in the first place. So what are you then making then of this Mickey Mouse reasoning?
I thought they were citing the Ukraine and Russia crisis as the cause for this subsidy to be coming back or whatever. I thought they are citing the Ukraine crisis, that there are lots of, what do you call it, inflation right now everywhere. Everything is rising, even in America. I thought that is it because of politics? I don't think it's because of politics.
No, it's because of politics, because they told us that they were reversing that decision long before the Ukrainian crisis came into the fore.
They told us, but they did not reverse it. You know, these people, it's been a long time we've been hearing on this kind of stories now. But the news I got today, what they were citing is this Ukraine crisis or whatever. So, Nigeria, it's not jaga jaga, but at least we are. My joy is that we must, at 23 years of uninterrupted democracy, I believe that one day, these politicians that you are seeing, they will begin to tell themselves the truth. It's getting close. Just watch. They will be telling themselves the truth very soon because...
Will that be your lifetime? Do you think you'll be alive to see?
No, I will witness it. For 22 years, for the first time, the Senate is opposing the president's decision not to put rigging clause in this thing. Don't you know it's a huge change in this country? As time goes on, we'll be seeing more of these things coming up to light. More challenges like this. You will see them fighting themselves to get it in better. One day they will just get up and tear this paper they call constitution and bring us the people's constitution. So let's see. We keep praying for the country that try to get the country away.
Okay, Ego the eternal optimist. So let me take you to Bauchi State, and going on there, Governor Mohammed to spend 100 million naira on Quranic recitation competition in Bauchi State. So I'm just off the back of that headline, just asserting that essentially means that is declaring Bauchi State an Islamic state, because you cannot spend that much money on one religion in what is meant to be a secular country if it's not your intention to signal to space that your state is essentially predominantly for that religion. So the declaration of an Islamic state in Bauchi by Governor Mohammed.
I thought Bauchi is part of the Sharia state. Is that correct?
Well, it sounds like it, doesn't it?
Yes, you are correct. It's among the 12 northern states that Sharia.
If Bauchi is already part of the
I don't think Bauchi is part of the Sharia states. I think it's the core north, like all those Sokoto, all the hardcore ones.
Bauchi is number one, Bauchi is number one, sir. It's Sharia state, sir.
But they just told us now that a good 45% of that state is Christian.
Yes, they will have a traditional like Southerners there. People like us are there, but they can't speak out. They will cut their head off. They will.
One man. That's the travesty of this thing, is that you have significant Christian populations in a lot of these states, but and Obasanjo allowed them to declare these states as Sharia states. In Kaduna, you have almost the entirety of southern Kaduna is Christian. But yet, Kaduna is on that list. How is that possible?
And then tomorrow, one man will come here and tell us there is a...
Obasanjo did not allow them.
Obasanjo allowed them. Tony.
He said that Nigerian constitution...
That was one of his biggest failings.
No. Obasanjo fought Sharia. He fought Sharia tooth and nail. I don't know what you guys are saying.
In history. One man, please pull this up in history. I don't have time to argue this.
It's a statement of fact now. Tony, now. The Sharia, the Sharia, I think it was actually Jeremiah that first came up. The one that now is a senator, the one that went to marry that underage Egyptian girl. He was the one that came up with the Sharia narrative. I can't recall the states that he was governor then. So he said he was going to introduce Sharia in his state. And they did
Zamfara.
It was
Zamfara,
the
yes.
governor of Zamfara.
Yes, and they did that to challenge Obasanjo then because they wanted Obasanjo to go up against that pronouncement so that they can then say that Obasanjo was anti-Muslim and they can then use that to attack him frontally because they would then rally the entirety of the faithfuls to launch at Obasanjo. So Obasanjo sideswiped it to say that so we all know that it was Obasanjo.
That the Nigerian law, that Nigerian law is number one. That's what Obasanjo said. He said Nigerian law, pass is more than the
yes, but the Sharia was introduced under Obasanjo, so that's just a statement of fact.
Man, doesn't that tell you the Northerners know how to play politics? Then they take advantage of moments. You understand?
Yeah,
they use
it's
just
an
like you
easy
described.
go-to now. It's an easy go-to. That's not essentially some high-level thinking. That's not blue sky thinking.
Well, we Southerners, we don't even. I mean, come on. We want things. We don't know how to strategize and use the moments, find a weakness, and capitalize on that weakness.
It's not even strategizing. It's not even strategizing.
And then one more, please,
it's criminal.
That was why Obasanjo did not allow them to punish that girl. There was one lady that they wanted to stone to death. Obasanjo stopped them.
Established Sharia law in a secular state. That's what they did. They violated the constitution. It was criminal. Under no circumstances should that have been allowed to happen.
You know when they
no
brought
circumstances.
it. When they brought it in, and Obasanjo, he was either naive or he looked the other way. When they brought it in, they brought it in as a voluntary something that people will opt to have that form of justice rather than it being the standard for the space. So, because of course there's a hard body of Muslims in that space, and they might and probably do have preferences for that form of justice system. But when they brought it in, he was saying that, okay, you can bring it in as an option that somebody can exercise. So if you find somebody wanting, he has the option to either go with the conventional system of the nation, or go with the with that religious system. So it was an optional something that people could opt to go to, rather than the deferenced space. It wasn't the standard. That was how we came in. But now, of course, it's the standard where we see them all over Kano breaking bottles of beer like Aguero in
Woman, if you recall, not too long after he allowed them to do it, they accused a lady of adultery.
Yeah,
and they were going to stone her. They were going to stone her to death. And the incident got international condemnation from people all around the world, saying that would never happen. Why would they stone a lady to death? And Obasanjo intervened and threatened them that if anything happens to that lady, there will be serious consequences. But this was at the onset of establishing Sharia law. So it wasn't, it's not like it took the next 6 to 8 months for them to decide that they were going to have this.
Once they got it in, there was no going back. We all know this is
Obasanjo was really a puppet, man. I think Obasanjo was imposed by the North. I won't say the Northern people, but I would say the Northern elites. They always say that. I don't think Obasanjo was a real Southern Yoruba candidate. I don't think he was put there.
Obasanjo has never been a Yoruba man. He has always been a Nigerian.
Which Nigerian? And also remember when
Nigerian, not a Yoruba man.
He worked for us. He worked for Nigeria. He worked for Nigeria. He worked for Africa. He worked for Africa.
Obasanjo was only you guys. Obasanjo was a puppet of
I beg you not follow this, but they call it destroy our people here. This thing will come and accuse a war, and then the other one is coming because of EK Clark. It's trying to cause enmity between us. Why? It's not. It's time for us to unite.
Don't you talk? You say
what does EK Clark? What does EK Clark have to do?
Yeah, EK Clark is trying to say that Awolowo did not develop Midwest State, which is very wrong. My grandfather, my father, all of them, they benefited from our World program. Till today, Edo State and Delta State, we still have, see command education like the Southwest people. It's all because of our World. But it came out about 6 months ago and said to try to paint a different narrative, about our World. And then about Obasanjo, why did Obasanjo help us in the south, and all this? This is not time for us to be doing all this. The job people are the one destroying the southern Nigeria. Because they are too tribalistic.
Tony, what are you talking about?
Yeah, go to Wari now. Go to Wari. We have problem there with the Robo. We, see with the Edo people there, with the Shakiri. What's all this? It's Joe. When Jonathan was there, was trying to tear Benin too. That part of Benin, that is for the Ijo people. He want to create an Ijo state from Edo State, Delta State, and Bayelsa State to call them Ijo state. These are the reality, on ground.
One man, I'm not going to take the bait.
No,
I don't want to. I don't want to
it's
turn
better. It's better for you.
To turn your.
This one don't pass your power.
Listen, engineer. Tony, no one see my wahala this evening.
No. But what is what is a better?
One man platform.
What is the better without a war? Without a brutality?
But Tony can't be attacking job people now. You can't be.
Yeah, what is the today at the Delta State without a war influence?
Careful.
Through Abdul Salim, who gave you poor education in Bomandi and all this Burutu. The job don't go to school, but Abdul Salim through a war set up schools there, and they said that the Benin State teachers should go there. They will give them bonuses. That is what
we know they go school. We know they go school, but we don't get
before no school. There was no road to the place.
Make on get your own.
It was a war through Abu Dhabi that did all this. I mean, let us not.
We don't get presidents. We get our own states.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
For the money when they come out of our backyard, go to chop for that country. Your state go just poor die.
All right. Don't open up that space, because
I
will just leave the platform and then I'll come and close it down tomorrow morning, because I know there's no coming back from that space.
Let me not change the conversation here.
I don't believe I'm saying this, but Ego, please rescue us from this. Ego.
That's history, one man. That's history.
Now, where the Ego is happy to rescue us from Tony.
I'm happy Black League is there.
I was saying that this issue of BAUCHI governor, if he's investing 100 billion, 100 trillion to recycle Quran or whatever, well, let him go ahead and do it. If he places already a Sharia or whatever, a Sharia state, reciting the Quran is normal. What is wrong with reciting Quran? If you like, let him put any amount of billion there. That's what we find in Nigeria is what we get. They turn the place already to Sharia. So reciting Quran is not an issue.
It's an issue both nationally, but especially also to that state, because in the same narrative they were speaking. No, in the same narrative when they are talking about this guy spending 100 million on reciting a religious text, they were also talking about out of school children. It says, let me give you this paragraph. He, however, said this is when he was donating the money. This was in the same speech. He, however, said that the government frowned at street begging, adding that the State Ministry of Education was geared towards making school functional and valuable to all and sundry. The governor highlighted the terms of reference of the committee. So in the same speech, where he's donating 100 million naira to the recitation of religious text, he's also in that speech telling us that they frown at street begging, and adding that the state ministry is asked to tackle education, the school, to make the school functional and valuable to the students. So the schools are not functional or of value to mean that the children are on the street begging, but he's donating 100 million naira to the recitation of religious text.
Why don't he divert that 100 million to build school for those children?
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? This is it.
Why don't he divert that money? That's why I said, since it's a Sharia state, Reciting Quran 1 billion is not the problem. This is what we got from the rule, from this northern rule for all these years. They just misuse this money, just misbehave, do what they like, and then they got that BALA said, what is his qualification as a governor?
No, he's a
Because
highly
that BALA
educated man, though. That's the thing. He's a highly
is
educated man.
what?
It's a
Yeah,
highly
but one
educated
man,
man. Yeah.
On what basis?
one man, religious dogma, right? In a lot of instances, supersedes highly educated. There are people with doctorates
That's true.
that are borderline fundamentalists in our country. Make no mistake about it. And don't be
That guy, I
confused
don't
by
look at
this.
him as an
Don't be
educated
confused
guy.
by
I
this
just look at him like a religion, a religious guy.
thing that they go on TV and they talk with in politically correct language and act like they're your best friends. Do not
Don't
mistake
be
a
scared, say
second
it.
for it.
Soft-spoken Black
Yeah,
League. Don't be scared, say it.
you understand what I mean? So it's the problem we're facing now is how does one go back from this? The fact that you're giving all these states Sharia, how do you protect the minorities in those states? How do you go back? This is the question.
You see, it's the beginning of the Balkan. So there's two things that can happen. There's two ends to this game. It's either the balkanization ultimately of that country, because as they continue to come up with all of these spaces more and more, people that don't share those same line of thought or those same way of life, they would be forced to relocate to other spaces. So it's either just by osmosis the country balkanizes, or the country is subjugated under one system. So is it just subjugation or balkanization? Those are the two end results that can
One man,
come.
this is what I think will happen. I think there's going to be a revolution in the north. Because a lot of northerners are becoming
That's what
very,
I'm trying to
yeah,
say.
they're
Don't
becoming
fight
very.
anywhere
The
again.
No, no, I'm
revolution.
serious.
They don't have it in them now.
I
They
said
are
they
not.
will fight. The
They
One
are,
time
man,
will
they are,
come. They will
I don't
fight
know. They are
themselves in
Joro
that north.
Jara Joro now. They are
one,
Joro
one
Jara
man,
Joro.
a lot of
I'm
northern minds
surprised.
have been very exposed
I'm
and
surprised
educated
Black
these
League
days.
is exceptionally quiet about this
Can I
Sharia
interject?
law
No,
and
don't
all these
worry.
things in the north.
Black League
What do
picks
you
his
want me to
moment.
say now?
No,
But
I'm here. I'm
No,
waiting. I'm
no,
waiting
because
for
no,
my
Black
no.
League
turn.
Black League picks his moment. But
he's from there.
hold on, Izon. Let's hear from Mike first, and then engineer, and then Black League will come and put us to the right.
Eventually, there's going to be a revolution in North because more and more Northerners are getting very, very exposed to the world and exposed to history and exposed to a high level of education. And those guys, eventually, with their advanced mind, they will eventually look at the society and like, okay, this got to change. I mean, history has proved it's always happened like that throughout history, and they will find a way to organize some kind of revolution, just overthrow the forces that are actually keeping that place, yeah, maintaining that so-called religious ground, because that religious fanaticism that's there in the north is not going to make that place advance. And eventually, those guys will organize some type of revolution, and especially the generation that's coming up, they will organize some type of revolution and change that whole system. I'm telling you, that's what will happen.
Well, is that not I've always said? But people get they throw stones at me when they say we have to civilize them. But engineer, let's hear from you.
Yeah, last week they said, according to your news, it says Nigerian police women should be using hijab, And this week again, they say now this is what is happening. But something we need to understand here: what are the Khan? Khan in Nigeria. What are they doing? Are they keeping quiet? Things are just going the way it's going, or are they coming out to say something? Because at the end of the day, Tony make a point here. He said something that things are happening like this, and people will end up, just because people speak the same language or different language, they forget about the main bigger picture, that this is what is happening in the country or this is what is coming in. They don't think about that. It's rather you hear that one language is fighting the other language. You see, those are the kind of things that I think I can see is affecting that country very well. And in terms of that Christianity religion, because if the Muslim are making gain, moving forward, achieving what they want to achieve, what is going on with the Christianity? So those are the kind of things that sometimes I look at it, I call it like a child's play, because we have lots of dignities in Christianity in that country. Why are they not coming out
Really?
to talk?
Really?
Let's
Christianity now business was out,
assume.
man. Those people are not Christians,
Yeah.
man. They are hustlers. They are money. They have Southern Nigeria. No one is a Christian in South, man. Now that Christianity, that money, if you take away the money aspect, the Christianity will disappear from Nigeria.
So if the Muslim are making gain, they are pushing whatever they are demanding, they're getting it. Why are people complaining? You know what I mean? Does that mean we don't have a genuine Christian in that country that they can dare to push something, dare to demand something that the Nigerian government will say, okay, yes, this is for you.
Well, engineer, you have to understand, in the South, we identify more with our ethnicity than our religion. Versus in the North, where in the North, people identify with religion before their ethnicity. You understand? A Northerner sees himself as a Muslim first before he sees himself as a Hausa or Gwari or Kanuri. Exactly. But in the South, a Yoruba man or Igbo man sees himself as a Igbo man before a Christian, or a Ijaw man sees himself as a Ijaw man before a Christian. So forget that Christianity. No one really believes in that Christianity, man. You know.
But my engineer was using a metaphor to narrate this. It was said that that's what Tony was talking about. So it did not mean about Christian. In other words, it said that we should unite. We should not fight each other. That's what engineer is trying to tell people, whether people of the South or whatever, that we should unite.
Tony, you just attack the job people. You know, so like the job people are Christian like you.
I better go sit down there. I did try to educate them.
Christian like you.
We would drink go, but they drink too much. But we drink also.
Our drink don't carry us enter Aso Rock now. Where on our drink don't carry us?
All right, let's hear from Black League. But Black League only if you want to speak to the space.
You go there rub
obliged.
this Aso Rock thing for our face, Abi.
Don't mind
no,
Black,
don't mind the man.
You know that Goodluck Jonathan was a quota system president.
They
just allow it now because of the oil. That okay,
he drank too much.
He was a quota system president now, so it doesn't count.
He's a real president. Which one is quota? You have started one man.
He's a quota system president now. Is he not a quota? Black League knows what I mean. Black League knows.
One man.
However, I want to describe him. The man was president for 6 years. The man did what he could. Even me, I criticized him on some things, and at the end of the day, he demonstrated true democracy by handing over power, which he did not have to do. Even his own people were against him because he went in and he picked Jega, someone he had never met in his life, to become head of INEC. If he had chosen someone he knew, there's no way. Yeah, no, he wanted to do things the right way. This is the problem with Jonathan. But yeah, I criticize him all the time. If he had done things the Nigerian way, he'll still be president. He would have been president for 8 years. But it's okay. So anybody, if you talk anything when they want to talk, at the end of the day, the guy was president. Anthony, he was an Ijaw man. So if you don't like him, carry yourself, enter River Niger. Nothing going to happen.
My auntie married Ijaw man. I get Ijaw cousins. Don't tell me that we are one people. We are the same brother and sister. Now look at
the settle down. You came in the man.
I think Jonathan was actually more of a Nigerian than Obasanjo. He was
you
more
think
of a
so?
Yes, because Jonathan, the guy was very fair. Like, he was very patriotic. The way he handled that whole election thing, unlike Obasanjo, that rig election that put that's not being a Nigerian.
No. Jonathan is more Nigerian. I say probably he's more is more law-abiding or studious or
No,
more
it's more
by the book.
patriotic. In fact, Jonathan,
No,
let me
no,
tell you
it's
something
not
about Jonathan.
patriotism now. He tried to do things by the
Obasanjo
book.
said if you
One
say
man,
if
let
you
me tell
do
you something
that
about
thing,
Jonathan. Why
Nigeria
Jonathan
must
will go
enter
down?
power.
Why Jonathan will go down as one of the best presidents in Nigerian history?
No, I agree, by the
Jonathan,
way. I'm a Jonathan
yeah,
fan.
yeah. Do you know that when Obasanjo was in power, there are so many things that Americans will tell him to do that I can't dare say no. Hillary Clinton approached Jonathan and was trying to control him, tell him to do something. Do you know that this guy responded by saying, "Listen, I'm a president of Nigeria. The interest of my country is more paramount than the interest of any superpower or anybody." He turned down Hillary Clinton's uh, approach. I mean, that to me, that's a patriotic man, man. And that just the guy just earned my respect from that day, man. I'm
Michael
telling
Obasanjo is totally the opposite of what
you.
he just stated.
Obasanjo was
Only
a
Obasanjo that
All
can
right,
go to
he
all
was
that
right,
just
can
doing
go
what
to England.
America.
Okay, that can
all
go to
right.
England and they challenge London that they steal our money. They should release our monies that are held in Frankfurt, in London, in New York. Only Obasanjo that could stand for this is the greatest Nigerian leader. You know
Yeah,
that.
man. Obasanjo was the puppet of America,
All
man.
right. Let's hear from
Do
let's
you
hear
know
from
that
Black. Hold on. Let's hear from Black
one man,
League. Yeah.
just a minute, one man. Do you
Okay.
know that a southwesterner or a southeasterner or a northerner can never better Nigeria? It's only a southern leadership can change this Nigeria as a nation.
All right.
That is why you see we produced a good luck, a gentleman. You will see a next southerner that will come into this presidency now. This country will change. America will be learning. You will see people that they are Johnny Leko coming back from America to Nigeria.
I'm
Duty
telling
beggar
you, man.
school. Beggar schools.
All right. So that is Igbo Oshibanjo for president, Abi. Oshibanjo from the South. Okay, there it is. So
This
let's
one
hear
man,
from.
eh?
No, look at his name. Now
This one man, eh?
he say Oshibanjo for president, but he's saying the South is the best. Igbo,
That's what I say. It's only when a southerner will come to this Nigeria office again that you will see a great Nigeria. Yes, Osinbajo will do very well.
But Igbo, look, we are looking at your
Yes,
name on
I'm
the screen
supporting
now.
him because it's not the turn of the South for now.
All right.
They say it's turn by turn. So we are waiting for an Igbo man to lead us now. For me, I'm waiting for an Igbo man leader. I'm waiting for the leadership of a
You are waiting
Southwest,
for an Igbo man
Southeasterner.
or a South and Oshibanjo.
A Southeasterner. I'm waiting for a Southeasterner to lead us. If they are doing it a turn by turn issue.
All right.
Aside that,
I'm going to take you to that
Osinbajo
space on the.
should be the next president. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take you to that space in a moment, but let's hear from Black League, who wants to give thoughts on what we're speaking about just now. So give that thought as I go and get some water. So Black League, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I think it was the topic on Sharia in northern Nigeria. I heard Mike saying in southern Nigeria, people take culture over religion, while in northern Nigeria, people take religion over culture. I think that's wrong, but I see why you would have that viewpoint. That's because in the north, the religion and the culture is intertwined, so it's hard to separate.
What do you mean? Can you expand on that? Because that's confusing me.
Well, that's for African culture entirely, wherever you find it. The religion and
African
the
culture is
culture.
Islamic?
They are tied together.
No. My brother, calm down, man. You said you don't understand what I said by when I said the culture and the religion are intertwined. Correct?
No, actually, I didn't say culture. I said tribe, ethnicity, not culture. I said ethnicity.
Well, ethnicity and culture to me are the same thing, you know. But ethnicity and religion, they're intertwined in the north. And in African culture, mostly your ethnicity is the same thing as your religion. You derive it from the same source. Is in recent times, because we've had a lot of invasions, that we're beginning to have different religions. Now some groups decide to still maintain that African template, whereby we carry an invader's religion and still intertwine it to our ethnicity. That's because that's the basis of our culture entirely. Is religion is not something separate from your culture or your ethnicity. to some extent, even your education. It was all the same thing. A classic example is your ethnicity, actually, the Yoruba culture. The religion and the culture itself, it's one and the same, whereby it's not something entirely different like we have it today, where you can come from Kenya, but your religion comes from Rome. That's not an African practice. I don't know whether you understand.
Black League,
I think you are breaking up. I see.
I don't understand. How is Yoruba religion the same as a culture?
I think it's internet.
It's intertwined, is what I mean.
How is it intertwined? How is Christianity or Islam intertwined with Yoruba culture?
No. I don't think you get what I mean. I said for Africa, I'm just talking about the basis of African culture itself and religion. It's intertwined, whereby I, as a ham man, I would have my own divination system and how I worship God as a ham man. You, as a Yoruba man, you have your culture and how you worship God and your own divination system as a Yoruba man. So me, as a ham man, my own practice or how I relate to God would be different from how you would as a Yoruba man. So yours will be unique to you and mine might be unique to mine. Although there might be similarities in our divination, but the religion itself stems from inside the culture. I don't know if that makes sense.
But
So how does Islam intertwine with the northern people's culture?
That's what I'm saying. Now it's a different time. We have religions by invaders, religions that did not originate in our land.
Engineer, what are you drinking? Is that palm wine?
No, it's a
I think you're diverting from the original argument. The original argument was that
it's palm wine.
No, I was just trying to give you a basis to make you understand why the House of Fulani, I think that's what you refer to as the North.
No, just the entire North, not just Hausa Fulani, because the North is very when it comes to ethnicity, you guys have more ethnic groups in the North and even in the South. But it seems that you guys in the whole North, they put Islam before even their ethnicity, and you can't argue that fact. Because for that many states to adopt Sharia law with no kind of anyone speaking against it, it tells me that the Islam is
consequences without no consequences from our people. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's very obvious.
You may just need more information on the North. You cannot say the whole North Islam dominates the cultures or the ethnicity, because there are some ethnicities or cultures that have never accepted Islam all through the centuries, even before Christianity was born, up until now as we speak. So I don't see how you can say
the majority in the North are Muslims. Yes or no? Right? That's correct. Am I correct?
Not necessarily.
Everyone in the North is Muslim, but the majority population in the North are of the Islamic faith, and that's a fact, right? And
not necessarily.
If
it's a majority, it's a slight majority.
Well, majority is majority, either slight or not. But those people, those is of the Islamic faith, they put the Islam before their ethnicity.
And I'm telling you, it's not necessarily that they put Islam before their ethnicity. It's that there's no separation between ethnicity and religion in most African cultures.
Okay, now let me put it this way.
That's all I'm trying to tell you.
But wait. But in the South, do you agree with me that people in the South put their ethnicity before their religion?
That the people in the South put their ethnicity before their religion?
Yeah.
They put their ethnic religious practices before their Christianity or Islam.
Yes, traditions and culture.
Yeah,
is what Mike is trying to say. Yes.
Well, wait now, but wait. But how come in the north people don't put their traditional religious practice before the Islam or their before Islam or their other? I mean, I don't know what's the way I'm trying to put it. Okay, the argument I'm trying to make, where I'm coming from. They are talking
What
about
I'm
Muslim
telling
and
you
Christian.
is
Muslim north
you're
versus Christian
speaking
south.
to the Muslim population,
But I'm
whether or
I'm
not
speaking
they
of the
put.
Muslims and the Christian population of Nigeria, the Muslim North population and the Christian South population. And what I'm saying is that the Muslim North population put their Islam before their tradition, before their ethnicity, whereas the Christian South put their ethnicity before their Christianity. So that's the point I'm making.
And the Muslim South also. Don't forget that we always worship our traditional festivals. Even though you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, we celebrate together all the time. You know, but that can never happen in the north. You know.
I think in the South,
Islam,
they are liars.
Islam. If you look at how Islam spread, the way people practice it is different. Islam originated in Middle East, of course, and it quickly came into Africa. But when it came into Africa, Middle East coming into Africa, you're going to be in East Africa. That's that Ethiopia region. Now, the Islam practice
Exactly.
there and the Islam practice in West Africa is completely different, I would say. That's because
Exactly.
in.
Sorry, carry
I
on.
heard somebody.
No, it was solid, but I've had to mute him. So I want you to land that point, and then to
Yes.
see if we can, because I want to, go on.
Yeah, so Islam in East Africa was brought by Arabs themselves. It was not brought by Africans. While in West Africa, Islam was spread by African Muslims, not Arabs. So they got to keep some culture, especially in the Mali area, Senegal area, even northern Nigeria today. Now, when you come closer to the southern parts of Nigeria, it was later on because Islam had way more dominance coming from the Arabs. So the style of Islam was changing. In East Africa, it was straight Arab culture put into Islam and put in East Africa. In West Africa is a completely different type because they got to keep some of their African cultures and mixed it with Islam. So that's what you see today in northern Nigeria. While in places like southern Nigeria, Islam came kind of later on. It had a stronghold in northern Nigeria, and then years later, that's when it now crawled down to southern Nigeria. So it was a different type of Islam. The emphasis was not that separation wasn't made. So like the emphasis was really more on Islam versus your culture, because essentially it's really just spreading Arab dominance, just like Christianity. Just like Christianity is simply spreading European dominance. So the interest from the people spreading it was not really in the religion or the spirituality of it. It's really about grabbing resources from the people you're taking it to.
Conquest.
Okay. No. Let me just find it off. Essentially, what Black League is saying is that the Saudis gave Islam to Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie gave it to Uthman Danfodio, and Uthman Danfodio he gave it to Alpha Motiu.
No, before Osman Danfodio, there was actually Islam in Kanem Borno. That's the current Borno state. Before the conquest of Usman Danfodio. So you can say they actually had the oldest form of Islam in the country.
Okay, so that's essentially it. But what we can say is that we probably don't know enough of the North to go to some of the conversations that we do go to. But then nobody really knows enough of anything. We just take a space in snapshots and we predicate our prejudices on that. So let me get back to Ego. So Ego, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so Igor, do you want to round off your thoughts on that space, and then I'll take you to the space of Obaseki, who now confesses that government fund has no accountability. So back to you, Igor.
I said Obaseki in Edo State, they are complaining that the guy is a rebel, that he has cut off 17 local government from his leadership in the state. So I was wondering where he's doing all these things or getting all this information you guys are passing here now, because Obaseki is fighting with everybody in Edo State. You understand that it was only recently he passed this what do you call it? This open grazing law to pass it to this thing of late. So that guy, I don't know when he started. I don't know. I just know that he's a tyrant. He's a state governor that is always, shunning everyone that opposes his decision. So Obaseki not be him.
You are very right. Yeah, you are very right. Very right.
That's what I had. That's what I've been hearing.
It's a very wicked man, very wicked soul.
In the public space, everywhere in the televisions, you will see his opponent, even those that are in his party, still going against him. So when you are saying he's not.
Is it your home governor, Igor? Where exactly are you from? Because
from Delta State. I'm from Delta State.
Okay, look at that. So it's Bad Belle. It's Bad Belle, Abi.
No, Wama, he's right. The Delta people, they can comment on Edo politics. No, because we are brothers and sisters.
Why
they don't want to hear the guy's name. I don't know.
Is it true?
Because they are still in the state, Abi.
Yeah, we are one people. No matter what happens, we are one people. Yeah.
He's just leading the people in the.
I thought you were Yoruba just yesterday, Tony. So you are now.
Yeah, we are all Yorubas also. But Delta State and Edo State is the same brother and sister. You can be a governor also if you come from like Udwagan. They are related to Benin. All those Udwagan people, the Udwagan. So maybe their mother or whatever. So we are the same people. If you go to Wari, you see somebody from Isha. The mother is from Wari. The other one is from. We are the same people. So we can comment. Anything that affected Delta State, like Ove was talking today about those sport people also. So sportlers are from Edo State. Some they can function in Delta State. People in Delta State can function in Edo State.
Tony, you're right actually, but why don't we merge the states? So you have one governor with 3 senators.
Before
it's a thief.
Yes. And it should not come to the public and be telling us that it is well to be accountable for a private fund than a public. If you first give us account of his leadership and all the money he spent it.
Tony, I have a question.
Okay, so take Black Lake's question, Tony, who's invited
to you and Igor. Yeah. Should we just merge the 2 states, Delta and Edo, since you keep saying it's the same? So we start spending so much money funding 2 states,
No. We want government. We want government to be brought nearer to the people, so that it's like creating more states and the local government to bring government nearer to the people. But it is not to tear the people apart. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what why I love the previous Olu of Wari. He was fighting for that the cutting of the state into 2 does not mean that, because we see protect the interests of the rebels, the securities in Delta State against the people of Asaba. That's it. So that's it. The Olu of Wari is a junior brother. It's a man that was supposed to be the Oba of Benin. He's the son of the Oba of Benin, also from Oduduwa. So that's it. We're all the same people, no difference. Right on.
All right, thank you. I think
so that's my position, woman. Obaseki should first account for the public fund before you think of a private fund.
Oh, okay. So, Igor, you were saying you look forward to a southeastern governor or president. I don't think the former Yoruba president, the last Yoruba president, agrees with you. I did not endorse Southeast for presidency. This is Obasanjo speaking. So there was a Southeasterner that went to visit Obasanjo. Apologies for how I'm pronouncing his name. Some chap, whatever his name is, some Igbo guy. Ohua Banwa, his name is, who wants to be president, and he made that journey to Abeokuta. Obasanjo received him, of course, and he got the photo opportunity. So this guy now has been going around claiming that Obasanjo endorsed him. And Obasanjo now, through his spokesman, has come very quickly back into the space to tell us that heavens will fall before he endorses a Southeasterner for the president. So Obasanjo distances himself from that narrative of a Southeastern president. What are you making of that,
If
Igor?
Obasanjo could do that, then there is no hope for any Southeasterner to lead Nigeria for now. Yes, of course, because they are still the owners of Nigeria. This former president that you are seeing, them Obasanjo, the Goodluck Jonathan, them Babangida, all these people, they still own Nigeria. If they speak, Nigeria is still listening. So if Obasanjo has come out to say he has no, he will never, if even heaven for, he will not endorse a Southeasterner.
He did not quite say that, I'm sure you know. That's me just embellishing. But
even if he has rejected anyone, it has already, if you reject one, you reject all. Because these Igbos are the same people. So if Obasanjo reject one, he has rejected all. So we'll be looking to the southwest, which is your people, the brain, the Yoruba brains. And maybe if no one can come from there, they refuse to give it to Obasanjo. Okay. We can go and fight we can go to England and appeal James Ibori's fake conviction so that I can come and be the next president. Because I see him as a more competent leader who was just betrayed and kept and destroyed his political career. If Wiki cannot do it, come on, James is there. He can go and appeal his case. And the fake detention, this thing, be thrown away.
How is it fake? You know, they don't do fake in the UK now. They go with
the fake judgment. What are you talking? What did they do to? What did they do to the fake judgment?
Yeah.
Money laundering. Is it the only governor who has gone abroad with money before? What did they do to?
You know that the guy, the last time he was in the UK, was a security guard. He was a security guard. From security guard to billionaire.
No, the guy was a cashier and he was convicted of stealing money. He was stealing money as a cashier.
He was stealing money
the guy
as
was
a
already
cashier.
he was already a convict.
He's a hardened criminal.
He was not a cashier. That was not. He was a cashier. That was not what happened. He steal money. He gave his girlfriend. What did you call it? He was giving his girlfriend would come and take and don't pay. That was what happened. Not that he still want Kobo in Warrior.
No, that was all right, was it? That's all right.
No, that it was not all right, but I come on like when I love that they make now, that guy won't join. If they do big boy too, then they see that type. So if that one becomes a case that the UK will just tag him, blah, 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 and then the next minute the governor will just send to prison and his image being destroyed, at the end of the day, they say it's a month. I don't believe in those judgments. I would prefer they overturn those judgments since he has already spent those time. So that we can also have a sharp voice coming from the south side if they are refusing to give it to Wiki, because I know that Wiki is our only hope now in that south side.
But Ibori's voice is dead in Nigerian politics now. I don't think I've even heard his name in the last 5. It's only when I come to his community or hear voices from his community.
He's dead. He's dead because they already silent him in England. Yeah. Why won't his voice be dead? Already they destroy his political career. What do you want him to come and
did Goodluck Jonathan not pardon him?
He appealed the case and he was thrown off.
Did Goodluck Jonathan not pardon him? I think Goodluck Jonathan gave him a presidential pardon.
That one is in Nigeria yet. Is he in UK? Is he going to give him presidential pardon in England? That is in Nigeria yet. The one in England still remains there. So for the now, if Obasanjo cannot lead us, they should bring Wiki to lead us. Wiki, yes, Wiki. We want people that will look at your face and do the right thing. They don't bloody care. Heaven will not fall. They don't want to know who you are. Not people that look at your face when they are leading people, leading the masses. We want those guys that doesn't really care when they are speaking the truth to power. When Obasanjo said we need more rebels to speak truth to power, you think he don't know what he's saying. That's what we are talking about. We need rebels, Nigerian rebels, that will start people like the Chowore who continue to fight and go to prison and come outside and fit the fight. If we have like 300 of them across Nigeria, they will not be peace in this country. You will know that there are rebels.
But Ojibajo is not a rebel.
Telling us that Nigeria is not good. Someone in America telling us that they're having $20 $50 of benefit. Therefore, Nigeria should scatter. No. Nigeria today It's more sophisticated, and it's only in Nigeria you can come and do business and make profits. Even if your tax, you are hiding it in your ass. The time will come when you begin to pay it. So that's what we mean. That's what we have in our system here, and we must be in it. Nothing will change in this country for one day. Nothing is a rocket science. Overnight, this country cannot change. It must still take some time. This is my position.
Why
and as we press, as the rebels that are speaking the truth of powers, you will see changes will begin to come. Changes will begin to come. Small.
Why do people that live abroad, why do they offend you so much, Igbo?
They don't offend me. The enemy of this country are those that even live in abroad. They are the enemies of this Nigeria. Right. Because immediately they got to that abroad.
You mean people like Solly? People like Solly are the enemy of the state. Look at that.
I'm not called Solly. People are not. People like they know themselves.
Now you be
what I said.
You want cause wahala for Nigeria when not make us come back. Now you be the enemy.
Okay, why you not come back to Nigeria? What did pursue you from Nigeria?
What you make me come when you don't already chop money with in your
Nigeria is not that. Nigeria is this. Nigeria, all these things are lies. Those countries, none of these countries are better than Nigeria. And that's the truth. What are the difference? You compare 16 million to 200 million people? Absolutely not. Yes, we don't have better government. Yes, we don't have better government. We don't have better government. Yes, but as time goes on, things will begin to change. I think we have a better, electoral this thing right now, right? So one day we will get a better constitution also. These things are.
Can I ask you a question?
Is that Charles?
No, sorry.
Eyes on.
Yes. Have you left Nigeria before?
Yes.
And you say Nigeria is better than all these countries.
Yeah, it's better than most of all these countries. Yes, I said so.
Like which country?
And even the UK that you are is not better than Nigeria. England is not better than Nigeria.
I'm not me. I don't
England is not better than Nigeria. Or England. It's not better than Nigeria.
Tell me, give me one example of how Nigeria is better.
You have not really.
England is cold.
You can tell me that.
No, I'm just asking you a question. Give me one example.
Nigeria weather is better. How about that?
No, I'm asking.
Excuse me. Forget about Nigeria weather is better. That's not the main example. You said you give you an example how Nigeria is better than UK, or how is UK not better than Nigeria? Because that's my point. I say none of these countries are better than Nigeria. This is what I'm saying. I have not really said that Nigeria is better than them. No, I said none of these countries are better than Nigeria. And I can give you a good example of that.
Okay,
what do you have in the UK? Good roads or good school?
Okay. Is that your example?
No good road in UK.
Well, both. They have good roads and good schools.
Of your statement.
You see, this is it. You've not
Igbo don't go now.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. If you have money in Nigeria and you have money in UK, where do you think you enjoy your money more?
Nigeria, of course. You know.
So that's where Igbo is coming from.
Nigeria is a
now UK, you're secured. If you move from one place to another place with your money, will your money save you in Nigeria?
Exactly.
If you have real money,
your money can save you in Nigeria.
To you, I mean, Mike, you are only here to joke.
What are you here to joke about what I'm saying?
Wait.
Yeah, you're just here to just make some joke every time. You know.
Can I touch?
So, Tony, if you have money in Nigeria, did you ever have money in Nigeria?
Mike, can I interject?
What kind of money you have that you look that your neighbors are suffering? You are looking at.
Mike.
Are you saying there are no people suffering in Germany there? You don't have homeless people in Germany. You guys always say attribute suffering.
Let's hear from Solly. Solly wants to put a position. Yeah.
Mike, there is difference in money. When you say if you have money in UK, we're not talking about maybe you are living in one apartment that you bought. Or we're talking about real money. Real money. You have your money without fear of your life. You are not afraid your neighbor is coming to come and take you out. You are not. Do you know what you have?
Now,
money
who
and
told you
they
that
secure it?
Nigerian millionaires living among each other are afraid of their neighbors? Who
You
told you
know
that one?
that
Must
when
it be
people steal money, they come
rich?
to the UK. All these Russians, they live in London. Why do you think
They
that
have to
is?
hide their money now. UK is the haven for hiding stolen
Hiding
goods.
money.
You
Can
mean
hide it
these
in their country.
those
UK is
Russian
the biggest, is
oligarchs?
the commercial bank capital of the world now.
All right.
England, when it comes to banking, England.
They
That's where they
can
all
hide
take their
money
money
in
to.
any
UK
country.
is the home for criminals
It's
now.
a home for
Now home
criminals.
for
No,
all
they
these
collect
thieves
loot.
now. Politicians will thief money. Government will thief money. That's their home. What are we talking about?
That's their
Will you
favorite.
agree? Do you guys agree? You that stays in England, do you agree that is the
Well,
home of criminals?
Slowly, you never get money. That's why you never get money for Nigeria. That's why if you get
Do
money,
you know
Nigeria
it's the
soon
home
die.
of African Yahoo
Nigeria is
governors and
fun.
Yahoo president
okay.
of Africa? These criminals are their
Hold
homes.
on, hold on. It wasn't the home for the Chilean dictator Augustus Pinochet, who came to the United Kingdom and was
Yeah.
promptly arrested for crimes committed in his country.
That's political one man.
You are talking about 1 out of 300. One man. Why are you talking like this? They arrested 1 out of 300. They're
Well,
just making fool of you guys so that we know that they are fighting corruption for you or they are
all
holding
right.
someone
Well,
responsible for a crime.
and your
How
party
do you
man,
mean?
Ibori? What about your party man, Ibori?
Only 2 of them, only 2 of them.
Oh, wow, okay.
How do
If
you
I come
mean?
up with another one, you will say
Upon
only
all the
3.
thieves
Eh?
in Africa, all the thieves in Africa, from Cotonou to wherever, from southwest, east of this African continent, that stole your money and carried to France and England. You are telling us that they arrest Augusto Pinochet and we should be clapping for you. They should repatriate African money from that England. Let we see the can see 20 pounds to give to you people every month in that place every week.
All right. Are you going to
The money they
repatriate?
are stealing for these
Hold
African
on.
leaders are
Hold
sending
on.
what?
Hold on, Igbo. Are you going to repatriate the monies that the British politicians stole and took to Nigeria? Are you going to repatriate that?
There is no one man. Are you defending
I'm
Britain?
asking you now.
One
No,
man.
are
Britain
you
has
going
not
to?
stolen
Are
10
you?
kobo to this place.
Oh, right. Oh,
Britain
okay.
did
So
not
there
steal
it
10
is.
kobo to this
No,
place.
because they are not dumb, are they? So if you steal your own money
No, they
and
are
bring
not
it to
dumb.
their country, eh? If you
Yes,
steal your
we
own,
are
they
dumb
more fool
now.
you now.
Yes,
More
now.
fool you.
Okay, okay. And then you begin to tell me that this is the best place to live, where they encourage our politicians to steal us, to wreck us, and bring our money to them. They keep it for us, and then they tell us that we are poor, that we are hungry, and they keep the money over there. And you are
Sorry,
telling me that England is
who gets the blame for that? Because you seem to be apportioning the blame to the United Kingdom. Who gets the
they
blame
have the
for the
blame
Nigeria?
because they are the master fighter of corruption who send people
Right,
to prison for money laundering. How
right.
many have they been able to send? Only one among the
Okay.
multitude.
They get the blame for you stealing your own country's money and bringing it to their country.
Yes, yes, yes. They get the blame for it because they are the one keeping it. Come to
They're the
Nigeria,
one
carry
keeping what?
gun, go thief, go give somebody the
I
money.
want
Oh,
I want
whether
you
if they
to
go cash you, they
when
not
you
go
wake
cash
up
you
in
with
the
you the money.
morning, when you wake up in the morning, Ego, I want you to fast forward this session and listen to exactly what you just said again, because I think maybe you may be tired. You have somebody saying somebody should get the blame for
I'm
you
not
stealing
tired.
your
I'm
own
not
money and
tired.
I
bringing
think
it
I
what
to
am
he's
their
not.
saying
I'm
country.
not
is both sides
sleeping.
should
No.
get the blame. Both sides. Yeah.
Nobody, they don't get any blame.
Of
You are
course,
mugu
Why should
and
they
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 are
not
are
get
paying
any
you.
blame?
encouraging them to
Why,
steal
why,
They are
this
why, why,
money.
why
receiving
do they
stolen
get the
goods.
blame?
They are
They are receiving
encouraging. No,
stolen
I'm
goods.
not saying that the whole blame will go to the UK, but yes, they are also part of the people to blame because they are the advocate of stop corruption and don't steal your country and blah blah blah. But they are the one keeping the things after you might have stole them to them,
Yeah, all right.
and they
Okay.
advocate for stop corruption. And you say I
Okay.
should keep quiet and begin
Maybe
to
you
clap
should.
for British government and their
Maybe
banks.
you should adhere to that advocacy, and then that stops it. So if they are telling you not to steal your own money, if you don't steal it, then you won't be able to bring it to their country, and then that ends it.
This is the
I don't
reason
I don't
Rotimi
understand.
Akeredolu told you that they are Yahoo governors. That's why Rotimi is telling you that word. You think he's stupid? Are they not Yahoo governors who told you they want to do road and take
One
the money
man,
to this thing?
one
Then when
man.
Rotimi said they
I
are Yahoo
believe that.
governors, you are telling him that it's not right. Who told you it's
I
not
believe
right?
that.
He just
I
did
believe
very well.
that.
He said it is the way it is.
All right.
I believe that they are both to blame. because they shouldn't be accepting corrupt money in the first place. Why are they accepting corrupt money in the first place? Why?
Because it expands their economy. That's why.
And they are the
Yes,
advocates
so
of
criminals too.
corruption-free world.
One man is like me saying the stolen money, the governor still expand his pockets, expand his family's economy.
You know, I don't. They are not obliged to your
They are,
well-being.
man. They are. They are.
They are obliged. They are
So
obliged to
if
you.
I go and rob a bank, and I come and keep it in your house and give you a part of
Exactly.
it, are you not wrong?
Exactly.
Are you not a thief like me? You accept stolen money, and then you benefit from it.
Mike,
No,
you said that they are not obliged. They are not obliged to your well-being.
No, not
It's
if you don't.
international law.
Not, hold on. Not if you don't tell me that it is stolen money. I don't think the
tax from
They know it's stolen money because you have to know the source of the money that's coming to you.
Hold on. When we have so many
You are
voices,
not held
Igbo,
responsible for
okay,
nothing.
that's okay. I'm going to just please Igbo now. Sometimes when a conversation is taking place and another voice just cuts in the middle of that conversation, it just kills it now. But what I was just suggesting to you, Mike, is that you know, it's fine. Using your example, if I steal money, for instance, and I bring it to your house, and I tell you that this money I got through legitimate means, you know that I stole it, but the reason why how I got the money, I've described it as legitimate means. So I stand to benefit from that money. So I don't interrogate it fully to establish that it was illegitimate. But you've given me a reasonable enough reason of how you came about that money. So I don't think the people that are looting their country's economies, they are going to the United Kingdom to say, we've stolen this money, please help us park it. No, they will tell you that they did some business. You know that they stole it, but they don't care because they're not obliged to your well-being.
Oh man, you can't see it. You can't sit here and tell me that the UK government does not know when a politician from another country bring billions into their bank. Does not know.
Look at that.
They know. That's the fact.
You know what? Do you know what I really think? Hold on. Okay, this must now stop. So do you know what I really think, Mike? There's a place just off the coast of Lagos. It's called Snake Island. I think they should make that place a sub-independent financial space, and then we create that same template where all these African looters can come and park their money in an offshore Lagos space for the benefit of our own economy. So we don't care. What are you talking about? They're not obliged to your well-being. Well, what obliges them to your well-being? More fool you. If you are foolish, then even the Bible says a fool and his money are what? They are soon parted. What are you talking about? They don't give a flying what's it about you.
So what are the international law that we all agreeing upon? Everyone
international law. Why are you? Come
but
on,
there are
man.
laws created. This country create law of everybody. But it seems that the only law is only the law only applies to.
Do you know who creates the international laws? The international laws is created by the Western countries.
Exactly the same way they create ICC. Only African president are being prosecuted.
Of course, now so you know so you create your own paradigm because for as long as they're able to milk you, they will milk. The entirety of Europe was built off the black race, right from slavery to exploitation of resources, and this is still what sustains it till now. And they'll tell you that they want you to have good governance and not to be corrupt.
Thank
you are saying that they're obliged to you. What are you talking about?
Some Africans even come to this platform. We recommend that.
You are not part of the United Nations. Black countries are not part of the United Nations. We are not part of the United Nations at all. It's for the white people. It's for the Western powers that created it.
Tony just make a good point here. I think if I become Nigerian president, the first thing I will do is I'll pull myself out of the United Nations.
Yeah, but you won't last now. Go and speak to Gaddafi. Go and speak to Gaddafi. He will tell you the consequences of
Fela called that United Nations the beast of no nation. That United Nations is the biggest worst criminal organization. Like it's the worst thing that happened to African countries. You go there and make international laws. The law only favors the Western world.
The black race, they're still very much fighting the anti-slavery fight. it's just the shackles that has been removed.
Yeah, the shackles still in the mind, man. The mind has been shackled.
Yeah, and it's in the legalities too. Do you know that France is sweating the African countries for some agreements that they signed pre-independence? For it's just so the whole place is still enslaved by my reckoning. So
yeah, the colonialism never ended now, and most people don't even know. Like the Cold War was what made them give those fake independence to us. It was that Cold War that started between the Soviet and the West that make those countries begin to change their colonial strategy to neo-colonialism, where they will not be ruling Africa directly. They just put their subjects in place. You understand? And most people don't know. That's why people today, the Russians that you guys are hating, they actually don't you favor to some degree, but we don't know. It was during that Cold War that they realized that these Soviet can come and team up with these Africans and kick our ass. That they started issuing you those fake independence. How can you give almost every country independent the same year, 1960? One might not find out in America here when the other Africans are saying they are doing independence. We're always 1960, 1960, 1960. The only few were 1961 or 1958. Ghana was 1958. The rest of the countries, the same year, they gave Nigeria independence. And then we Nigerian, we are talking, we say we fought for independence. I'm like, you didn't fight for independence, man. They just handed that thing to you. They issued it to you, and they will continue to rule you from background. So we are still under colonialism, man. Then the United Nations, we just join them. They make rules. The rules only favor the white country.
You say because even within Nigeria, there's no singularity of purpose. The black person is ready to serve himself up and his fellow black man up.
Nigeria is a country.
Hold on, either the Arabs, the Westerners, the Europeans. I don't know, man. Is it an inferiority complex, or there's just something about us that
one man.
Nigeria is a British company.
One man. The things that Mike just said now, which are all true. Unfortunately, can you imagine if they were teaching us these things in our curriculum in Nigeria growing up? We would have people that would be more independently minded, and the thought about Nigeria will change when we eventually have leaders. But they don't teach us this. A lot of times they don't teach us these things. Mike knows about these things because, of course, he's in the US. He has gone and studied these things. If you go to Nigerian schools, they don't even teach us about our own constitution or history, much less about the proxy wars from the Cold War and how we had our leaders assassinated. 3 countries, Algeria, Ghana with Nkrumah, and I forgot the other third country.
Congo, Patrick Lumumba.
They tried to embrace friendship with the Soviets, all got overthrown or assassinated. Sankara was trying to lead a socialist type of government. He got assassinated. So we've never really had sovereignty. And that's why I always tell people, when they say, Nigeria is 60 years old, I'm like, well, look, from the time of independence till the Cold War ended, we were not in control of our nation. All the strong men they put in charge. The strong men they put in charge were people they put in place so they could control the nations easily. The Babangidas, the Abachas were just to keep us in check. So that way we don't drift towards the Soviets. They said we'll turn a blind eye to whatever you do.
No, Soviet. You don't get one man's point. One man is telling you that that we cannot just get the act together. How long? You don't understand. It's not about Soviet Union or versus USA.
Tony,
why can't we try to get something right by ourselves?
Tony, what did you listen to what Mike said? What I'm saying is is the same thing as what Mike has said, in the fact that we do not govern our country in a vacuum.
Yeah, he said they don't care about you. They don't care about you.
We're not the only ones that govern our country. There's influence.
So why can't we wake up and do something?
Listen, Tony. Yes. Tony, listen. There's influence from the powerful nations in this world that influence our internal politics and how we make decisions, even how we sell our resources. I think was it one man? Were you the one the other day saying that if you think we're a sovereign state, go to the Niger Delta and tell all the oil companies to move out and see what happens?
Yeah, I know.
Let me tell you. You know that France controls Niger. Do you know that France controls Niger as a francophone country?
Yeah, all the francophone countries. Yeah.
But do you know that Niger should actually control France? Do you know that?
Oh yeah.
Do you know why?
the resources.
90% of the France powers itself through nuclear. Essentially, that's their main hub of power generation. 90% of the uranium that powers the electricity and energy space in France. Do you know where they get it from?
Ukraine, uranium. Yeah.
No. They get it from Niger. 90%.
Sorry.
Who should be controlling who in that equation?
Yeah. That's why
Niger can switch off France within a week.
Yeah, that's why they accused Saddam of buying a yellow cake from Niger. If you remember,
they accused Saddam. Yeah. Will Niger ever be an independent country with that level of
never?
Ever.
One man, just from a diaspora political party, so that we can elect you as a president. With this guy. No. This guy also from Nigeria Watch. This Elvis, they call me.
Tony. My question to you, Tony, is where you go get this colonial mindset from? Where they always talk, say, "Wow, white man is above us."
No, don't let Tony take us down that journey. Let's have
slave mindset where you don't put inside your head that you have to bow to the white man.
Let's hear from Solid.
Tony, where you go get this thing from? Which kind Edo person?
If you open up that space, we won't escape.
No. Very shortly, sir. Briefly, sir. As long we are running away from our country, and then we are coming to the white man's world, and then more are still try to move, and then they are dying in the Mediterranean Sea and in the desert. So it's better that we can contract them, come and rule our place for 50 years, and let them use at least 30% of the resources for our development. Because right now, the black people are just sucking us like mosquito. They are sucking our blood.
Tony, it doesn't necessarily happen. All right, let's just go to Solid. Oh yeah, let's just hear from Solid. Yeah.
I want to address what Tony said and what you said. Yes, Niger is supposed to be controlling France because of resources purposes, but Niger does not have weapons. When you want to control someone, you invade their land and you conquer them. Even Nigeria, if I was president of Nigeria, I won't lie, I will go and conquer Niger. We can conquer them swiftly, collect all their resources. This is how countries become great. Most of these Western countries.
But is that not what the Northerners are doing to you, that you come here belly aching every day?
Yes, because they are stupid. They are very stupid. No, it's very true. Instead of them to be grateful for the fact that they are stuck with us in the South and actually make everybody benefit, they are busy using their archaic brain, to oppress us. Imagine a poor Northerner in the North scraping from the ground.
My brother, that is stereotypical, highly ethnic language you are using.
Hold on, let's go with it.
Let me finish. So they don't think at all. They have very, very backward mindset, 200 years ago mindset. Slave people telling me that they are ruling us in the South. Secondly, I was speaking to somebody that was working in French European Parliament, and I was talking about all these issues about Nigeria. The first thing that he said was that we need to separate from the North. I told him the North is holding us by a barrel of the gun. Then he said that we need to have a revolution, that they had revolutions in France. And I told him that my people don't want to die. He said, well, then you are not ready for freedom. He said 6 million people perished when they were fighting for their revolution. So Ori is right. We need a revolution in that country.
So explain to me how the North is holding you by the barrel of the gun. Just explain it.
They are holding us by the barrel. Who controls Navy? Who controls the Army? Who controls the military? Who controls everywhere that has a barrel of the gun? Even the police is controlled by the federal government. Not even states can control them. So what are you saying? We are being held by the barrel of the gun. We are being held.
So hostage. They are holding you from doing what? Hostage from what?
They are holding us from making changes.
Which changes do you want to make?
From development.
Mike, are you going to let me answer your question?
Okay, answer.
If we decide we want to make change, didn't you see what happened in NSAS? Is that not being held by the barrel of the gun?
No. Which change do you want to make that the barrel of the gun is stopping you from making?
When you want power,
hold on.
So how
there's timing in our development.
But one man, you have to know where I'm coming from, because it's like most of us repeat what our fathers tell us. We don't question.
Mike, if you decide you don't want to get aggressive and you want to do things the right way, you want to go through political means, first of all, it's very even hard to enter. You have to use godfatherism, you have to bribe your way through. After that, do your votes really count? These people, even if your votes count, they will rig it.
So it's the
what is
Northerners
the
that are
way
responsible
out?
for all that. No, there's no Westerner involved in
They are
that. There's
mostly
no any
Mike,
other
Mike,
Nigerian involved in that.
Mike, let
Obasanjo
us
is not
speak
part of
now.
this.
Mike, let us speak now.
Okay.
Are you going to let me speak or just keep
Speak,
continuing?
speak. I'm listening.
You said it's the northern. The majority of the problem is the northerners. Unfortunately, if we are in the south, yes, we would have problems with our government, but we'll be able to fight it back and have reasonable resolutions. But with these people who are thinking in a barbaric manner, a beggar in the north is telling us that he's our leader and is controlling us, allowing everybody to suffer just because they want to rule. Imagine the kind of nonsense that we are dealing with. Just because they want to rule, they will
One man.
suffer.
Who's this beggar in the north?
Sorry, can I
Hold on.
Obama, you have to be able
Can I
to.
interject?
Hold on. Let me just add on a little bit, and then we hear from Aizon. There's no denying that the North, they are stymieing the progress of the South. There's absolutely no equivocation on that. Absolutely none. Their mindset is completely conservative and religion based. You described that earlier on. Our mindset is progressive and egalitarian, completely different spaces. We're people of the future, they're people of the past. So they hold
Yes.
us to that space where their religion and culture is what they subserve themselves to, and we're being subserved to it. You know,
No,
you
no, no.
hold
Obama,
on,
sorry,
hold
sorry.
on,
Wait now,
hold on. Do you know that Nigeria should have had the internet under as far back as Abacha regime?
No,
But
no. Well, my internet wasn't at that
Mike,
time.
are you
No,
going to
I
let
was
him
living in the
talk? Are
United
you going
States
to
too.
Mike?
Okay, just leave it.
Mike.
Let's hear from Aizon and then just move on because
Woman,
No,
you have
no,
to be able
no.
to speak
One
on
man, I
facts.
was
We
listening
can't
to
hear
what
be
you were
just.
saying.
We have to be able to
Oh,
be speaking
Mike
on facts
now.
here.
Mike, what is
all
this?
right.
Wait,
You
wait,
go
wait.
and
Oh, Wama,
please
sorry,
let
want
us
to
listen.
respond to my earlier
Wait.
No, Solly
statement,
doesn't
sir.
want to
Let
respond
me
to you or anything. Let's
let me
just hear from
intervene.
Okay,
Aizon and just
okay.
move on.
One man, please continue.
Yeah.
One man, please
Solely,
continue.
Yeah.
Please. Oh God.
what I will say is
Hold on. Sorry, Aizon. Let Solly land this point, and then we'll come to you and just to
okay.
And one thing I want to point out to what Tony said also when he was saying the white man should come and rule us. This is the exact same thing this Frenchman from the European Parliament said. He said all we need to get is 100 people from Norway to run the country. The exact same thing Tony just said. And they will run this country for the next maybe 10 years and things will get better. Contract them and then they will leave after. That's what I want to end. But one
No,
man,
why
please, before
Norway though?
Mike
Why
interrupt,
Norway? Why
I,
Norway?
he- I don't. He says they know how to run things. That's just what he told me. I had a very brief conversation with him. You know. So, but one man, I want to hear what you were saying before Mike interrupted. And please, can you put Mike on mute so that you can finish? Thank you.
No, it's just. I mean, there's no.
You have to be emotional, man. Just let's debate
No.
on
I'm
facts.
not
Hold
being
on.
emotional. Mike, I have a flight to catch soon, and I was listening to what one man was saying.
Where are you going to?
Ukraine.
Look at that, a volunteer
Top
soldier.
secret.
You all right? Look, okay, don't worry. Anyway, I'm not getting involved. But no, there's no gainsaying that the North holds the country back. And there was maybe it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was under Abacha regime, but whichever regime, a military administration, it wasn't Abacha then. I think I'm actually certain it was Abacha. But there was I'm not quite sure who the banker was, but it was of Eastern extraction. It was a CEO of a bank. So I'm saying this story loosely because I'm going back deep in memory a long time ago. So he wanted then to set up some beacon something that would be able to, tap into that internet transmission of our information spaces so that he can link his bank to the Western space. But they denied him the opportunity to do that because they thought it was something that would truncate their military administration then. So we could have opened that space up a lot earlier. And everything that could open up a lot earlier is just being impeded by the North, who have they hold that country and they milk the resources in the southeast, and that is a system that they already have in place. But anything that is progressive, they don't want it to happen because if the country progresses, it will move the narrative beyond their cranial functioning, their capacity, their brain capacity, and then they will lose hold because their hold is just this rudimentary hold on to power by force. But if the country opens up, it becomes more global and becomes more intellectual, then they are played out. And the southern space, especially the Yoruba space, is especially that is our best foot forward. That global intellectual world view, which is how we think. So it's a completely different mindset, but we are held to their mindset to the detriment of our progressive way of thinking. They are holding us back. There's no equivocation about, in my own mind, though, that is how I see it.
Woman, I agree with you, and I also disagree with you. I agree with you that the military era really helped set Nigeria back.
No, the northern
it
era,
really,
the northern, not the military era, the
we can,
northern era.
I have to accept, I have to agree on that. But we have to speak about present day Nigeria right now. You have to agree with me that
the internet did not exist on
no.
Listen,
that internet thing you're talking about, the whole internet started as far as internet being global. The main thing, it started around 2001. So that's why I tend to disagree with you about that 90.
You must be a joker. You must be a joker. Do you know when it started?
First of all, the internet thing was invented in 1989. And actually, one of the computer scientists that contributed to the founding of the internet was a Nigerian guy too. You know that? So
no, that's a lie.
The guy that came up with the scientific computer scientific formula was Philip Emegali. He was an Igbo guy now. You didn't know?
No, it wasn't. But
I'm not saying he was the founder of the internet, but it's his contribution.
Right.
He came up with that formula for the supercomputer. He's the one that came up with that formula. I forgot that formula off it.
One more. Mike just a struggle.
But let me get to the point I'm trying to make.
It doesn't know. You don't know what you're talking about. The internet started in the early 80s, and but the actual the birthing of the internet itself, it started, I think, maybe even as far back as the late 50s, early 60s.
No.
And it started in Oxford. It started in Oxford. Go and do your research now.
Interaction.
Okay,
yes.
Forget it. Let's not.
So one more. Mike will not get it because what you're trying to say is that well, I brought TV before France to Nigeria is what you are talking about. You are referring to that.
No, that's not. Don't please, Tony. Now don't tell me what. But
no. I mean, we could have started earlier.
I will talk about what I'm talking about. But you.
No. I mean that what you are saying that Nigeria could have started earlier to embrace the internet.
Tony don't drink Ogogoro tonight.
Then I'm just saying that like Awolowo did in bringing TV to Nigeria before France and something like that.
All right, thank you, Tony.
They talk internet, Tony they talk TV.
I don't know, but you wanted to come in, so you come in, and then I think I'll start to. I'll take a few more people, and then I'll start to round off because.
I wanted to come in because I was listening to Solid.
You know the point I'm trying to make, like present day.
Hey, what Mike? I beg, make I finish. I was listening to the point Solid was making about the North. I think you have to be, when you say these things, you have to be very, very nuanced when you're describing things like this because of how diverse the North is. You can't say these people are backward, they are barbaric thinking, and and the thing is, you have to realize there are so many populations, like we just described in Bauchi. There's a 45% Christian population. I don't think those people that make up the 45% Christian population in Bauchi are backward, barbaric thinking and don't want to get educated.
Sorry, hold on.
Sorry. Wait. One man, wait. Let me make this point.
You still have the floor. You still have the floor, but let me just to what you're saying. Is that not the broad southern view that the northerners are somewhat backward? And is that not even the southern experience? That's the experience that the average southerner has with any northerner is somewhat of somebody that they perceive as backward. Is that not how the South sees them?
Here's what I'll say.
One man, is it right?
Wait. Let me respond to that question. So here's what I'll say. The Southerner's experience with the Northerner depends on the Southerner and what part of the North he or she is having that experience with. That's why I say
No,
you have to
no.
be
I mean, in the
nuanced in this.
South, you know that most Southerners don't go to the
Yes,
North.
and
Yeah.
that there is a flaw in Southern thinking, in my opinion. I think it's a flaw in Southern thinking because you are broad brushing a very large, diverse group of people under
Is
one
that not how
umbrella.
people see
And
people? Is that not how people see
no, but
people
we
in
have to
broad strokes?
evolve in our we have but one man, because that's how people see people doesn't make it the right way to see people. We have to evolve in our thinking. And when I say this, I mean it in this sense. We have to be able to, if we really want to make Nigeria develop, we have to be able to recognize those people in the north that don't belong to this fundamentalist
But why should we
high
make the effort?
ideology.
Why should we
because
make the effort?
because because we are true patriots of our nation and want to see the
Okay,
entire nation develop.
No.
Because
Why don't they put
and
their best foot forward
no,
rather
no,
than
no.
us make the
What I'm
effort?
saying, okay,
But
one
one
man, let me
man
give
and
you
the
an
rest of
example.
us putting our best foot forward.
See,
let me give you an
Aizon,
example. Let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example. Wait, let me give you an example. Those people that we talked about, the Southern
Sorry, I'm
Kaduna
going to get
people,
something, but carry on.
for
Yeah.
instance, the Southern Kaduna people, for instance, they do not form the majority of the voices that represent Kaduna State. You and I know that. That's why they're agitating in the Southern Kaduna. No one has addressed their issue or the reasons why they're agitating. But they're
Aizon,
agitating
please.
because they make up, wait. They make up a minority group of people in the state that's run right now by El Rufai, but they are majority Christians, right? And the reason why I'm
Okay,
mentioning
but
this is to
Aizon,
help people
nobody's talking
understand
about
is to help
religion. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about
religion is
mentality.
central to what you are saying. This is the point
You are
I'm
not
making.
getting the
So
point.
wait,
You are
are you
from the
saying
point.
are you saying that
Let
are you
him make
saying the
his point
Christians
first.
no, are
But
you saying the
that's not what
Christians in
we
the
spoke
north?
about.
Wait now, my brother, listen to me. Are you saying you made a comment? You made a very broad
But
comment,
that's not the
right?
comment you are
And
addressing. You
labeled
are
the whole
addressing
section of the
religion.
country as
I
being
never spoke about
I've labeled
religion.
the whole
I never
section of the
spoke
country
about
as being
religion.
backward and uncivilized. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reason why I'm bringing religion into this is to ask you a question: are the millions of people that are Christians in the north also backward and civilized? If you say
Okay, can I
yes,
answer the question?
then I will
Can I
say
answer the
okay.
question?
There's no conversation to be had here.
Can I
But go
answer your
ahead. Yes,
question?
go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
never, not once did I point out religion. I spoke about the mentality. Please, if you want to address something, address the
You
mentality. And
talked
when I'm saying
about the
address the
north
mentality,
in general.
Yes, but did I mention religion once? No. Please.
I'm bringing
So you
religion
agree
because
that the
Wait,
North is
wait,
archaic and backward in mentality,
wait. Now, please let me
regardless of
answer this.
religion.
They
Take
are not
religion
archaic.
out
They
of
are
it.
not archaic. They are not
Please,
archaic and backward in
I
mentality. What they
Aizon,
are
mean,
doing is
sometimes
that
we
they are
just
just
come here to
deliberately.
expose ourselves. It's
are you
like
going to let
I don't
are you
understand
going to
how
let
you
me
could
talk?
say a whole section is one
Black
way,
League, I wasn't
just
talking to you. I
regardless of
wasn't talking
the
to you.
type of diversity you have
Black
there.
League,
Even
Black
Southwest
League,
is not predominantly, it's
Black
predominantly
League. Can
Yoruba,
I
but
talk
it's
to
not
Aizon?
completely Yoruba.
Black League, can I
So
talk to
for me to
Aizon?
just say, oh, the Southwest is this way because of my experience, I've had an
Black
experience
League,
with
are you
some
going
guy
to let
from the
me talk to
Southwest who
Aizon?
robbed me, and
Are you
therefore
going to
they're
let me
criminals.
talk? Are you going to let me talk to Aizon?
I
Aizon,
mean,
can
you were not letting him talk.
Don't
I'm
worry,
trying to
Solly.
understand.
Aizon, I'm not
No,
talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
hold on, Solly. You have to be a bit rapid, though. That's just the thing.
Yes, but Black League keeps
And
interrupting me, even though
I
I'm not
know,
talking to
he
him.
didn't interrupt
I'm
you.
not talking
He
to him,
interjected. He interjected.
but
No,
I'm
he
not
didn't
talking to
interrupt.
him. I'm not
Well,
talking to
no, you are
him.
having a
What do you mean you're
broad.
not talking to him? You're on the
I'm also
platform.
not
Tell
When
talking
you
everybody
to
what
talk
you're
to
you.
him
I'm
saying.
before you
talking to the
interject, now
platform.
everybody can
I'm not
interject
talking
now.
to
Nobody
you.
is talking to anybody. We are talking to the
Okay, but
platform.
I'm talking to
You're all
Aizon
talking
because
to
he's
each
the
other
one
here
is the
now.
one that has the floor. It's Aizon that has the floor, right? So please let me address the person that has the floor so that he can address everyone back.
And my brother,
Aizon,
you didn't even let
please.
me finish making my point. But go ahead, Abeg.
No,
Go
Yeah,
but
ahead.
there you
because
Go
you were
are.
ahead.
You
talking
see,
about
you've been too
you were
shade.
talking
Yeah.
about no, because you were answering my question, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
didn't get my question. I'm not, please, let's try to evade the religion part and let's focus on the mentality. And when I say mentality, I know that is not all of them, but it is majority. And number two, I have carried this issue to European Parliament, people that work there. And Anytime I tell them this
So
full
how do you
narrative,
know it's the majority of the people that are
exactly am
backward
I talking
mentally?
to you, God Almighty?
You're not talking to me, but you're saying something that doesn't make sense to my hearing. So I'm just
Okay,
asking
but
for clarity.
can I finish what I'm telling Aizon
No, no,
first,
no, no,
please?
no. He's pressing you on a point. So address it. He's pressing you on a point.
When
Sorry,
I
it's a
What
valid,
speak, I
it's a,
get
it's a
praise
valid
from
question.
everyone,
Yeah, so he's pressing
and
you.
I and I speak to the fact. So
Yeah.
Okay, but when
So
I
you
took
either
these
back it off
issues,
or you
it's
take it
not
back.
personal.
Yeah.
okay,
I will
but
help him later.
Black League, I will answer you, but let me finish with Aizon first, please. When I took these issues to European Parliament, different people, I didn't go and meet them all at once. Different people, different times, different scenarios. They all said the same thing, that we have to separate from these people, or we have to, that it will never work. These are people that have not come on this platform before. These are people that have not spoken to, any other separatists or anything. They always say the same thing. Why is that? Why is that?
European Parliament that put
Don't
them in charge
No,
of
selfishly
you.
fear.
no. Let me answer that question. You said
Don't
why is that?
selfishly fear.
No.
This guy.
You
Empower
said
me,
you said
oh.
you said why is that? The reason is because of how you presented whatever narrative you presented to them. Because people pick from what you say, what you want to hear. So maybe they pick from what you said, what you want to hear, and they dished
Different
One,
you.
people, different people that
What
have
will
never met
benefit
yes,
you.
them
one
more?
man, one man. If you come to me, you say, "Oh, there's a part of my region that
You
is
are on point
highly
there. You are on point, one man.
unsophisticated, uneducated, backward, archaic thinking, but we are civilized, but they are in charge of us." My brother, I'll look at you like you're crazy. I will say, "Why haven't you separated from them successfully? If
So
you're
why are
so
you now
much more
defending them?
advanced as you
That's
claim."
what.
That's how I'll look at you as a European. So it's
So
like,
why
All
are you
right,
defending them?
The second angle is
so
that
it's maybe how you presented it to them.
Okay, Black League, what is your
another thing
question you
again.
wanted to ask me?
What is going to benefit them the more? Is it the togetherness or the mission?
No,
Yeah,
no,
These
Sorry.
no. That's
we are
it.
talking
Black
No,
League,
no,
Yeah,
no,
parliamentarian.
yeah,
no,
Solly.
no.
You are
Don't
talking to
worry. Don't worry.
parliamentarian.
No, V, don't take us to some weird
No, you
space.
are
Solly.
talking to
Solly.
No,
parliamentarians.
no,
That's
no,
different.
no.
Solly.
Don't
We are
worry.
talking to
Solly.
Let's just
Solly.
hear
parliamentarians.
from Aizon. Ovia is going to take us on another cold
No,
yes,
Yeah,
space.
no,
you are
Solly.
talking to
Solly. I just want to make
parliamentarians.
this.
Oh
You are
God.
not talking to
I just want to
ordinary
make this
European
final point
citizens.
to you.
Parliamentarians.
Don't worry. They have two heads, Abby.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Solly, I just want to make this point to you. Is that
yes.
I think I listen, if you said most of the development challenges we have in Nigeria are in the northern part of the country, that's a different type of statement. It's not broad brushing, you're not trying to stereotype, and it's an actual fact. Most of the out of school children
Okay.
we have are in the north. The north has a larger land mass, so most of the development infrastructural challenges are also in the north. So it's not an
Okay.
out of scope statement. But when you make statements and say you're referring to a people and you're saying they are backward, they are this, they are that, and we know
Does it not have
from looking
reasons
at our
to say
senses.
that? Does
No,
it
but
not have
one man,
reasons?
No,
it is
Wama,
not
he
it,
has absolutely no reason to say that beyond ignorance. If he
No,
doesn't know, I can understand that.
no,
The same
Wama,
way
please.
I'm also ignorant about some things. Nobody knows it all. So to
Black
that
League,
extent, yes, I can understand the statement.
Okay.
Black League.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, please. Why I'm saying does it not have reasons to say that is that because Aizen was saying you are speaking in broad strokes, but people look at time and space and people in broad strokes. We look in broad strokes. All black people are, all Irish people are, all these people are. We look at things in broad strokes, and we look at those
is
broad
not
strokes.
right, one man.
We know
It is
it's
not
not
right.
right,
That's
but
the
it's the
point
way
I'm
of.
making.
But is the human conditioning. That's just people don't have the time to interrogate the minutiae of every other person. They look at you in broad strokes. You know the people that you knew when you were 10 thereabouts that you've seen 15 years ago when you were 15. When they see you now, a 40-year-old man, a 35-year-old man, they're still seeing you from that prism of that thing you did when you kicked the ball against the window. They say, that is Aizon. I remember you kicked the ball against the window. You've gone and got a PhD in nuclear physics since, but they still see you as that guy that kicked. They don't see you as a nuclear physicist. So you see in broad strokes, and the broad strokes of the North is, as Sol is describing, people who live in the forest, people who engage in manners of barbarism, people who
One man, these
part of,
things are not happening in the South. If you can tell me, yes, they are not happening, I can agree with you
yeah,
100%.
but
But
the
all
South,
these things you're mentioning, I could take you to the South and they're happening at the same
But it is
rate. I'm
not
telling you,
no,
affecting the
no,
there's
country.
hold on.
cannibalism in the South, there's
Hold on.
barbarism, there's people living in forests, there's
And it
people
is
highly
happening unequally.
uncivilized.
Hold on, Solly. Hold
Like,
on, Solly.
so,
I'm not disagreeing. Hold on, please, Solly. I'm not. Okay, actually, Solly, have the space because it looks as though it wants to go off in a
Black
huff. You know
League, I
what Solly
agree
now
with
is a
you.
bit
Black League, I
temperamental.
agree with you. I'm not arguing with you. But I'm saying, is it at the same level? There is a level where it gets to the detriment of everyone. And there is a level that is acceptable and cannot affect the economy. Look at Romania. Romania too has illiterates.
oh,
Romania
no,
too has
no.
all these kind of issues. But
No,
I agree. I agree
so,
with the part you say. Yes, there are more uneducated children in the north and all that. But
but
when you say a group of people are archaic in mindset, in thinking, they're
but
backward,
but
uncivilized. I mean, these are normal. We hear
okay,
this
okay,
every
Black League,
day.
Black League, Black
But
League.
on,
I'm
Solly.
just,
Just hold on, Solly. Hold on, Solly.
sometimes
Yeah.
I get taken aback by the level of ignorance. Now, I
So,
have interacted with Nigerians at all levels from every single part of Nigeria. So I consider myself someone who somewhat has a knowledge of the inner workings within the different ethnicities. So when I hear things like that, I know it's ignorance. There's no way I could even go personal or attack a personal tribe because, I've interacted
It's
way more
complete
to,
ignorant.
to
Complete
make such
ignorant.
a rookie mistake.
all right. Can you hold on? So just two things are Black League. Firstly, to what Solly is saying, yeah, it may be an unsophisticated view, not unsophisticated for Solly, but unsophisticated as an expression. But you're probably the person that's traveled to Nigeria the most. You and Ovie maybe traveled to Nigeria the most, so you know that country like the back of your hand, and you know the people because you're a people person, and you know that in the southern space, the broad strokes are as Solly described. Is it somewhat naive? Is it even a prejudiced view? It's perhaps all of that, but nevertheless, that is the perception.
Well, I tell you
Yeah.
exactly what it is. I tell you exactly what it is.
Mm.
Okay. And solely or other people that have this wrong notion are not the first people to start this. This started long before Nigeria came about. Okay. The French are the best at doing this. And the French got to be the best by learning it actually from the Romans. There's a time in Rome, you're either a Roman or a barbarian. They didn't care whether you were white or black or their neighbor or not. You're either one of them or you're a barbarian. To the point that for you to prove you're not a barbarian, you have to speak their language, ignore yours, obey their cultures, and not just speak their language in their accent, the Roman accent. If you're unable to do that, you're less than human. So your culture is less humane than theirs, simply the template, right? So later on, the French got to it, the British got to it. They replicated the same thing in Nigeria. Of course, you can speak English, but you have to speak English in our own accent for you to be on a humane level with us. That's simply colonialism, imperialism at its finest. The French do this the best out of all of them. And anybody who has really interacted in the French-speaking areas in Nigeria would understand. So we're equating really Western influence to civilization, point blank period. So once you're not able to speak a certain Western language at the level at which those Westerners speak it, and make your culture to imitate theirs as best as you can as possible, then you're somewhat less human than the one who imitates the West better than you. That's the disease right now within Africa. That's why people from one side of the country who are equally suffering the same injustices the other side is suffering the same levels of decadence in terms of civilization, settling the same levels of barbarism, if we could call it that, and then come out to say, oh, those people are actually worse simply because we have some receipts, I mean degrees, to show for it. Simply
You're not the
because
worst
our
part.
culture
Nobody said
now
you're ugly.
we've tried to align our culture to the imperial invader more than the other side. We are better. You see, classic example, black and black Americans versus Africans. The same thing. My own culture has now evolved into the white man's culture now. You that you're keeping your culture without adulterating it, you're less human than me at this point. That's exactly what's playing out in the world. It's just we change the language, we change the location, but this is exactly the same thing. Go and check the history. It started with the Romans calling fellow Europeans and Africans barbarians. They called the French barbarians, they called the British barbarians, the German, everybody around them was a barbarian to them. You had to be just like them. So that's the problem.
All right.
Blacklead.
All right.
Blacklead.
Sorry. No, please, sorry. Just it's not a back and forth. I think it's made the point, and the point has been made. But the one thing where I wanted to go to Black League is and this first to Ahizon and then Black League and then anybody else that wants to come in. Do you think we go to first to Ahizon? Do you think we go to this space too often in this space that we're in now? That the Northerners are savages, the Igbos are a bit funny, the Yorubas are somewhat awkward, and this. Do we go to ethnicity too often in this space? Would you say, Aizon first?
Yeah, I think it's not that we go to it. Is the toxic nature in which we go to it. The broad stereotyping, negative stereotyping, and because we tend to look at other people that, if you look at it in geographical terms, are maybe 50 to 100 miles away from us. I mean, what's the distance from Edo State to Ondo State? But you will hear the people try to stereotype Edo people as one type. Meanwhile, and it is a fallacy. It is the wrong way of looking at your fellow Nigerian. And to be honest with you, if we evolve our thinking to treat a Yoruba man that we meet, if I meet you one man, I will treat you as one man. I will not treat you as a Yoruba man that happens to be one man. And if you can evolve our thinking to treat people as individuals instead of the collective ethnicity they belong to, we'll have a successful country. This is the problem that we run into, is that we broad brush and we stereotype people because of their ethnicity. And then you hear these comments that, unfortunately, I think Solia has left. I don't want to talk about him, but the comments he made.
I think it's just it's in the background, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a learning moment for him. It's not that I'm trying to
not necessarily Solly, by the way, because Solly speaks the voice of every man. That. I think he has now left. So Solly speaks the voice of every man, and what Solly said is common parlance. Is not reaching to a sense. It wasn't even being prejudiced, and it will tell you that
let me give you.
He didn't know he was being prejudiced.
Let me give you a
he didn't know, and
let me give you a personal history. Let me give you a personal history. When I was in Nigeria, I used to think about situations like this, and there was an older man I interacted with at some point in my life who was a champion. He was one of those people that championed against apartheid in South Africa for years. He was actually at Nelson Mandela's inauguration, and he was a mentor of mine for quite some time. And one of the key things I learned about it from dealing with him, it was in relation to race relations. But I've taken that learning and applied it to my relation with ethnicities in Africa. Is whatever you do, do not take a whole group as a collective and attach a label to that group. Whatever you do, and it has served me well. I've had to change my thinking, because growing up in Nigeria, you are raised hearing these things. Oh, the Yoruba man likes to party. The Igbo man is stingy. This Hausa man only go school. And so you get raised
but there's some
doctrines.
truth in all of those, though. They are broad
No,
strokes,
one
but there's
man,
some truth
one
in
man. No. It is the people you meet. It is not the collective. You can't say 20 million people all belong to the same behavior. If you think about it in its actuality, it doesn't make sense. So and that is the thing that I think we
Do
have
you not
to
think
unlearn.
every stereotype is predicated on some form of truth? Because
Then
it's a constant observation of a particular trait that then makes you just to broad stroke it as something that is fundamental to that space. So it's not just some isolated
Yeah,
outlier
yes,
that
one man, you're right. One
Woman,
man,
can
you're
I
right.
interject?
There's some
no, hold
semblance
on,
of truth.
Mike, because you
That
take it. Yeah,
there's
go
some
ahead.
semblance of truth in that. That's why an example, an Igbo man can rob me today, and another one rob me next month. I could say my stereotype for the Igbos might be they're thieves. Am I correct? Absolutely not. But is there a semblance of truth in what I'm saying? Absolutely. I've been robbed twice by these people. But are his people thieves is the question. I
No,
would
no,
be.
no,
You
no,
see,
no. That you,
stereotype.
no,
I
no,
define
no. That's
stereotype,
no. That
and
you
there's
no,
a
no,
lady
no.
called
That's a wrong
there's a
analogy to
lady
make.
called Jane Elliott. There's a lady called Jane Elliott. Just look up her own definition of stereotypes. It's a lifelong commitment to ignorance. That's
Oh,
simply
is
what
it
a
that lady
stereotype
that
is.
does the school thing that gets the children in schools?
Blue eye, black eye experiment. You know
Yeah,
who she
yeah,
is.
blue eye, black eye. Yeah, I know
Yes.
her. Yeah.
one man,
It's a commitment to ignorance. So once we just have that mindset, stereotypes, yes, they may have some semblance of truth in them,
You see
but
that's a
they're essentially wrong.
and one man,
yeah, no,
if you look
no,
through the
but,
history, some of our stereotypes in Nigeria were created during the
by the
colonial
colonials.
time.
Here you go.
They
Blaming the
would go
colonial.
to
How
the
did I know?
this is a fact. They
It's
would go
divide
to
and rule,
the
Abi. Divide and rule.
they'll go to the people in the north and say, the Igbo man is uncontrollable. They don't have a king, and start when you sow seeds of discord. This is something. Listen, you have to understand. These people had centuries of experience with this stuff. They did it in Rwanda. That's what built that rift between Hutus and Tutsis, and they did it in Nigeria. It's not by chance that these things just came out of somewhere. And a lot of times, if you notice, people have stereotypes about people until they get to meet them. And when they get to meet them and spend some time with them, then all of a sudden they realize these people are just like me. So it's a function. It's a function of years of indoctrination. I'm not saying that there aren't people within certain groups that do those things, but for the majority of it, when you really look at it, it ends up being false. So that's the point I'll make about this space and
Woman
having
was
this
trying to go
conversation. Is
round.
that
I'm waiting. We're all waiting.
And we really limit ourselves.
Hold on. I want to come to you, Black League, but let me lead into you off the back of what Ahizon was saying, and off the back of what you just said as well. That analogy of the being robbed twice by the same sort of people. You left bits out there. So let's say there was out about 10 people, two each, and then you are consistently getting it from a particular set of person from a small sample group, then you might of that extrapolate that is a trait peculiar to that space. So there's some grain to it, but it's not sufficient enough to broad stroke. I will accept that. But what I really wanted you to go to, or you can start however you like, Blackley, but what I really wanted you to go to is that are we too broad stroking and too ethnic in the tonality of our conversations in this space? Because I noticed somewhat that we hardly go through a session where there's no ethnic tonality and just broad straight statements about ethnic spaces. So one, I wonder if it makes people feel uncomfortable, and two, I wonder if it's actually we are doing a disservice to this space where we all gather, everybody very clever, and the opportunities that this gathering affords to have more elegant and egalitarian thought, we're reverting back to type and just throwing just typecast at each other. So are we too ethnic in tonality? And so take it from there. You know what I'm talking about, our Black League. Yeah.
Yes, one man. As I said earlier, I've interacted with Nigerians from virtually every part of Nigeria. I've interacted extensively with them. So I don't think we're being too ethnic when we discuss these issues as often as we do. I see your show as a mirror. You're simply reflecting society. It's not your say about what goes on there. All we do here is just reflect what goes on there. This is exactly what happens in Nigeria. There's a trust issue that we cannot run away from. And we have misconceived notions about each other. And that's why the trust is gradually being eroded. And it takes conversations like this for us to actually speak facts. I mean, all the things Solly said, I've heard it a million times since I was a little boy till now. He's not the first to say it. So I understand. That's how I'm able to respond to it, because it's not new to me. I already know the notions. I mean, uh, I've probably interacted with Yorubas as much as Soli has. So I understand the mindset in that space and other regions in the country. So simple answer to your question, no, we are not discussing it too much. And I don't think people get uncomfortable with it. If they do, I don't think they're in the majority. It's just, I see it as the reality that
Are
we
you
have to
alarmed
face.
at Black League? Are you alarmed at the level of ignorance about the North that you hear, or do you even consider it ignorance? And if you do, are you alarmed at the level of ignorance about the North that you hear in this space? Just it being a test sample of a Nigerian conversation.
I am not alarmed. Should I be alarmed? Yes. Why I'm not alarmed is, as I said, I've heard it way too often. Also, I've lived in the center of the north before, which is Kaduna State. And Kaduna is really cosmopolitan. Anyone who has lived there understands. You have Yorubas virtually everywhere in Kaduna State, the same as you have Igbos, the same as you have people from Edo State, Delta State. Just name whatever part of the country, Bayelsa, Cross River, they're right there in Kaduna State. So I just think the country needs to really have more of these dialogues where we understand each other and really take yourself to other parts, because you may find, for example, an Easterner might be living in Enugu and have some views about maybe the West or the North. But you find out that once they travel there and they've actually spent time in those regions, they understand more of the culture. So they are able to make better informed decisions, and they know what is a stereotype and what's the actual fact. So I think I encourage more of that, is more interaction and really taking yourself geographically to go there.
Oh, okay. So this is fourth of many. One of your fans. I don't know who has a greater fan base, you or Ajan Lekoko on this platform. It says, Black League, you are too gracious. I am offended on your behalf. So
My brother, it's not like I'm gracious. Is, as I said, stereotyping is a lifelong commitment to ignorance. I cannot afford such a luxury. That's why I research and I actually just find out things for myself. If someone is saying your people are okay, let's even say he didn't say the North. Let's say he specified my people, Ham people, okay, backward, this and that and the other. If I respond back in that manner and say your people are this way, that way, and that way also, it's like I know way better. So why display such level of ignorance when I'm not in a position to? So I just think the more we know, the better informed we are, and that would reflect in our utterances. I dare not say that about the Yorubas, not because one man doesn't lash me here every day. I receive it, but I dare not because I understand more. I've interacted with these people since I was a child, and so is the Igbos and the rest of them. Ethics, Jaws also, just several of them. So it's just once you're better informed, you understand that actually the whole country is one. The same aspirations you have for yourself and your kids is the same aspiration I have for myself and my kids. So it's really all the same thing. We just say it in different languages.
All right. You see, this is Black League. He never falters, is never shaken. So that's Black League. That is why he's so popular amongst people. So a better man than most of us, but a better man than Mike, perhaps. Mike, you wanted to interject. So Mike has stopped you. You wanted to come in. So Mike, yeah.
Yeah, come on there, man. Yeah. Anyway, me, I just think, as Black people just rightly said, man, the whole stereotyping thing, I mean, if you've traveled the world and if you experience that stuff where you just constantly stereotyped as a person, I experienced it in a way when I came to America where being an African, just being so stereotyped. That's when it really woke me up, like, this kind of thing is very bad. That's why I tend to, like, you know what, this thing is not good. And in Nigeria, reason why I always trying to interject when especially my Yoruba, when they keep doing those things, like, oh, the North is the reason why Yoruba land can't advance, we can't do this, the North, it's like, people have bought into it to the point where they feel like they don't have to look to other areas for the solutions to their problem, rather than just the North have to disappear before their region can begin to advance. And that, to me, I feel like it's very dangerous. They have to let it go. Just accept that if your region is not advancing, if your people are not advancing, it's because you choose not to. You're not doing what you need to do to advance. And this mentality is something that's becoming generation. I don't know. I don't want to call it generation because it's something we are inheriting from those talking points, the things we are inheriting from our parents. Most people, someone like Sorry probably just heard his father and his uncle say it over and over and over.
No, don't personalize it. But Sonny, you opened up that conversational space, so I mean, you've heard everybody's thoughts. So do you want to expand
No, it's
on
not
your
his fault
thoughts?
because as the kid too, I was once like that.
One man, I've not spoken. No.
No, Tony. I don't want you to turn it. You know what.
No, I will not turn into anything. Please, very easy.
Let's just hear
I
from
wait for
Tony,
you.
man. No, I can't let you because I know what you would do. So let's
No,
hear from
I'm very
Sonny.
cool.
Sorry, let's just hear from Sonny.
Okay.
Sorry, there's announcements going on.
Oh, you're at the airport now. Oh, look at that. Okay, go on.
Yes, so I was at the airport since. Okay, now, now, one man.
Okay. Okay, I'll come to you. I'll give you a moment. Yeah. So let's hear from Tony, please. Tony, don't.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Don't
Very cool.
turn
One man. Sorry, Black League have, well said, Black League. Okay, first of all, okay, thank you for your analysis. That we are not, over stressing, issue here on things like that. So I think what Solly was trying to say is that, what I think is like, who are the people responsible for the leadership of our country, and the session that are holding out to power, that owns everything. That is what is the problem there. So that's what that's the yardstick for for looking at this whole situation that we now sorry situation that we now find ourselves a sorry situation, because these people, they own the power, they own the weaponry, they hold all the government establishments, everything is up there, and then so that's why Solly said that we cannot, we cannot move. If you go to protest, they will come to you, and then they destabilize the whole places, because they own they have the power. They have got the power. So that is why, not that we don't look. I always think that what would be Nigeria without Suya? I love the Northerners before. Please, I have nothing against the Northerners. Please, I love Suya. I love my friend Adamu from Kano State, Lieutenant Adamu. You know what I'm saying? But a situation whereby, but before we even left, that if you don't see an Ausama or a Northerner, you can never have your passport. That is what we are trying to do away with. If you don't see an Ausama must have to go and appear for you most of the times, whatever you want to do in Nigeria. That's what we are talking about. People that the particular session, it's not because it's not a stereotype, but this particular session.
Mike, if you're talking about a Hausa man, so that's a different conversation.
No, I'm Tony Blackley.
Sorry, Tony. So that's a different conversation. That's about a tribe trying to control and dominate over others, which is wrong. I absolutely test
that. Hold on. Not when we say Hausa, we mean all of you in the north. Whether you are a Doma, you are TV.
And then say all of us. Don't say Hausa. When I'm saying Yoruba, I'm saying Yoruba. I'm not referring to you. So
no, my brother. You see, I call him my brother. I said that what would be Nigeria without Suya? You know what I'm saying? Assuming that we have all this, like McDonald's now in Germany, in all over the world, we say, okay, Suya. Do you know that with Akara from our place, do you know that it's going to sell like hotcake? So that's what we're talking about. But
Tony, but
I
no
don't
be
hate the
suya
hold on,
me
hold
they
on.
talk. Me no be suya they
No,
talk.
I know, but I want to tell you that I don't hate the Northerners. I don't want to be. I wanted to be part of our country, but due to the fact that
so
they
you're
are
saying you see our
no,
people everywhere. Go and check.
no,
Where did you see somebody from my tribe there? So should I not be agitating more than you?
no, but at least, when we say that the power that
If we
be
are
right now,
going by
no,
tribe,
hold on, no,
my
black,
own
let me
tribe,
speak now.
since we are
Black,
putting
let me
tribe
speak
on
now.
our
I gave
head,
you time. I gave you
me
time to
self,
speak.
our Peking never be president. So should
I
I
never
shut down the
I know
country?
now. You know that woman is watching also. So what we are saying is that when we say the North, for example, now the set of leaders, you see, they don't discriminate against whether you are Idoma, you are TV like then David Mark, the Tajuma, they are inclusive. But you don't see people like that for our place. We are not empowered. They own all our oil wells. They control us. That's what we are talking about. Try to understand. They control our port. So that's what we're talking about. It's not that they would hate you guys because there's no difference between North and South because you have when they say you are for the North, they will give you a chance. That's it, a woman, please, sir. I don't want to go too far.
All right, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. So me too. I'm not saying I hate them. I like them. I would have preferred to have everything done with them equally. No bias. But the problem I have is I'm not saying we don't have problem in the South too. I'm saying if we had our own nation, we would be able to address this problem and accept it and be able to progress faster. Look at how long it's taking us to get electronic voting just because the North is refusing to allow it. Things like this, you cannot progress and say, oh, why is your side not progressing? How will our side progress without the others in one country? Where is this done? You have to think about this kind of things too. When I say they are backwards, they don't want to allow progressive things because they feel they'll be left behind. And they want to rule. They don't want to lead. They want to rule us. They want to control us. When we want to do something, they want us to need their approval. How are you going to get things done fast with that kind of process? I want to do things with them. I don't hate them. But sometimes you have to cut some things out for progress. We will address our own thing, but they don't want to address their own problems. That is the problem. If you go and meet them now and say, oh, the only time they address their own problem, it is when it is too severe, when their people have been killed in maybe 300s. That's when they address it, and they only address it maybe just like 5 minutes, and after that, it's gone and it's over. If you dare talk, there was a time we were even helping them complain. They were saying that we want to take down Buhari's regime. Like, what kind of mentality is this? What kind of mentality is this? We want to help you. You said that we want to take down your regime. How are we going to progress? If you have cancer in your body, just because you like the cancer in your body, you will now keep it. I'm not calling them cancer. I'm just saying that we cannot progress with their kind of mentality. We have our own problems too, but our own problems, we know how to solve it in our society because of how our tribe is, because of the way we are. Their mentality, their tribe, their culture does not allow this kind of issues to be solved and be progressive, even if they want it. I've even had I saw this situation where a
Solly, can
northerner
I ask you
went
a
out
very
of
quick
Nigeria.
question?
Wait, let me
Can
finish.
I ask you a very
When
quick question?
No, hold on.
no,
Let him follow
when
through.
a
Then yeah, go
northerner
on. Yeah.
went out of Nigeria, got exposed, went back to the north and started bringing that exposure back. You know what they did? They isolated him. They put him in a room alone so that he will not be spreading his exposure. Which kind of thing is this? Do we do that in the south? Even if you say you want them to be progressive, they are fighting themselves from being progressive. So what can we do? We should suffer for how many years? Millions of people are suffering. We did not used to have the plague of beggars in the south. Now, begging. Are we beggars? Are Yoruba people beggars? Do we have the culture of begging? Now we are adopting bad habits. We are adopting nonsense from the north. How are we going to progress? Why can't they adopt our progressive mindset? Why must we progress their repressive and retrogressive culture, tribe, whatever you insult anybody? The way I'm saying this thing may sound like insult, but sometimes facts are like insult. If somebody is fat, you tell them they are fat, they may feel offended, but is it a lie? It's not a lie. So you can ask your question. I don't hate them. I love them. I actually want them to progress because I know.
All right. So there you had it. It's heartfelt.
Wama, would you say that's the gods of the north?
No, but that's heartfelt though. You can you see
No,
that.
no. The question I wanted to ask him really was,
Yeah.
my people, the Han people, we're in the north.
Mm.
How have we stopped the Yoruba people from seceding or progressing or developing?
You know
That's
that it's not
really
making
my space. So
you know it's not making
and
the
I know
distinction.
Solly really doesn't, because from what Solly is saying, I know Solly has very little information and knowledge of the north and how things actually operate over there. He's
Yeah.
going with broad strokes with what you just hear broadly said on the media or maybe by older people around. You know, I get that a lot from him. But anyone who has actually studied the north, studied both sides of Nigeria, really, north and south, would understand that the north is diverse. So when you say the north as a whole, and then you say, oh, you guys did this, well, then there's a big mistake there, because there are people in the north who have never participated in the governance system in the country. And they have been resisting all forms of oppression the same way the South has been resisting. Some people in the North have even been resisting it way more fierce than what we've seen in the South. So how then can you lump those people together and say, oh, you are a problem,
You
you
see,
did this?
Black League. What you're hearing from a solid voice is not at all alien or foreign to what obtains as a mindset in the South. And this is not
Yes.
even it's not a generational mindset or an educational mindset. It's a broad mindset within the South. And they're not looking to unpick the North to say there are good guys and there are bad guys. They just see that by being the whole of the place is complicit in this conspiracy against the South. Because the South sees itself, whether true or false, right or wrong, they see themselves as progressives. This is what you were hearing in our solid voice, they are progressives, he's a progressive, and they see that progress is being stymied by the North, who they feel they are retrogressive. So so in all of the
Woman,
floweries and the niceties, it goes always to that. This is where the thing
woman,
is.
I have a question for Black League.
Yeah.
You know, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Black League, I
And
wanted to
I
ask
don't
you.
want Black League put too much on the spot, by the way. Black League is not the voice of the North. It's just one of the boys here to shoot.
No, I understand, and I actually, you know, me and Aizon, we're always together on this, simply because both of us don't belong to the quote unquote majority tribes, as you all call it. You see, when you find someone who doesn't belong to those tribes and really is not accepted by any one of the 3 or 4 tribes, we have a more nationalistic outlook to things, speaking generally. And
Just as an aside, what is Ovie cooking stone? Because we've been here now for what 6 hours, and it's been under.
I don't know what
What
Ovie
are
is
you cooking
on.
stone? You see, this is it. When they let
Ovie might be having some guests tonight, so he's cooking for his guests.
Jollof rice, I'm frying chin chin, I'm frying gizzard at the same time.
all for
What can I
6
tell you?
hours. 6 hours of flying jello. You've burnt it,
No,
haven't
no,
you?
no.
You've burnt it and you've had to restart again. Look at this guy.
No,
Ovie has a date
I'm
tonight.
going to Indiana for like 10 days, then to Washington, D.C. for another 10 days. I'm going to be in the hotel. So.
Okay, so you're prepping yourself.
Yeah, I don't have to chop pizza and the rest. So that's what
all right, brilliant. So yes, back to you. You wanted to put a question to Black League, Aizon.
Yeah, the one thing I've never really understood how they organize it is the emir system in the north, because you see almost every state. I know Taraba has an emir. I know Nasarawa has an emir. I'm not sure about Adamawa, but I think they do, and they all report to the Sultan. I know, of course, there's the emir of Ilorin. They all report to the Sultan. How extensive is that organization, and how does that whole system work with the reporting back to the Sultan of Sokoto?
Well, that system actually came when the Caliphate came and took over Hausa land. Because before then, Hausa land was really independent. It wasn't united. So Kano and Sokoto, both being Hausa land, really didn't come together on things. They really ran it independently of each other, if that makes sense. So it's really the caliphate that came and united the Hausa land together and put them under the dominance of the caliphate, and then began to spread the caliphate inwards into Nigeria. So that's why you see places today that are not Hausa land have emirs, but it's not the whole state. You mentioned Taraba, Nasarawa. None of those places have an emir in this as a state emir. Is a city over there that definitely would have a predominantly Muslim population and were conquered by the caliphate jihad. Those ones then have an emir installed. I come from Ham. Our kings are called popes, just like you see in the Catholic faith. But ours starts with a K, KPOP. That has never changed. And of course, my culture started way before Christianity was even, or Christ was even born. So those cultures still remain and are still part of the North. And they never fell under the caliphate. Yes, the caliphate attempted to take over a majority of the areas, but as you know, a lot of those areas in the North vehemently resisted the caliphate's expansion. So those areas that resisted don't have an emir, like my area and a lot of areas like Benue, a lot of places like Plateau and so on and so forth. And those that were conquered have an emir today. That's how you see in places like emir of Loring.
Okay, I see. Well, that makes sense. Okay.
All right. I think the problem that we have is really the caliphate system. That is really where the problem is. I mean, my body just shudders anytime I hear the emir of Ilorin. I've never heard such a thing. The Oba, there is not what to me emir of Ilorin. That has no meaning in history and time and culture. The emir of Ilorin, the audacity of it, it's just we're in trouble in that country. But because I have been reflecting that maybe we talk too much about ethnicity and whatnot, and I wondered if it was getting a bit off-putting for people that yes. Yeah,
I think it's informative, but maybe you can ask the question around here what people think. I think it's informative.
No, I agree. I think it's important because typically in Nigeria we don't discuss these things. I think it's important we discuss it so people can learn about everyone can learn about him or herself through these discussions, and you learn about things that you otherwise.
I think so too, because even some of my broad strokes, they've been challenged, and I have had to recalibrate my thinking, just off the back of this platform. When I'm having conversations with people like Jafar and Q and Black League, then all those sweeping statements that just see all these people as malus, essentially. I kind of think that Black League is probably the cleverest man on this platform. Well, apologies to Aizon, who is this. The cleverest man on this platform actually is one guy called Kapoi, who's just going to finish his PhD. Actually, the cleverest man on this platform is Professor Data O, who is doing a PhD in metallurgy and material science. So you need a proper brain for that, not just some yam.
Let me give you a little proverb. To a bird on a tree, a fish is stupid.
Look at this guy.
I rest my case.
And you have to break it down. What are you?
No, I'm breaking it down in the sense that the term clever is subjective.
I know,
Everyone
I
is an
know.
expert in their different
Yes,
field, and
if you judge a
and
fish by its
No,
ability to fly, you would always fail.
there you go.
What Horizon is actually saying is, no, I am the smartest man here. This is the guy. If I'd
He has
No, I'm
mentioned
not
it,
every right
saying
to
that,
say
my
that.
if I'd
brother.
mentioned him now, you would have just taken it and gone with it and say, yes,
No,
so yeah,
my
well, you are
brother,
right. Look at
you
this
saw
guy.
me.
Eh?
I had to
You
ask
know,
a question about the Emir system in Nigeria because I really wanted to know. I didn't know.
But
So
no,
every
but no, I have been educated on this space, and I continue to be educated on this space. And even though
yes, sir.
I might cheekily still reference some of the stereotypes and whatnot, it's not heartfelt as before when I just had it categorical that these people are just a bunch of
Woman,
One man,
But
barbarians.
that's
one man,
actually
one
why I
man,
came on your platform. So
Eh?
it makes you get more viewership because I've been watching you for
one man.
since your platform they even have a lot of viewership, but I never came on. But I noticed a pattern in how you speak about the North. That's really why I decided to came on, and that's what I spoke about my first day here.
As
No, you used to come on, no, as a leader, not ruler. Then you change your name to Black League. You think
Mama, have you heard, or maybe
Mary
close
who?
friends or friends that, yeah, an average American citizen is the most ignorant people you can find anywhere in the world. The American citizen themselves. And that's exactly the notion the South has about the northern part of Nigeria. They just capitalize on what they hear, what they see, what they read. That's it. They've never actually go there, actually see these people, how they actually live, or what is there, what is their life
And
about.
actually, from my interaction, I mean, you might think I'm biased on this, but comparing people from the North and people from the South, regardless of their education level, in terms of information, I give it more to the Northerners. I see them more as more informative people. Not they don't have the educational qualifications now. They cannot give you the doctorate.
When you say them, you mean us. So I say us more. Why don't you look at this guy bigging up
No,
himself?
because I don't really buy the whole idea of North. So I'm forced to say yes, I'm from the North and defend it because I'm really defending what I see as not a fact. That's really what I'm defending. It's not like I'm defending the North. Anybody speaking disparagingly about the South, I also speak up, tell you, no, these people are not like this and that. So I'm really just giving information. But the North are seen to be, just abokis. All they know is their cows and milking cows and whatever. But those people are actually informed and they're well traveled. They understand politics and people say information is power. It's really not education. Because when you don't have information, you're powerless, literally. Like if there was information out today that every one of us had to go in bunkers, only people that heard the information would survive. Your level of education at that point is useless. That's why education is power. Information is power, not education. That's just how I see it. You can challenge my view, but in terms of information,
Says the
I
man
see the
speaking in
average northerner.
says the man speaking in faultless English. Look at that. Education is not power. Look at he's saying it like
Yes, yes, yes.
he's speaking English
Yeah,
like
I'm
Prince
telling you,
Charles.
the English means nothing if
Oh,
I'm
right.
not informed.
Look at this guy.
So that's what I'm telling you.
Look at this guy.
But challenge my views. Am I wrong?
No, you are wrong.
For the people who have interacted.
You are never right. So by default, you are always wrong. So
Okay, I rest my case.
there it is. All right. So thank you. So Ovie, you wanted to you were looking to insert a point about Black Americans, Ovie, and I didn't quite catch that. Ovie.
Not the same will I say mentality they have. Just like you said, they are less informed among among the rest of citizens of the world. An average American, I don't know shit about what's happening out there in the world. The same thing goes to an average Southern, I don't know jack about the North. But if he has an authority to say anything that they hear about them.
But Ovie, I know you've been in the north for a while. What do you
travel? Mona travel. Mona they travel. Mona they go school. Travel. You learn more by traveling than going to school as it is the world today. Every other thing you want level school, is there.
Ovie.
It's not
but Ovie, you no go say no go school completely now.
Ovie, one man needs to travel. One man needs to travel to Enugu and stay in Enugu for 3 months.
No, long my day. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
What's to do in Enugu?
Yeah. Can you imagine? I wouldn't even go. I wouldn't even go under your license. I on. But I will go to the north because I've always been interested in the north. So
Woman, you should go to
I've never been interested in the east though.
I will tell you. We'll tell your friend that called in yesterday.
That I'm coming. He will be my host, Abby. Look at that. He will be my host. I'll be the soup for the night.
I used to go the interior village of Ekiti just to go stay, maybe with a babe for like 2 weeks and interact with the villages. Interior village, but all those are do Ekiti anywhere.
Yeah, those are safe territories now. Yoruba land is safe. You can travel there.
Anywhere safe. I don't know what. Well, when I talk about
why don't you go to Jalingo and find out?
I don't from Dombua local government work. I go Chibo.
Look at that.
It's safe now. I don't know why Nigeria. What I'm trying to say, Nigeria is bigger and broader than the way we see.
All right, but I want to start pulling back from the stereotypes because I want to expand.
You can't. I don't think you can escape it because at times now emotions they drive people go there.
Yes, but I want to expand even more the voices on the screens and the voices and the ears listening, and I don't want people to recall that this is just where people they're just prejudiced views, but that is not to say not to interrogate because what we are also doing is and today being a classic example. What we are doing is we are challenging traditionally held beliefs, beliefs that people have held for so long. Like somebody described, past generational down, etc., that, a whole subsect of people are like this and a whole tribe, they are like that. So we're challenging all of that. So we'll continue to challenge that. But I don't want to heavyweight ethnicity and stereotyping so much that people recall that this is just some prejudiced bunch of people just, circle jerking over, tribal hatred and whatnot, because I already have that coloration of an Igbo hater. So I want to try and pull back from that. So the Nyamari is from the east. I don't hate you, just your wayward ways is just what I don't like. So if only the Igbos were like the Yorubas, they'll just be the perfect people, If they were
everything, my brother, everything you just said up until that point is discarded. Everything you said, right?
You don't think they should be more? You don't think they should be more Yoruba like in the east? Would that not help them a lot?
No, I don't think they should be more Yoruba like. I think they should be
They should
Igbos.
continue as they are.
Yes.
You think so? Is that what you really think? And they call me an Igbo hater. You are the Igbo hater if you think they should continue like that.
I think if you want to say they should get better in certain areas, you can highlight those areas.
They should be Yoruba like now. You know what?
Yeah, there you go. You lose them when you say that.
No. You shouldn't be Yoruba like. Be yourself. Be yourself.
Yeah, but I think you need to take a trip to either Onisha or Enugu or Owerri and spend some time there.
I could take a day trip. Leave before sunset.
One man go to the north, go to Plateau State.
But it's the north. It's the north that I want to see because it's a culture that I've always admired. Before they became.
Go to Maiduguri.
I wanted to go to Maiduguri because they said there's emeralds there. And I wanted to.
Go to Jalingo. Go Sokoto. Go Serikinyaki in Kano.
That one sounds like something you'd need a doctor for afterwards.
Don't go and say Go and stay where
You
the
know?
core outside people live.
You
Then
know?
you understand?
You know, because I like that their son no Megida sort of thing where they, you know, very differential culture, you know, very respectful. Or at least that's how I romanticize about them. I have no experience of
Bauchi will
them.
be nice.
You know,
Bauchi will
yeah.
be nice. Bauchi
No,
and Zamfara will be nice for you.
no, Wama, but on a more serious note, you should actually take a trip to the north. I think it's really going to break the stereotypes for you, just
Yeah,
how
no, I've
you'll be
been to the north.
received by
I've been to
people,
Abuja. I've been to Abuja.
by no, I'm talking about north. You know, don't even go to actually a Fulani Hausa Fulani dominated area where you feel the
Like
most
Bauchi or
afraid to go
Kaduna. You
to.
go Bauchi or Kaduna.
South Katsina, other side.
But you don't like one man at all. You don't like one man. You don't like one man at all.
You
Now
know,
back in the day,
I would
That's
love
the
to go.
stereotype I'm trying to
No,
break.
make you not go there.
That's
Don't
the
go there,
stereotype
Wama.
I'm
Don't
trying
go
to break.
I
there.
would love to go, but the reason why I wouldn't go is for fear of my life. You know.
Yes, thank you.
Because I
Go
would
to
just be.
Anambra.
I
Go
would
to
just be. I
Anambra.
would just be afraid. I won't be able to
One
come
man
out of
go
the
there,
hotel room.
nobody is killing
I won't be
anybody.
able to come
Then,
out of the hotel room. That's just the truth of
One
it.
man go to Anambra.
You know. But
Anambra.
you know.
And you go to the everywhere has safe areas. You go to the safe zones.
And
Because
the
you are
funny thing
right.
is,
Now we have security challenges now. So you're right
yeah,
about that. Safety. Even I wouldn't go to some areas.
yeah.
But you know, just the safe areas or whenever the security mess gets resolved.
But the funny thing is, I am saying I'm afraid for my life. When you go on YouTube, you see all these Oyibo people from Denmark to Australia. They are all over the north, you know, pointing
And
cameras at everybody. And
those
me, a
people
Nigerian, you know. And if they are going to target anybody, I think the Oyibo will be, at least if I don't open my mouth, they won't know too much, they won't pay me too much attention. Eh?
and you see the type of views they get when they post those videos?
It's outrageous. I was just watching one before I came on now. The guy, he was so comfortable. He went from Lagos to the north and was saying, oh, well, which one is better, compare, contrast, and having a whale of a time. Thinking, I would have loved to have done that, you know. But there's a guy called, maybe you know him or not, Tayo, I know he's called. He's doing that trip now, documenting state by state Nigeria. So we'll see how he gets on. If he doesn't get a Yamutud, then some of us will follow in his
but,
wake. Yeah?
but Wama, don't forget that if they catch on Igbo man, then the government will come and destroy that.
But that's bigger dollars now. Oyinbo dollar, Oyinbo, maybe if they get $1,000 out of me, they are lucky. But
No,
Oyinbo man, they will get $1 million.
no, they will not touch them. They are leaders. All those they are mullahs. They don't want them. They will not touch white people. You know, say that may they not come destroy them. You know, they will use their drones.
One man, go to Creek, go Bayelsa, go Creek.
Yeah, and I don't mind Creek because they are similar to us as a people, you know. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I actually want to go there. I have a lot of friends from there. I've just never been. I actually want
Black,
to go
you
there.
are welcome. You are welcome. They will even mistaken you for our people self because the way you speak, you are just like us.
But it's all that Ogogoro though.
Go to Warri, you have more fun just walking around the street.
The Black League is like one of us. It's like one of us. The way it's you know it's.
What do you mean? It's like one of you. It's nothing like
That's why I say go to the north.
We don't go to the north. The north is a bad place.
Like me in the north.
Don't mislead people.
Because you don't go, you will not know.
I've been to Kada Namoda. I've been to Beni Kebi before with Adamu everywhere, but they're not now. It's already the game is over. You know, we don't go there.
Man, you need to go spend time in Bello, Yaya Town. This one too.
Yeah, Bello. Yes, no, that's true. You know, and Nigeria is so beautiful as well because, like I said, I've been watching a lot of these travel logs, people going around Nigeria, both Nigerian and foreigners. And when you look at some of the landscapes, sometimes there's a guy called Big Wheels. He's doing a lot of the north. If you look at the landscape, you just marvel. Just the beauty. We have a beautiful country, you know. We do. Just in terms of the landscape, it's so stunning. You know, but it's a shame we can't enjoy it, you know, but there it is.
Yeah, the landscape is actually amazing. I've been to a place in Taraba State called Mambila. You can Google it, Mambila. I mean, it's not much development there, but just the natural landscape itself. I mean, one of the It's one of the best I've seen. It's way better than what you find in Los Angeles that everywhere costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Just the
Even
landscape alone.
Yankari Game Reserve. They used to teach us in primary school now and secondary school about Yankari Game Reserve, you know, and all those Jeba, all those, this Niger Bridge, but these people just came and changed the whole curriculum to, to reflect this Arab world system. That's why we're having problem. Otherwise, we don't hate these people. We don't hate them.
Tony, did you not notice in the tonality that we were moving away from that sort of?
Oh yes, oh yes, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yakari,
oh, goodness me, man. It's just
Mama, you need to go web in Edo State.
I'm going to post a link in the comment section. It's for this. Is this guy? I follow him a lot. I'm not sure if he's a northerner or not, but I suspect he may well be a northerner. But he's been exploring a lot of the north on YouTube, and I've been following him because
Big Wheels.
Big Wheels, yes. So I've been following him. You'll be amazed. Yes. I'm just looking for a good one of his. He does a lot of property related something, but he also does a lot of tourism related something, and he presents so well. You really delight in that. So go watch him and tell him one man sent you. So there he is as Big Wheels. That's just one of his videos. So a real delightful sort of a chap. Who have we not heard from? We've heard from. I'm not sure if we still have engineer. He's probably falling asleep on the couch, so beaten up, preparing for the. There is Professor Odatao. So beaten up. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. I'm
you
not sure how.
Falling asleep, but the only thing I left my.
No. I was saying engineer. I was saying engineer at fallen asleep. I'm not sure how much of the conversation you caught, Prof. But I was saying that are we too quick to stereotypes within the Nigerian space, and especially in some of the conversations that we have on this platform? So this is what we have been talking about over the last 30 minutes or so. We all agree that that some of the stereotypes, we need to educate ourselves more. Apart from Tony, of course, who just wants us to savage the North. But what are your thoughts on that space?
I think what you're saying is in line because sometimes you may speak about a particular section of the nation, but it's based on you may be speaking based on the level of knowledge you have about that side of the country. You understand? I think there should be a type of balance, but all the same, I think that balance is setting in because the northern part of the nation. Well, I remember earlier on this show we have been beckoning, pleading people from that area should key in, log in. And I think now we only have ISON and Black League. I think they're the only two people from that geographical area.
ISON is not from there.
ISON from the creek.
No, ISON is from Maiduguri. No, ISON is from Maiduguri. You are right. Carry on.
See, ISON is much more of the north. Because, Plateau State, to me, Plateau State, yes, it's in the north, but I don't see Plateau as a core north. You understand? It's north, One thing I found out in the north, the little observe because I've slept in Plateau State, I've been there, is that these, I'm sorry to use the word, these Islamic folks, there's something I've observed they do, the Fulani people. When they come to a place, they make their presence known. You understand? They may not necessarily be the owner of the land, but that's what they do. Where I served in Taraba State, I observed that. You see the native people, they can speak Hausa, but actually you find out they're not just Hausa or Fulani. So that's one thing they do, you understand? So I think with this time we'll explore more. I never knew a place could be, a tribe could be called Ham. And the king will also.
No, I think he's just making it up. I think Black League. I have to check that Ham something. I think he's just making it up.
I don't. It won't be nice if he's making it up because this is the second time. At least the Black League may be surprised.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I said you may be surprised that I've heard you say today is the second time I've heard you mention where you're from. Maybe I've said it before. I know I don't follow the show every day, but at least I've heard the show
Prof
twice.
was saying that he is surprised that there's a tribe called Ham, and we were suggesting that perhaps you just made it up because nobody,
Google it.
nobody.
Google it. HAM, just like you have it in the Bible. Google it. HAM.
All right.
It's either called Ham or Hiam. Wrongly registered by the British as Jabba, but the actual what we call ourselves is Ham historically.
Okay.
HAM. That's it.
Okay, that's
sometimes
serious.
they spell it HIAM or HYAM. Those are different dialects within the same language.
Okay.
All right.
That's it. Ham, Nigeria. That's all you have to tell.
But Jabba near Hausa name. Jabba, you don't say Jabba near Hausa name.
Okay. I typed in ham, and this is what came up. So
Wama, I said ham Nigeria. You want food. You want food.
Look at
I
that.
thought you were losing weight, one man. I thought you were trying to lose weight.
This is why people.
You want food, one man. I said ham Nigeria.
Jabba.
Look at Black League is trying to bobo us. But
I said type ham Nigeria. That's one man. You and your
no. I was only.
You're joking. The one with Pepe Rimpe today.
I was only joking. No, let's see. Yes.
So I'm not making it up just to show you I'm not making it up.
No, are they the mud people? The one that paste themselves with mud?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Because
paste themselves with mud.
No. Hold on. I did exactly as you said, and this was what came up. So can you say that's what I got? Is that it?
That's not ham Nigeria, one man.
No, that's what I typed. That's what you told me to type. All right.
You type ham Nigeria, you went to images. Type ham Nigeria and see whether it's the language or not.
No. I went to images because I wanted to see what the people are actually like. Yes, they have a terracotta. Can you say they are terracotta or something?
Yeah, I see that image.
Okay, so those are the ham people. It looks as though they are predicated upon the Oyo people. I think this is
No, the Han people influenced the Ile-Ife civilization. You can research that too.
Okay, the Han people of Kaduna.
The Han people of Kaduna State and Plateau State influenced the Ile-Ife civilization and the Igbo Uku civilization.
Okay. So they have a culture of masquerades as well. So
you're going to see similarities.
So it looks as though they're real people, Prof. It's not just something made up by
no, I don't think Black League will just make up that. You understand?
Okay.
I don't think so. I won't be happy.
Prof say you won't be happy. But really, why would I come make up where I'm from, one man?
You know what you're like now.
You've said I'm American. I've told you where I'm from. You're still.
How many ham people sound like you, Black League?
How do you mean sound like?
You sound the way you sound,
I can only sound the way I sound.
This is it.
You only sound the way you sound. So it's only us. It's unique to us.
If you go there now, you probably have to. I don't know. Let me know.
One man kind of.
I'm a man of the people, or one man. I'm a man of the people.
So there it is. So those are ham people. They have some fine babes, small though, but not up to the Igbo level, but still some fine babes.
One man, those images are coming. Those images are coming from the Hamba. Like that's not Ham. That's a tribe. You can see what the Maya's picture there. That's a tribe in South Sudan.
It was Alexander Akache that told me to look at it anyway.
Yeah, that's a different spelling. So that's when the Maya went to South Sudan. That's actually a tribe in South
Oh
Sudan.
yeah, that's him there.
That's not the
Touching up women. That's Omogana. You know.
Yes, that's not the Ham people.
That guy.
But there's a tribe called Hamda or something like that in East Africa. Right. But you could type Ham Nok Nigeria, because they're more widely referred to as the Nok because of the British influence. That's the name they chose.
Okay, but then it's only coming up with terracotta images, not actual people.
Well, you see some people there. You can see people there.
No, I can see.
Why you're actually seeing a lot of images is because all this you're gonna see documentaries from like Harvard University and them just focusing on the terracottas, because that broke the stereotype that Africans were barbarians. Only Egyptians created a civilization. That broke the stereotype, because what they found in the village called Nok, which is Hamland, was that they found intricate terracottas and they found iron. And that's when the world was still in the Stone Age. When they carbon dated it in Germany, they found that when those iron were being smelted and creating all these terracottas, the whole world was still in the Stone Age. So that gave the West Africans the lead in terms of getting to the Iron Age, when the whole world was in Stone Age, and then moved to Copper Age before Iron Age. So it's actually a very advanced civilization in history.
All right. So that's the Nok culture. So there you are. So we learn every day here. So I should be charging school fees to you people when you come here and you learn new things. Should I be charging school fees? Black League. I share it with you because they're the ones who dispenses the knowledge here. Celebi says she likes the hairstyle.
One man without Nok, there will be no Oyo.
No. That's common, man. You know, or your came straight from heaven. You know, it's Olodumare. You haven't heard Olodumare.
According to Yoruba history, your people are descendants of Saudi Arabians, because Oduduwa came from Saudi Arabia.
No, Aizo, no. They are descendants of Ososo people. Ososo people are towards that northern part of it. Those very small tribe. That's where actually the Yoruba people.
There you go.
There you are. You see,
but I've said it on this platform.
You are brave now when Ajanle Koko is not around.
They say when the cat is away,
it will kick your head in. It will kick your head in. Yeah.
But I try to tell one man, most of the ethnic nationalities in Nigeria come from East Africa.
No.
Most of us originate from East Africa. Like even. The Oni has told you that's where you originate from. East Africa and Middle East, they're really referring to the same region.
How can black people emerge from East Africa when the humanity itself came from Black Africa? So that's just a total nonsensity. But you know,
East Africa is
the whole of humanity came from East Africa. That's where Black Africa.
No. They could have carbon dated even further back, and it came. You may well find that there's a Yoruba narrative to. You know that the black race is. I think it was it even you that told us that the black race is the most ethnically or genetically diverse of people?
Yes, it is the black race. Well, there's no such thing as the black race, really. It's just black people are more genetically diverse. The whole race thing is a new misconception that was used to just dominate people.
Or according to your performance as a race, then that is where the classification come about.
What do you mean?
Well,
I mean, like,
classification came much later because when Europe was formed, there was no classification of race. It was all people. Because scientifically, you can't even back that there are races. There are different races. There's just one race called the human race, and you can have different origins or where your people have lived the longest. That's just it, and that determines your physical appearance, whether your skin is light or dark. But it all originated from the Eastern African.
Anyway, let us keep it cool today. Let us keep it cool. I don't want to go there.
No, you say you don't want to go there, but a lot of the things that you say they are not vested in. Anyway, let's not go there. Like you said,
No, they are one man. They are even in your culture. You find out that there are striking similarities with cultures in Eastern Africa.
No, it wasn't actually
Even
what
today.
you were saying. It is what Tony was saying. It was okay. Tony, take us to where you want to take us to, and then we'll end it on your
No, you know, it's always talking about black people started this. I remember Black League also said that black people it was going to the iron. It's a while ago that the iron started from. We started to make iron and all this, and then industrialization, etc., etc. Then what is holding us back then?
So, do you have facts to the contrary?
I don't know. No, I have no. Anyway, on the surface level, me and they still speak from the surface level. We don't fit much white race or other races. We don't fit much them. Well, would they push train? Would they push train? A whole train and to push and start. I beg you. No way.
All right.
We don't get chance.
All right, thank you. The black people should be recolonized. So we start. That's a good spot to start to round it off, to land on our Black League, and we pick it off then from Engineer, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. So, Engineer, are you still there? I thought you would have gone to. You saw how tired he sounded, so he's probably asleep on his couch now. But that was Engineer. So thank you, Engineer. And good night. So from Engineer, we go on to Tony. Tony, to you. Tony, we're taking closing remarks.
Okay, sir. Yeah, okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for taking it cool with me today. And then I have something for my for our ex brother, Aizon. Your one leg day for the other side, one leg the other side. The way they taught this thing, make country better like that. You have to talk truth to power, and then so that like a Black League is has spoken today. Me solely over yesterday or so, something like that. Don't be saying that okay, I want to be politically correct. Then you make things hard for us. There will be no way forward for the country as a whole. Well, they will be bound to lose. We are bound to lose the whole system. So the particular session that has been holding us a hostage, we need to talk to them that they can rethink. They should vacate most of those posts, and then so that they cannot handle them, and let our people handle them. All this digital technology should it be handled by them, etc., etc. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, Wama. God bless you. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. And Tony, I don't especially weigh against you. If you just stay with the conversation as you have now, then there's no problem, because I know your voice is popular on the platform. It's just sometimes when you throw us off what we're saying, that's just. But thank you for being a gentleman.
German beer when they drink.
Tom walk for beg. We're gonna we're gonna raise this our platform up. Okay, sir. Good night, everybody. Ovie, my brother.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. It's just curious. I've always wondered where people listen, and I've always been asking where people listen or interact with the session. So you saw Solly there at the airport. So that provided this entertainment as he waited to board his flight, to board his flight. But that wasn't even the most exotic interaction that I've heard so far. There was an instance when Ayo was actually on a flight and he was still in the platform trying to argue this usual yam that he always talks. It's just funny. And they were very cooking and listening. So Libby is burning rice and she asked the temerity to confess that she burnt rice Sally Bees, you are born in, I've never heard such a thing. Sally, tomorrow I'm waiting for you. Come on the platform and explain how you burnt rice. So it's just curious. It's interesting to know how people interact with the sessions. But so that's OVA. Cooking jollof rice for 6 solid hours. So this has to be a world record. So explain then how you achieved this feat. OVA, your words. Or let's leave OVA still studying something. Or let's go to Prof. Prof. We're rounding off. So your remark.
My remarks. Let me try to remember some things you spoke on today. I remember you spoke on Obaseki and the matter of sports. I wish him the best. But the only thing, if he's trying to what I call it, explore that part of human endeavor, he should do his best to come out with talents that that will also not only have sports in their mind, but have a way to incorporate it with education. I think it's going to make them excel. And also, I'm happy he mentioned sports, not football. We should have our focus on sports, not only football, and give good prizes, to people that participate in competition to encourage them. Because, in this part of Nigeria, soccer has stolen the show. I think let me rest my case here. And I wish everybody in this platform the best.
All right, thank you, Prof. So good to hear from you, Prof. And hopefully we see you again even tomorrow. So that's Prof. So from Prof we go on to Ovie. Ovie, we were just marveling at how you set a world record, taking 6 hours, 6 hours 40 minutes to cook jollof rice. Ovie, only you, no one else.
I cook jollof rice, I fry gizzard, and I'm frying chin chin. So it's a lot. Well, again, today we spent today going back and forth about ourselves, pretty much, because we're talking about our ethnicity, where we're from, which one, blah, blah, and all that. When we're supposed to spend time, they analyze the potential Tinubu cabinet, who is going to be the Senate president, who's likely to be the chief judge under Tinubu, all under Atiku, all under Amechi, but we miss that. Instead, we use it to, talking about how Aboki marry Fulani, divorce Yoruba, go marry Efik. But it's a good show, and I believe that a lot of us pick one or two things from here. But we cannot forget on our politics. As we are here talking about tribes and all that, Bola Tinubu is on his way to Kebbi now to meet with one of the men there. Or he's on his way to Enugu. But one day we'll catch up with them because they are far ahead of us. But on that note, it's Sally. I don't know why they born us. I mean,
unbelievable. And she had it born. Even I can. But Ovie, just what our prof is saying to you, he said if there was a Mrs. Ovie, you will be putting your feet up, enjoying the session as if slave sits in the kitchen. But you want to be a confirmed bachelor. People speculate about confirmed bachelors. Don't let people start to speculate about you.
It's a setup.
It's a setup. All right, don't worry. We'll find you. We'll find you a wife. So any single woman, Ovie is a single man, and we want to marry him off. So he's house trained. He knows how to use the toilet by himself now, and he washes his hands afterwards. So yes, he is house trained. So single ladies, Ovie, we want to marry him off. Before the end of this year, we want to marry him off.
No. Any single lady will come away.
The farmer needs a wife.
Any single lady that come away, I'll just clear and move to the next one.
No, that life has gone. People don't live like that anymore. Yeah,
as a Fulani man.
Now when they give us good men, now when they give us bad name, we the good men.
We just want clear them. Now feel
just clear them.
Just clear even the language. Even the was clear them. Are you what's his name?
So women don't turn grass for your eye.
Yes.
Just clear am.
He just clear out. Move to the next. Look at
Women,
that.
I don't know. Well, as a Fulani man, we'll be here that we move around from place to place. We don't get
all right.
It's in our blood.
All right. Have you heard the Big Jagger song? Papa was a Rolling Stone. So
Papa
go listen. Yeah, Papa was a Rolling
Wherever he laid his hat was
Stone.
home.
There he is. That's the life of he is living. Papa was a Rolling Stone. So there is Ovie, the superstar of the platform. So he's on. You know, when I just say he's on all the time because I just leapt to the assumption that that was your name, but it's not actually your name, is it? Is what does it actually mean? He's on.
It's a greeting.
Okay.
When you have Ijaw people gathered in a room, the first thing they say is "eyes on."
Okay.
And everyone says, "Yeah, eyes on." Yeah. So it's a greeting that Ijaw Sally knows about it.
Yeah, it was only when Sally was using it in a sentence now that earlier on that then struck me that it's not actually a name.
No, it's not a name. It's a greeting when Ijaws are gathered. They say eyes on. So that's what I
does it have any translation, or is just
it's it's kind of Ijaw people I greet you in a way.
Okay.
Eyes on, yeah. Izon came out. That's
and are the Ijaws called Izons?
Yes. Okay. So they are called Izon. In Ijaw dialect, it's actually called Izon, not Ijaw. But with the advent of the British, we were probably the first ethnicity to encounter the Europeans because of our proximity to the ocean. So they somehow started calling us Ijaw, and then kind of went from there.
How did that come about? Do you know?
Yeah, no, the Portuguese were the first ones to come to Nigeria, and they came through the Atlantic Ocean, and the ethnicity they met were the Ijaws. And then through their interaction with the Ijaws told them about...
Okay, so they were the Ijaws already. So they did not give you the name Ijaw. So you were already...
No. Okay. They just mispronounced it, I believe. Yeah, and when it came out. And that's why sometimes if you see writings about Ijaws, they have different spelling. You see IJO, Ijaw, you see IJAW. But in Ijaw parlance, it's really Izon. Izon came out when they say it in the language. They say Izon.
Okay, so it's Izon that they corrupted to Ijaw.
Yeah. Ijaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant.
Fun fact, we were the ones that took them to Benin Empire.
Look at
you
that.
Can believe that.
Yeah. And you're claiming responsibility for what happened subsequently. Look at this guy.
Well,
you did not have kept that one quiet.
we didn't know that was what was going to happen.
These were the people that sold us. So these were the people that sold us. Look at it.
Well, man, you know what? That's actually not a stereotype. In all fairness, some of the powerful, they call them houses. During the colonial times, there were these houses that rose up and became rich because they used to trade with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one of the items they used to trade was slaves. So
what's the name of that king? The Obong of Calabar. Do you know he was actually the greatest black slaver? According to he was the greatest black slaver, not the greatest slaver, but the greatest black slaver. So I think he captured quite a few people, not he personally, but under his authority. But so we could go on forever, but the floor is yours. His on.
No, thank you, Omar, for having me on. I think definitely really good educational conversations that force self-reflecting. Also, you learn about different ideologies and viewpoints. And I think for me, one of the key things I try not to do on this program when I listen to different opinions is to try to separate opinions from factual statements. Sometimes people come on and they say things that sound like factual statements that can be quantified, and that's when I'll interject, and if I'm on the call to ask questions about how they got that fact or why they believe this is accurate. In a lot of cases, people just give their opinions, and that's fine. Opinion is an opinion. I think we should also be, when we do state opinions, because this is a platform for learning, people should be open to seeing other viewpoints as a means to learn some more, not as an affront to themselves. And in this case, as it relates to broad brushing millions of people. I mean, if we step outside of the Nigeria zone, for instance, and just go anywhere in this world and take 10 million, 20 million people, and imagine for a second that there's a way you can define all of those people. If you really think about it, you say that would be madness. It would be insanity to even attempt to do something like that. But for some reason in Nigeria, we find a way to do that. We find a way to take a region of people, regardless of wherever those people may live, and decide that we're going to put them inside this box and put a label on it, and that's who they become. And it's a very dangerous thing because we start to treat them in that same manner. I've always argued that I believe Nigerian politicians and just the country in general will be served better when you look at the northern part of the country and you try to address the needs of the minority there. Maybe I'm saying that because I supposedly come from a minority group as well, but I look at it and say there are people that live in a lot of these places who don't have a voice, who also command a significant amount of local government areas, and people running for office, people trying to govern in certain ways should try to work with a lot of these communities and build up their capacity and invest in a lot of these places, which would also help increase the unity and the development in parts of the north. So, my suggestion is, the southern Kaduna, parts of Plateau State, definitely Benue. We know there's an IDP camp in Benue that has been going on for years now, not addressed. Parts of Maiduguri, if you can believe it. Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi, the list goes on and on. And a lot of these places, a lot of these minority groups are neglected. And, I keep praying for the day I'll see a Nigerian president rise up and say they're going to pass special legislation for the protection of minorities in the country. That'll be a glorious day. But anyways, I digress. Thank you so much for having me, one man. I pass on to the King of Ham, Black League.
All right, the Pope of Ham. Yeah, so thank you, Ayuzon. Always a delight. Anytime
Sorry, the
that
Pope of Ham.
the Pope of
Pope.
Ham, you
Yes.
say this is it. They want to use that to transcend the Vatican. Or this is how they start. They claim they are Pope, and then before you know it, they are seizing the Vatican. So there it is. Always a delight in your company, as you know, Aizon. So Aizon spends the day with us. So thank you very much. So from Aizon, so now the new designate King of the Ham culture, His Excellency Black League.
Pope. One man, your comment about the Vatican is funny because it's actually the Vatican that hijacked and took over a lot from my culture, which is the Ham culture. We have been calling our leader the Pope, and we currently have a sitting Pope, so I cannot be the Pope of Ham people. There's a sitting Pope that I pay respects to. We've had that before the existence of Europe. So Catholic and the Vatican came way later and solidified with the Romans. So, history clearly shows what came what, and I don't even think the people in Vatican would dispute me on that. They have records, and they have also access to public records. The Pope was a title given to a leader within the Ham community. And incidentally, the Catholics also took the name Pope for their leader. And if you actually look at the type of crown and the regalia our Pope wears throughout history, you see striking similarities to what the Pope in Vatican wears. So it's actually the Vatican taking from my culture, not the other way around, because we have dates that show this as a fact. But away from my people, I'm not a ethnic champion or warrior. I speak to facts, and I think the sooner Africa realizes the type of resources at its disposal and come together as one, I think the better it would be for all the citizens of Nigeria and Africa in extension. We have such a rich history. Uh, we're just talking about the Hams. You can talk about the Ijaws the same. And thank you for the information about the name Izan. Unfortunately, a lot of our original names were watered down or completely changed by the British regimes. But Africans, especially West Africans, are known to be resilient in terms of keeping and guarding their culture. So thanks for that information, Ahizan. And one man, that is not to say one ethnic group is greater than the other. That is to say, there's strength in diversity. And Africa has used that to its strength and to its benefit for a long time. It's in recent history that our diversity and strength in diversity started becoming a weakness. And that needs to change. We need to understand our history. Yes, the table is tilted in the sense that history is not taught to us. So we need to make that extra effort to really learn our history. And that way we would actually value our land and be interested in the governance process. We have the elections coming very soon. We're counting less than a year now. We need to really start examining these candidates, those that have come out, the aspirants, sorry. We don't have candidates yet. So when we do have candidates, I know we will come here to really examine what they have to offer to the Nigerian people, or if they have anything to offer at all. I'd like to end on that note. Thank you for this great session. Everybody remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel, and see y'all tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Black League. So while Black League is still here, all these things that he says, we like to interrogate it somewhat. So these are Black League's people. You'll see that they are somewhat like. So these are Black League's people. These are the Ham people. You can see that they are somewhat like pretend Yorubas, and he's telling us that they predate the Yorubas. Well, these are pretend Yoruba people. Are these not your people, Black League? Look at that.
One man actually interrogate what I said about the Ham people influencing Ile-Ife, the culture in Ile-Ife, especially evident through the artwork and even the culture, as you are attesting to. So actually do that research. I got that from a doctor who's a historian. Incidentally, she happens to be a Yoruba woman. I can actually look for maybe a clip of hers to send to you.
Oh, all right. So there it is for people who wonder about Black League. This is the Ham culture in all of its glory. Look at that. But thankfully, they were saved at the tail end with a fine girl. But we were wondering. But I think we saw a fine girl at the end. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So they have
that's,
one.
That's the problem. That's
yeah, every
that's
culture
your
must
problem,
have
one man.
every culture must have a fine girl. Now you have one, so that's good. So that was Black League. They have fine girls in the Ham culture. This is what
Have a good night.
all right. So that was Black League. So thank you, Black League. So how do I remove this? So that was Black League. You the man you know and all love. So that has been Black League who rounds off the session for us. So that has been the section. We started off with politics and we meandered into ethnicity, which is always a very delicate space within the Nigerian space. but I think we handled it with tact and elegance. No less credit to the people that were congregated for the session. So that has been the session. So we leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.